base of the end of the world starting with 5 million points. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Zombies attack the city. Yes, sir. And the number of zombies is similar to the number of zombies we encountered in Sanctuary City number 3 yesterday. Read before Xia Chuan could speak. Luo replied. Luo Ren frowned and fell into deep thought. Xia Chuan smiled and said, it may be just a coincidence. Chief Luo Ren doesn't need to worry so much. No. Luo Ren shook his head repeatedly, denying Xia Chuan's statement, and then said, let's go in and talk. Several people entered the military tent and each found chairs to sit down. Luo Ren said to Xia Chuan, Luo should have told you that Shelter City number 3 was also attacked by a large number of zombies yesterday. Fortunately, we arrived in time and saved Sanctuary City number 3. The tens of thousands of people in Sanctuary City. I did say it. Xia Chuan nodded. Luo Ren continued, actually, after Luo reported to you, there was another zombie siege. The scale was not weaker than the first one, and there were also level 2 zombie commanders. What? Xia Chuan, Luo, and Liu Liangxin were all extremely surprised. There were 2 large-scale zombie sieges in a short period of time, and they were in the same city. Such a thing was so rare that they had never encountered it before. At first, I thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure out why there were 2 large-scale zombie attacks on the same city in a short period of time. I assumed it was just a coincidence. But now I heard from you that Sanctuary City number 4 also suffered a large-scale zombie attack this morning. In addition, you also said that you encountered more than a dozen groups of zombies on the way here. And I also encountered them when I came here. And I also encountered the same situation yesterday on the way to Sanctuary City number 3. If this is just a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Such a coincidence seemed almost planned. Luo Ren's words made Liu Liangxin, Xia Chuan, and Luo fell into deep thought, because, indeed, as Luo Ren said, such a coincidence was as if it had been artificially arranged. Seeing that several people were silent, Luo Ren analyzed, moreover, the zombie groups are attacking cities with weak military strength such as Sanctuary City number 3 and number 4. If it weren't for us, these 2 cities would have become a paradise for zombies. After these words fell, after dozens of seconds of silence, Xia Chuan said, according to my understanding, once a zombie reaches level 2, it will have self-awareness and a certain degree of wisdom, but it is very limited and can only show some fear, excitement, etc. Emotions, or decisions such as escape, and even level 2 zombies can only simply control low-level zombies and will never make targeted attacks on cities with weak defenses. As you said, you are right. Level 2 zombies are indeed not smart enough to do such a thing. Luo Ren nodded and confirmed Xia Chuan's statement. Then his eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, but what if the zombies have evolved? Are there level 3 zombies? Luo Ren's words could be described as astonishing, and the other 3 were stunned. Yes, level 2 zombies appeared half a year ago, and according to the evolution speed of zombies, level 3 zombies should also appear in the past 6 months. Before this, Luo Ren, Xia Chuan, and Liu Liangxin had all guessed what level 3 zombies would look like, based on level 2 zombies and level 1 zombies. Level 3 strength zombies, larger size, stronger strength, and harder body. Level 3 speed zombies, faster, sharper claws, and more timid and cautious. All speculations are based on these aspects, but Luo Ren's analysis just now adds another direction. That is, high wisdom, and this one is the most terrifying. Strength, defense, and size are nothing. The existing weapons of mankind are enough to fight against such a big event. As for speed, although it is more troublesome, there are ways to deal with it. But if it is wisdom, it is not a little troublesome, but very troublesome. Just like the arrangement of the past 2 days, looking for shelter cities with weak defenses to attack. Does it mean that level 3 zombies will also choose other survivors with weak military strength to live in groups? What about land invasion? At this moment, Luo Ren couldn't help but think of a strategy that existed in his original world, which was to surround the city with the countryside point if compared individually. Large settlements such as the base, the wasteland military region, and sanctuary city number 1 would definitely have a larger population than scattered settlements of no more than 10,000 or 20,000 people. But overall comparison, it is certain that the total population of these small settlements is even greater than the total population of large settlements. At least not less. And if these scattered small settlements are all captured by zombies, then the overall strength of the zombie population will inevitably increase significantly. In this way, large forces such as bases and wasteland military regions may also be captured by zombies just like small settlements. At this moment, not only Luo Ren, but also Liu Liangxin, Xia Chuan, and Luo Lu's eyes were full of worry. Report at. This time, the sentry outside the door came in. He said to Liu Liangxin, report to the city lord. There is a report from the city gate. A group of more than 300 survivors have come to seek refuge. Got it. Liu Liangxin waved her hand, then turned to Luo Ren and others and said, more than 10 groups of survivors have come here in the past few days. It is said that they are all because the settlement where they live was captured by zombies, and the surviving humans more than 10 batches. Xia Chuan asked in shock, have level 3 zombies already attacked other small human settlements? As soon as the words fell, an endless sense of crisis spread, and soon enveloped the 4 people, making them all silent. Hiss. After a long silence, Luo Ren took a deep breath. He was an optimistic person and a person who never gave up. Since he came to this world, he had thought that, since he was here, he should make the best of it. So when facing a level 3 zombie, he would say, since it's here, we should deal with it. It's just a level 3 zombie. Why should he be afraid of it? Facing the 3 people who were unable to breathe due to the sense of crisis, Luo Ren's eyes lit up with fire and said, when the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. To survive in this doomsday, isn't it about creating hope in despair? From being chased by ordinary zombies to picking up weapons to kill ordinary zombies. From ordinary guns being unable to deal with level 1 zombies to us using heavy weapons to kill them. From the irresistible level 2 zombies to now we have level 2 evolvers who can easily kill level 2 zombies. Why should we be afraid of a mere level 3 zombie? I don't believe that the wisdom of mankind for thousands of years can't beat its wisdom of less than half a year. As soon as these words came out, the other 3 people were greatly encouraged, and the sense of crisis that enveloped their hearts immediately dissipated. Liu Liangxin agreed and said, that's right. To survive in adversity, humans are no pushovers to the position of Blue Star's overlord. Xia Chuan also nodded in agreement. After calming down, he continued, the issue of level 3 zombies needs to be discussed in the long run. Let's put it aside for now. Commander Luo Ren, please tell us the purpose of this meeting. Okay. Luo Ren turned to Xia Chuan and said, now that the 3 shelter cities number 1, number 3, and number 4 have been taken, there is only 1 shelter city number 2 left. Should we attack or not? What do you think? Xia Chuan touched his chin and thought for a while, and analyzed. The zombies are too strong at the moment. Active. The kingdom army I lead must stay to guard sanctuary city number 4, and your guards must also guard sanctuary city number 3. In this way, we can't spare any troops to deal with sanctuary city number 2. Moreover, sanctuary city number 2 is very strong at this time. If we attack it, we will inevitably lose soldiers and generals, causing considerable losses. In this situation, we need to save our strength to deal with zombie attacks, so I mean not to fight. Luo Ren nodded and agreed with Xia Chuan's words. You are right. Then we will temporarily give up attacking sanctuary city number 2 and make plans after the situation stabilizes. Okay. Xia Chuan responded. Then the next question is the distribution of benefits according to the previous plan. I want 2 cities to capture 4 cities, but now I only capture 3 cities. Luo Ren smiled and deliberately didn't finish his words, but the meaning can be heard as long as the ears are not deaf. Xia Chuan smiled and said, I understand what you mean, but I can't make the decision. The commander has to speak up. Otherwise, you can go with me to the wasteland military district and talk to the commander face to face. There is no need to talk face to face. You can write a letter to Commander Liu and explain the matter clearly in the letter. Luo Ren directly rejected Xia Chuan's proposal. He did this for safety reasons. The Wasteland Military District is their territory. Although it is an alliance, the risk of rebellion in the four cities has been basically eliminated. No one can guarantee that Liu Yangnian will not abandon him. Of course, he is confident that he can escape even from the Wasteland Military District with his own strength, but as the saying goes, it is always right to be cautious. As the deputy commander, Xia Chuan must be a smart man. He could hear Luo Ren's worry from his words. Faced with such a situation, Xia Chuan did not point out the meaning of Luo Ren's words. He just smiled and agreed. It's okay to write a letter, yeah. Luo Ren nodded slightly and then said, that's it. You write a letter immediately and send someone to deliver it. Liu Liangxin saw that the two had almost finished talking, so she interrupted and said, you must be hungry after talking for so long. Let's go and eat something to replenish our energy. Okay. Luo Ren and Xia Chuan nodded at the same time. Several people left the military tent and headed towards the place where they had dinner under the leadership of Liu Liangxin. Time flew to the next day. The sky was grey and bright, and a Hummer off-road vehicle drove into the number 1 sanctuary city. No one dared to stop the car from entering the city because the car was labeled with the Kingdom Army. The vehicle sped along the street, and the roar of the engine woke up the residents in the houses on both sides from their sleep. Many people leaned to the window and rubbed their eyes to see clearly what disturbed their sweet dreams. Unfortunately, the speed was too fast. When they looked at the street, the Hummer off-road vehicle had disappeared. The Hummer off-road vehicle slowed down as it approached the city center, and the noise immediately became much smaller. After driving for a long time, a military tent appeared in front of the car, and the car stopped. The sky was pale, and the gray sky had become completely bright. After washing up, Luo Ren had a simple breakfast. Commander Luo Ren. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him, and Luo Ren subconsciously looked over. It was Xia Chuan. He saw that he was holding a letter in his hand and his face was full of smiles. Has Commander Liu's reply arrived? Luo Ren was surprised. After dinner yesterday, Xia Chuan immediately wrote a letter and sent it to the Wasteland Military District. Logically, there should be a reply. Luo Ren stepped forward, looked at the letter in Xia Chuan's hand, and smiled. Has Commander Liu replied? Yes. Xia Chuan handed the letter to Luo Ren and said, the commander said that the distribution of benefits will still be as stated before. You take 2 cities, and we only need 1, but we must take number 1 sanctuary city. Luo Ren opened the letter and saw that Liu Yangnian said, the conditions can be the same as before. Sanctuary cities number 3 and number 4 belong to the base, and sanctuary city number 1 belongs to the military region. Sanctuary City number 1 has a population of 140,000, while Sanctuary City number 3 and Sanctuary City number 4 have a combined population of more than 130,000. The numbers seem to be similar, but the important thing is that, although Sanctuary City number 1 has suffered a loss of troops, it is not as strong as Sanctuary City number 3. Sanctuary City number 4, the troops are almost empty, so a lot of external troops need to be deployed to guard. Now that the zombies are rioting, the Royal Army must concentrate some strength to ensure its own safety. Therefore, in general, this distribution is the most beneficial to the Wasteland Military Region. Luo Ren frowned slightly and said, this allocation is fine, but now that zombies are rampant, the guards need to guard Sanctuary City number 3. If your Royal Army retreats from Sanctuary City number 4, Sanctuary City number 4 will have no defense. Wouldn't it be quite running naked in front of zombies? Asylum City number 4 is dozens of kilometers away from the base and has a population of tens of thousands. If I want to move all its population to the base, 10 days and a half will definitely not be enough time. I have also considered this matter. I can temporarily keep 2,000 kingdom troops in Sanctuary City number 4 until Commander Luo Ren relocates all the people in the city. I'm withdrawing the troops. What do you think? Xia Chuan thought for a while. Solutions are given. Although they only formed an alliance with Luo Ren regarding the 4 cities, and now that the matter is over, the alliance will naturally be disbanded. However, People must be kind. The current situation is special, and it is necessary for them to help Luo Ren guard Sanctuary City number 4 for a period of time. Because it is better to have a good relationship with a big force like the base than to stalemate the relationship. After all, if everything is not guaranteed, there will still be things to ask for in the future. Luo Ren was quite satisfied with Xia Chuan's solution. It was done fairly kindly. He nodded and said, in this case, I think it's okay. Haha. Xia Chuan laughed and extended his hand to shake Luo Ren's hand. Then, happy cooperation. Luo Ren also smiled, shook hands with Xia Chuan and said, happy cooperation. After reaching a consensus, Luo Ren immediately returned to Sanctuary City number 3, departing at noon and arriving in the afternoon. Moreover, he did not encounter roadblocks composed of dozens of zombies on the road approaching Sanctuary City number 3. After entering the city, he immediately summoned Luo Shan, Luo He and others. He looked at Luo Shan and asked first, have zombies attacked the city in the past few days, since I have been away? Luo Shan said, sir, no, it seems that the appearance of dozens of zombies forming a roadblock is probably a sign of a zombie siege. However, there are also zombie roadblocks on the road near Sanctuary City number 1. Why don't we see zombies attacking the city? Luo Ren was confused, but he was quickly suppressed by him. He decided to do business first and wait for everyone. He said, our alliance with the Wasteland military region to deal with the 4 cities has come to an end. According to the conditions, Asylum number 3, the population and resources of the city and Sanctuary City number 4 belong to us. After a pause, Luo Ren continued, at the moment, the zombies are too active. For safety reasons, we can ignore the resources, but we have to move the population back to the base as soon as possible. The Royal Army promised to leave 2,000 troops to help us guard Sanctuary City number 4 until all the population in it is relocated. Therefore, we will move the population of Sanctuary City number 4 first. Chapter 152 Zombies attack the city. 6th. Everyone on the field nodded in agreement after hearing this. In fact, as guards, they had no choice but to agree. Luo Shan. Luo Ren called out. Hearing this, Luo Shan immediately sat up straight and listened carefully to Luo Ren's next order. You are a level 2 evolver. This migration is left to you. You take 1,000 troops back to the base, replace the armored vehicles with medium-sized trucks, and migrate all the residents of Sanctuary City number 4 back to the base as quickly as possible. Luo Ren ordered. Yes. Luo Shan replied. Luo Ren then looked at Luo He and said, you lead 5 tanks to Sanctuary City number 4 first, and then you and Luo Shan will escort the people back to the base. Yes. Luo He replied. Luo Ren then looked at Luo Ji and ordered, Luo Ji, you take 300 troops with Luo Shan back to the base, and bring some ammunition. Yes. Luo Ji replied. The arrangements were clear, and the next step was execution. The next day, Luo Shan and Luo Ji led 1,300 people to return to the base, while Luo He led 5 tanks to the number 4 Sanctuary City overnight. Luo Ji went and returned on the same day. When he went, he had more than 20 armored vehicles, but when he came back, there were only 10 armored vehicles left. The rest were turned into medium-sized trucks, and all of these trucks were loaded with weapons and ammunition. Luo Shan replaced all the armored vehicles with medium-sized trucks, and a total of 200 vehicles formed a huge convoy to the number 4 Sanctuary City to relocate residents during this period. Luo Ren was not idle either. He drove his car out to wander around. In fact, it can't be said to be wandering around, but it was an inspection. The main route of his inspection was the road from the number 4 Sanctuary City to the base. After all, safety comes first. After a few days, no zombies were seen, but many survivors in a miserable state were seen. These survivors were almost in groups, and according to his inquiries, they were all escaped from the settlements that were captured by zombies. Luo Ren kindly pointed in the direction of the base and said, go in this direction, you will see a big city. If you join it, at least you will have no problem staying alive. While he was happy that these people could increase the population of the base, Luo Ren felt a sense of crisis again. So many survivor settlements were captured, which proved that the previous speculation was probably true. There were already level 3 zombies among the zombies, and they were much smarter than level 2 zombies. They had certain analytical abilities and could command other low-level zombies to attack those weaker human settlements. Therefore, Luo Ren felt that after the matters of number 3 and number 4 shelter cities were completed, it was necessary to formulate some plans to deal with the strategy of level 3 zombies, which was similar to the strategy of surrounding the city with the countryside. For example, lobbying various small forces to let them join the base would not only increase the population of the base, but also protect them. If these people were included in the base, the population of the base could even reach 500,000, so that it could be upgraded to a level 4 base. Although it was not known what weapons and equipment the level 4 base would unlock, according to Luo Ren's speculation, it would definitely not be bad. After all, the level 3 base had already unlocked tanks. At that time, what about the level 3 zombies? Just let them see the power of human civilization. Time came to the 7th day. In the evening, the afterglow of the sky reflected a piece of red clouds, which was very beautiful, but the busy people in Sanctuary City number 4 did not have time to appreciate this natural beauty. On the top of the tower, Luo Ren stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the colorful clouds in the sky, and his eyes revealed a trace of sadness. After dusk, it was dark, and human nature was to fear darkness and yearn for light. Just at this time, the roar of the engine fell into his ears. He retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. A huge convoy entered his sight. 3 tanks led the way, followed by medium-sized trucks, and finally 2 tanks were left behind. Luo Ren was surprised. Of course, he knew who was coming. Who else could it be, except Luo Shan? The guards on duty on the city wall were as surprised as Luo Ren. Luo Shan's arrival meant that the population of Sanctuary City number 4 had been relocated. Now, it was the turn of Sanctuary City No. 3. As long as all the people in Sanctuary City number 3 were relocated back to the base, they could return to the base. After being away for many days, they still missed the food in the base, especially the fish produced in the aquaculture farm, which was so delicious. The city gate was wide open, and more than 200 medium-sized trucks entered the city. This movement attracted the residents in the city, and they immediately began to talk about it. After Luo Shan entered the city, Luo Ren immediately gathered all the people and gave a speech. On the high platform, Luo Ren saw many civilians below, densely packed and crowded, with more than 60,000 people. Clearing his throat, he said loudly, "The guards have been stationed for so many days, and I haven't summoned you once. I really don't want to disturb you. But today I must tell you that you are about to leave Zhenghang City and go to a new place, crash there." People below were suddenly in an uproar. New place? What place? Is it better than Zhenghang City? It doesn't matter if it's good or not, as long as we can survive. Luo Ren paused, letting the people absorb and digest, and spit out the questions in their hearts, but he didn't necessarily give a targeted answer. About 5 minutes later, the people were still discussing, but the questions they discussed were the same as 3 minutes ago. At this time, Luo Ren just said, "The new place is naturally better than Zhenghang City. You will know, after you go there, better than Zhenghang City. Really, I think the current Zhenghang City is pretty good." Listening to these discussions, Luo Ren was too lazy to explain and said directly, "Whether it is good or not, you will know when you go there. Besides, I have the final say on whether to go or not. You have no right to choose, let alone the right to refuse." Luo Ren would never say such overbearing words before, but the current situation is different. He has to migrate the population back to the base as soon as possible so that he can make a plan to deal with level 3 zombies as soon as possible. Therefore, he has no time to talk nonsense with them. As soon as Luo Ren said this, the voices of more than 60,000 residents immediately became much smaller, and everyone looked at Luo Ren with a trace of fear in their eyes. Waving his hand, Luo Ren said loudly, "Okay, you guys hurry back to pack your things. Remember to bring light things, don't bring heavy things that are not very useful. Tomorrow morning, gather at the square in front of the city lord's mansion." The people dispersed. Luo Ren called Luo Shan and ordered, "You ask the soldiers to line up the cars. Tomorrow the civilians will get on the car directly and leave when they are full. When they arrive at the base, let's already arrange for people to register. Luo Shan replied, yes. The next day, early in the morning, many people rushed to the square in front of the city lord's mansion. Most of them were very obedient and only brought some light things. Only a few brought large and small bags, and then those heavy things were directly discarded by the guards. Such a scene is almost as good as the Spring Festival travel rush. After each car was full of people, they set off towards the base under the leadership of Luo Shan. The first batch carried about 10,000 people, and more than 60,000 people only needed 7 trips at most, once a day, that is, 7 days. Luo Ren stood on the top of the city, watching the convoy go farther and farther away. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the world seemed to be covered by a huge grey cloth, which was extremely gloomy. Today was the last batch of people, and Luo Ren and other guards followed them on the road and returned to the base. 5 tanks led the way, followed by armored vehicles, then trucks carrying people, and then armored vehicles, and finally 5 tanks. The convoy went 3 kilometers, and suddenly an off-road vehicle drove from the right. When it got closer, it turned out to be Liu Liangxin. The guards recognized Liu Liangxin, so they did not stop her and took her to the armored vehicle where Luo Ren was. Report to the commander, Liu Liangxin is here to see you. The guard who brought Liu Liangxin said. The door of the armored car opened. Luo Ren got off, saw Liu Liangxin, and said in surprise, Liangxin, aren't you in Sanctuary City number 1? I said I would follow you around. Since you are going back to the base, then I will not temporarily take over the so-called city lord. Liu Liangxin looked firm, and she was definitely not lying. Luo Ren smiled and said, okay, let's go home together. Chapter 153 Zombies Attack the City, Part 7. After several hours of driving, we finally arrived at the base. Seeing the big city that he had not seen for several days, Luo Ren breathed a long sigh of relief. Only here could he feel safe enough. Many guardsmen were very happy to see the base city, and they were finally able to eat the delicious and fatty fish from the aquatic product base. The people in the truck were squatting or standing, and had not yet seen the big city ahead. They all had confused and worried faces, which were human expressions of the unknown. Hey, Leo he, when do you think we can get to that new place? How are the people who set off first? A young man in his 20s said to a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. I don't know where to go. The middle-aged man Leo he glanced at the young man and said speechlessly, ahem, do you think those people have already? The young man made a gesture of wiping his neck. Impossible. The middle-aged man Leo he denied decisively. Then he looked at the young man as if he were a fool and said in a very helpless tone, those people have to go through so much trouble and use so many trucks to kill us. Isn't this a waste of gasoline? Isn't it more direct and convenient to gather us together in Zhenghang City and then shoot us with machine guns? Moreover, they still saved us from the zombies after saving us. They want to kill me again. This is not taking off their pants and farting. Is it unnecessary? The young man scratched his head and said with a dry smile, it seems so. Then why do you think those people took us to that so-called new place? What? The middle-aged man Leo he thought for a while and said, I guess it is definitely work. And then the middle-aged man Leo he racked his brains for a long time and said, then just work. What else can we do? The women can work on both ends, and the men can work on one end. Hiss. The young man took a breath and said, luckily, fortunately, I'm not a woman, otherwise I would have to do twice as much work in a day. The middle-aged man Leo he stared at the young man speechlessly. When he said working at both ends, he meant doing twice as much work. He didn't know whether this guy was really stupid or not. Oh, shit. The young man suddenly uttered a national curse that led the middle-aged man Leo he patted his chest, then pushed the young man and cursed. What are you doing? You are so startled that you are sick. No, look, Leo he. The young man looked shocked and pointed with his right hand outside the car, because he was afraid that these people would be suffocated to death. Luo Ren specifically asked the escort soldiers to temporarily remove the doors of the carriage. At this time, the carriage had slowly entered the city, and many people could already see the tall and sturdy carriage through the back door of the carriage city wall. The middle-aged man Luo, he looked in the direction of the young man's finger, and was immediately shocked. The tall city wall was made entirely of concrete. The soldiers on the wall were all tall and well equipped. Looking along the way, there are all ordinary residents with smiling faces. Although their clothes are not gorgeous, they are very clean and tidy. It is not like they work every day and look dirty, even if they have enough clothes, because really no time to clean. When other people in the carriage saw these scenes, they stood up one after another, blocking the sight of the middle-aged Luo and the young man. It's so crowded. I've never seen it like this in the market. Old he, a middle-aged man, scolded. Hey, aunt, you can squeeze me, but don't point your butt at me. I'm afraid you'll squish me to death. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he heard a pop sound, and a gust of wind blew up the young man's oily bangs, and then a stench spread in the carriage. In such a small space, dozens of people, the air, it was not good to begin with, but this time it exploded. I'm jumping. What's going on? Why does it stink so much? Who is it? Biological and chemical weapons. This is simply a biological weapons and chemical weapon. I will take you to a military court. Amidst the shouting and shouting, the aunt in front of the young man's face turned red and her heart skipped a beat. She shouted, "Who is this? You have no sense of morality at all." The young man was speechless. He really wanted to say something. He had never seen such a shameless person. Luo Ren was in front, standing on the tank. Seeing the residents' enthusiasm for the guards as always, and seeing the odd eyes of the sky marching soldiers on the city walls and maintaining order, he couldn't help but laugh from the bottom of his heart. Turning his head, his eyes narrowed, and he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. He immediately jumped and landed in the crowd. All the residents consciously gave up an open space, leaving only Luo Ren and the person in his eyes. Tong. Luo Ren stepped forward and caressed Suan Tong's cheek, his voice extremely gentle. "Brother, Ren." Suan Tong suddenly threw herself into Luo Ren's arms and said with a cry, "I miss you." Ouch. The residents, soldiers of the Sky Marching Army, and soldiers of the escort army all cheered, seeming to celebrate the victory of the escort army, welcoming the new survivors, and blessing Luo Ren and Suan Tong. After getting tired of it, Suan Tong pushed Luo Ren away and smiled through her tears, saying, "Everyone is waiting for you." Luo Ren laughed and said to Suan Tong, "I'll go and take care of everything first. You go back to the mobile base and wait for me." When Suan Tong heard the words mobile base, she immediately understood what Luo Ren meant. Her face turned red. She pushed Luo Ren and said coquettishly, "Okay, let's go quickly." Luo Ren turned back to the convoy, and the team continued to move forward. Soon they arrived at the residential area planned for the outer city. Tanks and armored vehicles continued to drive to the military parking lot, and more than 200 medium-sized trucks stopped again. Although the outer city residential area at this time could not be said to be overcrowded, it was also a bit crowded. After more than 10,000 people got off the trucks, it became even more crowded. If it was before the end of the world, there was less land and the height could be gathered. But now it is not possible. There are those who run on the ground, those who swim in the water, and those who fly in the sky. Although they only encountered them once, when they went out to fight, they had to be guarded against. Moreover, there are no weapons such as anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft rockets. Only heavy machine guns and anti-equipment sniper rifles can be used for basic defense, which leads to the base's relatively weak air defense. If the residential buildings are built with more than 10 or dozens of floors, it means that they are not dying fast enough. Therefore, it is necessary to limit the height of residential buildings. Luo Ren jumped onto the roof of the truck. It was indeed a bit crowded. He was considering whether to expand the space or how much space to expand. He had not yet upgraded the city wall to level 3. He had encountered several zombie attacks in the past, but they were all small scale. Before the zombies approached the city wall, they were all wiped out. Therefore, he had never considered level 3 city walls. Since there are enough points, why not upgrade the city wall? Luo Ren thought so in his heart. After a while, he said to himself, expand first and then upgrade. This is better. Then Luo Ren felt very stupid and thought, isn't it the same if I directly choose level 3 city walls when I build, expand first, and then upgrade after that point? Isn't this just taking off pants to fart? Take a deep breath, ease the mood that almost cried because of his stupidity. Luo Ren secretly said in his heart, system, call up the base panel. Ding. The base control panel has been opened for the host. The voice of the system fell, and a blue transparent light screen immediately unfolded in front of Luo Ren. The main page was the basic information of the base. Base level, level 3 base population. 298,132 people. Base military strength. 2,409 over 3,000 people. Existing buildings, arsenal, level 3, chariot factory, level 3, mobile base, level 3. Is it almost 300,000? Luo Ren was slightly startled when he saw the population and thought to himself, it will take another 200,000 to upgrade to level 4. Before the end of the world, the population of H city was about 7 million, which is considered a big city point, even if 6/7 of the population turned into zombies. The remaining 1/7 is still more than 1 million. The base has 300,000 people, and the number 1 sanctuary city and number 2 sanctuary city add up to almost 300,000. If they can be taken down, it will be 500,000 directly, but it's a pity that it's a bit difficult. However, there are still many small settlements. If they are all included in the base, the population should be able to exceed 500,000. Luo Ren shook his head. For now, we should expand the base space first and consider the population later. Luo Ren muttered in his heart. Open the city wall construction function panel. Ding. The host jumps to the city wall construction. The picture on the blue transparent light screen turned into a map covering 50 kilometers with the base as the center in the upper right corner of the map. There is an arrow point. Luo Ren clicked it lightly and immediately expanded 3 options, namely, level 1 city wall, level 2 city wall, and level 3 city wall, unlockable. Then click on the level 3 city wall point. After a burst of starlight flashed, the unlocking of the level 3 city wall disappeared, and it was ready to be built. After selecting the level 3 city wall, Luo Ren looked at the map and thought for a long time, and finally decided to expand the city wall to 15 kilometers in length and width. Such space is enough for 300,000 people to live and work, and even if another 300,000 people come, it can stand it. In the past, the base expansion was gradual, and there were few one-time expansions. That was because the number of guards was small at that time, and the space was too large to provide comprehensive protection. Today, the 7,000 people marching have a certain military quality and can do patrols, guard the city, etc. So this time Luo Ren chose to expand to an area as large as 15 kilometers. In this way, in the future, when facing the increase in population, there will be no need to expand temporarily every time, which is so troublesome, and it will also be easier to plan the city point. After the level 3 the city wall was drawn on the map, Luo Ren silently said in his heart, build. At this moment, the Xianxing army soldiers guarding the city wall suddenly saw a burst of white light, which was very bright. They couldn't help but cover their eyes to avoid being damaged by the dazzling white light. They had seen this kind of white light before and knew what it was. They thought, the city lord has built the city wall again. The white light flashed for a while and disappeared after a few seconds. Many Xianxing army soldiers noticed that the white light disappeared, and they moved their palms away and opened their eyes. As far as they could see, they saw a continuous city wall several kilometers away. Due to the distance, the city wall looked very short and did not feel shocking. Someone took out a telescope to check. The magnification of the telescope was limited, and the city wall in the lens was also short, but the style was a little different from the city wall under their feet. It seemed to look more solid, and that was all. After the city wall was built, Luo Ren immediately called Luo Shan, Luo He and others and ordered them, take the Xianxing army to clean up the new city area. New city area, sir, have you built a new city area? Luo Shan asked curiously. Yes, there are too many people now, so we must expand the space. Let's clean it up quickly, Luo Ren said. Yes. Luo Shan, Luo Hei and others responded. As they were setting off, Luo Ren suddenly asked, by the way, how long will it take for you to clean it up? Based on past experience, Luo Shan said, 2 hours is about the same. 2 hours? Luo Ren smiled half-heartedly and said, the new city this time is a bit big. Are you sure you can finish it in 2 hours? A bit big? Luo Shan was confused, but thinking about how big it could be, and as a soldier, he couldn't take back the words he said, so he immediately responded, sir, don't worry, 2 hours is enough. Okay, I'll give you 2.5 hours. Luo Ren wiped his face and suppressed a smile and said, after cleaning up in 2.5 hours, come to the mobile base to find me. If you can't finish it, there will be punishment. Seeing Luo Ren's appearance, Luo Shan was a little confused. He looked at Luo Hei next to him, but Luo Hei looked away and moved slightly to the side, as if to say, 2.5 hours. What do you think? Yes, I didn't say that. Yes. Luo Shan replied stubbornly. Luo Shan and Luo Hei organized the escort and Xiangxing army to enter the new city. Looking around, Luo Shan wondered, there is no city wall here, so where does the new city come from? Here, see for yourself. At this time, Luo Hei handed over a telescope. Luo Shan took the telescope and looked at Luo Hei with some doubts. He saw Luo Hei pouting forward. Luo Shan looked forward with his binoculars with doubts. This view immediately shocked him. His mouth was open enough to fit an egg. Putting down the telescope and looking at Luo Hei, he was so shocked that he stuttered, this is the city wall. Luo Hei looked like he was gloating about his misfortune, patted Luo Shan's shoulder heavily and said, brother, come on. Behind him, Ragirili and others also covered their mouths and snickered. Luo Shan looked around blankly. This new city was much bigger than he had imagined. Let alone 2.5 hours. It would take an ordinary person several hours to run around, let alone carefully clean out the existing area's danger. Even if there were thousands of people behind him to help, it would probably take 7 or 8 hours. Seeing Luo Hei, Luo Jaluoli and others gloating about their misfortune, Luo Shan was furious and thought, these guys, even if I'm punished, I can't make it easy for you. What are you waiting for? Get to work quickly. Luo Shan shouted. Luo Hei and others shrugged and immediately led the escort and the Xiangxing army to clear the potential dangers in the new city. 3 hours later, Luo Hei and Luo Jaluoli found Luo Shan. Luo Hei said with a flattering face, brother Shan, you see, I have been working for more than 3 hours in a row. Can you take a break? Luo Shan looked away. Luo Hei said righteously, it's not me who wants to rest, it's mainly the brothers who are ordinary people. They don't have as much physical strength as us. After working for so long, they are tired and hungry. Let them rest for a while and eat something. Replenish your energy. Luog echoed, yes, Luo Shan, we can bear it, but the brothers can't. Luo Shan snorted, turned back to look at these unloyal guys, and then saw the ordinary soldiers who were really tired, sighed and said, then let the brothers rest for 30 minutes. Luo Hei and the others were overjoyed, but Luo Shan said next, brothers, rest, you continue to work. After saying that, Luo Shan continued to immerse himself in his work without looking back. Luo Hei, Luog, and Luoli looked at each other, speechless and choked. Chapter 154 Zombies attack the city. 8th. It's gloomy and grey during the day, and it turns into darkness at night. It started drizzling in the sky in the evening, and continues to this day. Naturally, you can't see the stars or the bright moon in such weather. Read mobile base, lights on. Luo Ren took a hot bath, and changed into clean and comfortable pajamas. When he walked into the bedroom, and saw the beautiful and attractive Suan Tong, he couldn't help but feel hot all over. It seemed that he would have to take a bath later. Reporting to the commander, Captain Luo Shan wants to see you. At this time, the voices of soldiers standing guard came from outside the mobile base. Luo Ren looked helpless and complained, why do people come to disturb us at the critical moment? Seeing Luo Ren's uncomfortable look, Suan Tong covered her mouth and chuckled, then said, go quickly. Well, Luo Ren sighed helplessly and muttered as he walked out of the bedroom, we have to set a rule. If it's not an emergency, you are not allowed to come to me before 8 o'clock in the evening. After going down to the first floor, Luo Ren sat on a chair, suppressed his emotions, cleared his throat and said, "Come in." Click, the door of the mobile base opened, and Luo Shan stepped into Luo Ren's sight. Luo Shan's hair had been soaked by the rain, and his clothes were also a little wet. Under Luo Ren's gaze, Luo Shan walked closer, and saluted with a military salute. Said, "Sir, all hidden dangers in the new city have been eliminated." "Yes." Luo Ren nodded slightly and asked knowingly, "Isn't it just 2 hours? Why is it only completed now?" "This, sir, please punish me." Luo Shan scratched his head in embarrassment, but did not complain or make excuses. Seeing his appearance, Luo Ren immediately smiled, stood up, walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Then listen carefully. Gilu." Luo Shan swallowed nervously, feeling very uneasy, not knowing how Luo Ren would punish him. "Then I will." Luo Ren deliberately paused to create a tense atmosphere, and then he saw beads of sweat appear on Luo Shan's forehead. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Just I'll punish you by eating 2 more bowls of rice." "Yes." "Huh." Luo Shan responded subconsciously, but when he reacted, he was surprised. For this punishment, it would be no problem to double or triple it. "I'm kidding you." Luo Ren patted Luo Shan on the shoulder and said, "Then don't I know how big the new city is?" Hearing this, Luo Shan scratched his head and said with a smile, "Thank you, sir." Luo Ren sat back on the chair and asked, "After working for so long, the other brothers have also worked hard. You go to Li Jiu and ask him to make more delicious treats to reward the brothers. After eating, take a rest." "Yes." Luo Shan responded. After seeing Luo Shan off, Luo Ren breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look out the window, thinking, after the new city is cleared, should the old city walls be retained? After stroking his chin and thinking for a while, Luo Ren decided to keep the existing city wall. However, some modifications were needed. For example, the old outer city wall only had a south gate that could pass through. Now, it is necessary to arrange the east and west sides of the city wall gate, and it must be upgraded to level 3 walls. As for the new outer city wall, it is also a south gate. If the enemy is on the south side for an expedition, it will be fine. If it is on the north side, it will take a long detour. In this case, it is necessary to install gates on the east and west walls. Then there is the road planning of the new city. Unlike the old city, which is very small, residents usually don't have to walk for a long time to work, so road planning is not paid much attention to. But the new city is different. The area of 15 square kilometers, even if it is reduced, there is also a lot of space to go to the old city. If residents only rely on 2 legs to go from the residential area to the work area, wouldn't it be necessary to set off before dawn and then return home from work in the dark? Therefore, the roads must be planned well. When the time comes, we will find some buses outside that can be used as public transportation. Anyway, we don't have to worry about fuel. Of course, there is another way, that is, to build a mixed work area and residential area, which can also facilitate residents' work, and vehicles are also used to transport the produced goods to the storage warehouse. Therefore, no matter what aspect, it is necessary to there are roads. From this point of view, it is important to plan the roads well. Isn't there an old saying that goes, well, if you want to get rich, you must first cut down the trees? No, you must first build roads. Luo Ren rubbed his brows and had a general idea. He no longer thought about the details, because the final implementation was done by the Saudi supervisors and various managers, large and small. He closed his eyes slightly and let his mind clear for a while. 2 minutes later, Luo Ren came back to his senses, slowly opened his eyes, looked towards the second floor, and raised an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. He stood up and quickly rushed to the bedroom on the second floor. The next day, the conference hall. At this time, the conference hall was filled with supervisors from all aspects. Click. The sound of the door opening immediately attracted the attention of these supervisors. Under their gaze, Luo Ren walked in. Everyone stood up almost at the same time and shouted respectfully, "Sir." Luo Ren walked to the main seat and pressed down with his hand. "Everyone, please sit down." At his signal, the supervisors just finished, and then he sat down. His eyes swept across the many supervisors and finally fell on Saudi Arabia, asking, "Is everyone here?" "Sir, the supervisors from all directions are here," Saudi replied. "Okay, then I won't talk nonsense." Without any preamble, Luo Ren started the meeting directly. He first asked, "Do you all know about the new city area?" "I know." All the supervisors responded in unison. Last night, Luo Ren led thousands of guards and Xiangxing troops to clean up the outer city until late at night. Such a big movement made all the residents of the base know about the new city, and naturally they, the supervisors, also knew about it. "Yes." Luo Ren nodded and then said, "It's good to know. I've called you to a meeting today about the planning of the new city." Luo Ren first looked at Fang Peng. He was the chief planner of the base. He still had to lead the planning of the new city this time. Fang Peng also looked at him with a serious expression. He also brought a notebook and pen to record Luo Ren's words. Under his gaze, Luo Ren said, "You did a good job planning and designing the old city. I will leave the planning and design of the new city to you this time." "Yes, sir," Fang Peng responded. Luo Ren then said, "Then let I make some requests here first. Please remember." Upon hearing this, Fang Peng immediately opened his notebook, picked up a pen, and took notes. Luo Ren said, "My request is actually very simple. That is, to ensure the transportation convenience of the new urban area. That is, the roads must be planned well, to facilitate residents commuting to and from get off work, and to facilitate the transportation of goods." Fang Peng carefully wrote down Luo Ren's request in his notebook, then nodded and said, "I understand." After a pause, Luo Ren then looked at Komu. "Komu, you cooperate with Fang Peng and are responsible for the construction of the new city." Mu responded, "Yes, sir." "And Saudi Arabia, please cooperate with Komu in mobilizing personnel. Remember, the new residents must be mobilized, and they cannot be left idle." Luo Ren looked at Saudi Arabia, thought for a while, and then said, "And all the new residents must be mobilized. When you make a statistical classification of residents, you classify them based on their professional skills." "Understood." Saudi said, "These are the general things, but since so many supervisors have been summoned, Luo Ren will naturally not end the meeting so quickly." His eyes fell on the silent supervisors and asked, "These are the things in Xinjiang district. Now you can talk about the problems encountered by the departments you manage. If you can solve it immediately, solve it immediately. If you can solve it immediately, take time to solve it." Facing Luo Ren's gaze, the supervisors were deep in thought, wondering what the problems were in their departments. About a minute passed. Yuan Yangyuan, the director of the hospital, raised his hand and said, "Sir, that me." Luo Ren said, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Yuan Yangyuan then said confidently and boldly, "The hospital was built when the inner city was first built. It was too small in scale, with only 36 wards. It used to be okay with a small number of people, but now the population is hundreds of thousands, but patients often need it. Hospitalization, no beds available. Then there is the environmental issue. The current hospital environment is not very ideal, which has a negative impact on the recovery of patients. Another thing is that the number of doctors is too small. There are only 10 doctors for a population of hundreds of thousands, and there are only 11 including me. Everyone is really overworked." As soon as Yuan Yangyuan finished speaking, his wife Meng Xinrong, who was also the head nurse of the base hospital, raised her hand and had something to say. Luo Ren raised his hand to signal her. Meng Xinrong immediately said, "There is also a serious shortage of nurses," and after saying that, Meng Xinrong hesitated to speak. "If you have any questions, just ask." Luo Ren said. Meng Xinrong said, "Also, some low quality patients always tease our nurses, and some go too far and even touch us. The base has rules that patients can only be treated and not rushed, so." While talking, Meng Xinrong actually cried in grievance and threw into Yuan Yangyuan's arms. At this time, Saudi Arabia also said, "Yes, sir, the current rules of the base are a bit too loose. For example, the base has rules that prohibit killing and injuring people, but they do not prohibit other things, that is robbery, stealing and the like. This was nothing when there were few people, but since the Huchan people joined the base, the population has reached more than 100,000. Under such circumstances, Some people began to rob other people's food and steal other people's things. Those who have been bullied come to us as managers, and we can't do anything, even if we know who did it. We have no law enforcement power, so naturally we can't deal with those people. There is also the molestation of nurses that Meng Xinrang just mentioned. Some people are not sick at all and deliberately pretend to be sick to go to the hospital for treatment, just to molest the nurses in the hospital. And then, according to the rules of the base, the hospital cannot refuse to admit patients, so even if they know that this person's purpose is not pure, the hospital can only accept it. And these nurse girls who were molested had no place to complain, and several of them suffered from neurasthenia. Luo Ren frowned after hearing this. In the past, he always thought about how to build a good base, how to make the base's food output higher, and how to make it convenient for the residents, but he forgot to control the residents. Luo Ren touched his chin and fell into deep thought. All laws and regulations must be complete, and institutions such as police stations must be established. In order to prevent unjust, false and wrongful convictions and law enforcement officials from abusing their powers, a supervisory bureau must be established. Population is very important, and the stability of the base is also very important. So, in general, stable population is the most important. Having made up his mind, Luo Ren looked at the supervisors and said, "The questions you raised are very timely. Although these things have a small impact temporarily, if they are left unchecked, over time, the peace and stability of the base will inevitably be greatly affected. Therefore, we must solve these problems. Saudi Arabia, you find some helpers, combine the national laws before the end of the world, and formulate a law applicable to the base. KMU, I want you to build a security bureau, which must be majestic and grand. By the way, you also need to build a prison cell, and the prison cell must make people feel oppressive." "Yes, Saudi Arabia and KMU responded in unison. Luo Ren continued, "Yuan Yangian, Meng Xinrong, you mentioned that there are too few wards and the environment is too bad. I will give you the power to discuss with KMU and Fang Peng to plan a new hospital in the new city. There is also the problem of too few medical staff. How many doctors and nurses do you need? Give me a rough number." Yuan Yangian thought for a while and said, 24-hour online, with so many people. According to the ratio of 1 doctor per 1,000 people, there must be at least 300 doctors. Meng Xinrang continued, the ratio of nurses to doctors is 125, so at least 375 nurses are needed. Luo Ren frowned and said, "Nurses are easy to deal with. Even if there are not so many professional nursing staff, ordinary people can be found. At most, they can be barely used after 1 or 2 months of training. After a long time, they will become professional, but doctors must be professional. How about this? I will give you a quota, 625 nurses, 500 doctors people, and cleaners. I will also give you a quota of 30 people. After the new hospital is built, you will connect with Saudi Arabia and recruit people yourself. Of course, it is also possible now, but considering that the existing hospital is too small and can't accommodate so many people, you can decide for yourself and add some people to reduce some burdens." Yuan Yangian and Meng Xinrang were overjoyed. The number of nurses and doctors was almost catching up with the top 3 hospitals before the end of the world. The couple immediately stood up and thanked. "Thank you, sir." Luo Ren waved his hand and said, "There is no need to thank or not. You are doing things for me and for yourself. In general, you are doing things for the base. The ultimate goal is to get better development of the base and improve the living standards of everyone." Yuan Yangian and Meng Xinrang sat back in their chairs. In their hearts, they couldn't help but feel lucky to meet a leader like Luo Ren. You know, other settlements don't consider medical care in public security. Those rulers, as long as they see the ultimate benefits, don't care how your people get them. "Okay, do you have any other questions?" Luo Ren glanced at every executive in the conference room. Seeing that everyone was either shaking their heads or remaining silent, he announced, "Since there are no more questions, I declare the meeting adjourned and everyone can go back to their work." Chapter 155 Zombies Attack the City, Part 9. As if he remembered something, Luo Ren suddenly stopped Saudi Arabia, causing all the supervisors to look back, but they quickly looked away and left the conference hall. When the chief raiding officer asked Saudi Arabia to stop, there were naturally other matters that they were not qualified to take care of. Saudi Arabia had just stood up, and when he heard Luo Ren calling him to stop him, he turned around and asked calmly, "Sir, do you have anything else to tell your subordinates?" Luo Ren pressed his palms and said calmly, "Sit down first." Saudi Arabia sat down immediately after hearing this, and Luo Ren showed a smile on his face and said, "It's not that difficult. You can find some eloquent people for me. I can help point then. You arrange for one of the residents who moved from shelter city number 3. That person is called Liu Tanhua. She is a woman. You arrange a teaching position for her to teach nursing." "Okay, I remember." Saudi nodded in response, and was silent for a while. Seeing that Luo Ren didn't speak anymore, he asked in a low voice, "Sir, do you have anything else to do?" Luo Ren was lost in thought just now. He came back to his senses when he heard Saudi Arabia's voice. He waved his hand and said, "Only these 2 things, nothing else. If you have something to do, just go and do it." After hearing this, Saudi Arabia waited for about 10 seconds, then stood up, bowed slightly towards Luo Ren, and said respectfully, "The subordinate will leave first, yeah?" Luo Ren nodded, and said with a smile, "Go ahead." After Saudi left, Luo Ren got up, and walked to the window. He saw people coming and going below, and looked up into the distance. After a meeting, it was almost noon. It was still a rainy day today, and the continuous drizzle made Luo Ren felt a little more troubled. The base can't always be called the base. It has to have a name. What kind of name should we give it? Well, after a long time, Luo Ren sighed. Instead of coming up with the name of the base, he became even more upset. He closed his eyes slightly, emptied his thoughts, rubbed his temples, and said to himself, "What's going on these days? I feel bored for a long time. Is it because of the weather?" Shaking his head, he stopping, and left the conference hall. The next day, early morning. After breakfast, Luo Ren came to the new city. It was still raining continuously today. At this time, in addition to the patrolling Cheyenne March soldiers, there were many residents clearing debris in the new city. Walking to the city gate, he looked at the 3-level city wall. It had been several days since the city wall was built. This was the first time Luo Ren had visited the city in person. Looking up, it was visually estimated that the height of the city wall was 8 or 9 meters high, and the width was about 8 or 9 meters. Such a city wall would be difficult to break even with artillery bombardment, unless there was no shortage of money and a direct saturation strike. Such an attack no one can bear it. Luo Ren made a rough calculation, then took a few steps back, bent his legs, jumped up, and jumped up the 89-meter high city wall. He didn't blush, and his heart didn't beat. He looked very relaxed. The intensity was controlled well this time, and I didn't make a fool of myself. Luo Ren thought to himself. There were already marching soldiers guarding the city. When they saw Luo Ren, they all saluted and said, "Hello, sir." The gates of this level 3 city wall are much more gorgeous than those of the level 2 city wall. There is actually a tall city tower with enough space for several tables of banquets. Moreover, the gate of this city tower is actually made of steel, and there is a large lock. This configuration is used to store ammunition, so that when the enemy attacks the city, the ammunition can support the arrival of inner city resources. The sound of footsteps came from behind. Luo Ren looked back, and saw that it was Suan Tong, and saw her walking over holding a sky blue umbrella. Because she was shorter than Luo Ren, Suan Tong had to maintain a very difficult posture and raise the umbrella high to cover Luo Ren. Luo Ren smiled slightly, and took the umbrella. His mood suddenly improved due to the rainy day, and he smiled and said, "Why are you here?" "As the commander of the Xianxing army, I'm naturally here to inspect." Suan Tong said. "Captain." The passing Xianxing soldiers all looked respectful, not inferior to Luo Ren, and greeted Suan Tong one after another. Suan Tong put her hands behind her back like a leader, slightly, and said in a leader's tone, "Do it well." Slightly. Looking back just in time to see Luo Ren staring at her, Suan Tong couldn't help but stick out her tongue cutely. Luo Ren turned his gaze and looked forward. His brows suddenly wrinkled. Seeing this, Suan Tong asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Alert. Before Luo Ren could answer, the sky marching soldiers guarding the city shouted. All the sky marching soldiers on the city wall immediately raised their guns and stared ahead, their eyes full of vigilance. When Suan Tong heard the movement, he immediately looked outside the city and saw a huge team heading towards the base. After a rough count, there should be 2,000 to 3,000 people. The 2,000 or 3,000 people got closer and closer until Luo Ren, Suan Tong, and the Cheyenne March soldiers could see their faces clearly. Among these people, hundreds of them had guns, but they were simple homemade firearms. From a distance, it was not clear whether they were single shots or continuous shots. Luo Ren speculated that it was most likely a single shot. This man's face was haggard and he looked very embarrassed. He didn't look like he was about to attack the city, but more like he was fleeing. Thousands of people did not dare to get too close to the city wall. They were also afraid that the people in the city were murderous demons. If thousands of people all approached the city and the people on the city wall opened fire, their lives would be in vain. So, they stopped 500 meters away and sent a few representatives to step forward. Several representatives knelt down with a plot near the city. One of them was a thin middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s who begged loudly, "Sir, please take us in." The soldiers of the Xianxing army looked at Luo Ren and Suan Tong one after another, asking for their opinions. Luo Ren took Suan Tong a few steps forward and asked loudly, "Who are you? Where are you from?" The pleading stopped abruptly. Thin middle-aged man looked up and saw Luo Ren. He saw that his temperament was different from others, and those holding guns were very respectful to him. There was also a fairy-like beauty next to him. He immediately concluded that this person was at least a senior leader. The middle-aged man widened his eyes and then replied sadly, "Sir, our shelter was captured by zombies, and many people died. Only more than 2,000 of us escaped. Please take us in." After that, he bowed down heavily, and the other representatives followed him to kowtow heavily. Another survivor of the shelter that was captured by zombies? Luo Ren frowned, and suddenly he became more worried. He thought to himself, a few days ago, the most number of survivors who fled in shelter city number 1 was only 200 or 300, but this time there are 2,000 or 3,000. Such a shelter must be large, and it was captured by zombies. Taking a deep breath and looking at the gloomy sky, Luo Ren made up his mind, "We must speed up the implementation of the lobbying plan." Thinking so, Luo Ren looked down at the people kneeling below and shouted, "You get up and call your companions over. I will order people to collect your weapons later. If you hand them over honestly, I will take you in. Also, you must not provoke trouble after entering the city, and you must abide by the rules, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Yes, I will definitely abide by the rules. The middle-aged man was extremely surprised and responded repeatedly. He immediately waved to the thousands of people behind him, and the thousands of people immediately came over when they saw this. Luo Ren tilted his head and said to Suan Tong, "Tong, go and bring 3,000 Xianxing troops here. By the way, notify Saudi Arabia and ask him to bring a few people to register." "Okay, Su." And Tong nodded and agreed, and drove the vehicle towards the inner city without stopping. About half an hour later, dozens of medium-sized trucks drove over, and 3,000 fully armed Xianxing soldiers got off the vehicles and lined up neatly. At Luo Ren's signal, Suan Tong commanded 100 people to go out of the city to collect the weapons of those outside the city. The survivors outside the city handed over their weapons obediently, and no one dared to hide them privately. After the weapons were surrendered, Luo Ren ordered the city gates to be opened to let these people enter the city. As soon as these people entered the city, they saw the well-equipped Xianxing troops on both sides, and they were immediately shocked. Because the weapons surrendered, and the guards on the city wall just now were also well-equipped, but there were only a few hundred people. This larger force can also do it, but thousands of people are all like this, which is not something that ordinary large forces can do. Moreover, they suspected that the tall city wall that stretched for more than 10 kilometers was built by humans. After all, such a large project might not be completed in several years. When Luo Ren got down from the city wall, the thousands of survivors immediately knelt down and kowtowed, gratefully shouting the same words. "Thank you for taking me in. Okay, get up." After Luo Ren finished speaking, these people still knelt down and kowtowed, which made him very helpless. He could only raise his voice and said, hurry up and get up. This is not allowed here. You just need to abide by the rules here and not make trouble. This is the greatest gratitude to me. Buzz at. This time, an off-road vehicle drove from the direction of the inner city, and 5 people came down from it. It was Saudi Arabia who came with the registered personnel. Saudi Arabia trotted all the way to Luo Ren, and said with a smile on his face, I'm here, sir. It was difficult for the other 4 people to have such a close contact with Luo Ren. One was more excited than the other, and 2 of the girls looked like crazy. Luo Ren glanced at Saudi, and instead of asking him to register immediately, he asked, I asked you to find a few people who are good at speaking. How is it going? Saudi smiled and said, we have found nearly 100 people. We are waiting for the debate in the afternoon to select the best ones, so it can be done in the afternoon. Luo Ren asked. Saudi thought for a while and said, before 8 o'clock tonight at the latest. Luo Ren was immediately delighted. After these people were selected, the lobbying plan could be implemented. Previously, the guards went out to search for survivors and also discovered the locations of many small forces. As long as these people were in place, they could immediately start lobbying. If lobbying doesn't work, then use force to suppress it. After all, it is better to give the population to the base than to feed zombies. Okay. Luo Ren patted Saudi on the shoulder and said, then you should register them quickly. Yes. Saudi responded, and took a few brothers to register those people. The new residents who join the base will be observed in the first month. If anyone commits a crime and does not abide by the rules of the base, all penalties will be increased. Therefore, you must restrain yourself and be a law-abiding resident of the base. Do you understand? Saudi ordered the other 4 people to register, and he said this in a stern tone. The 2 or 3,000 people responded one after another. I understand, Saudi hummed, and then said, then now I will tell you about the laws and regulations of the base. First, no fighting. Second, no robbery. Third, no stealing. Fourth. Luo Ren showed an approving look on his face. Many of the laws and regulations mentioned by Saudi Arabia have not been implemented yet, but he was the first to say them out. This can effectively curb crime. We have nothing to do here. Let's go. Luo Ren turned his head and said to Suan Tong. Suan Tong asked, where to go? Luo Ren replied, in a city barracks. Okay. Suan Tong did not ask why they were going to the barracks and nodded in agreement. The 2 got on the off-road vehicle and Luo Ren drove the vehicle towards the barracks. The space of the base is now very large and the roads in the new city area have not been built yet. It took nearly 10 minutes to reach the original outer city area. Feeling the bumps of the vehicle, Luo Ren had some ideas in his mind. The inner city where the mobile base and the military zone are located is not in the center of the city, but close to the north. In this way, the radius distance cannot be calculated. If the south gate is attacked, the guards will have to start from the north end to provide support, which requires a journey of more than 10 kilometers. If the mobile base military zone and guard barracks are moved to the center of the city, the distance to support the 4 directions will be shortened by half, greatly improving efficiency. We need Fang Peng to plan a central area based on the entire city. The main buildings in this central area are the mobile base military zone and barracks. Luo Ren's muttering immediately attracted Suan Tong's attention. She listened attentively and quietly continuously. After Luo Ren stopped mumbling, she said, you are right. We must plan a central area, and I have a suggestion. Oh. Luo Ren was curious and asked, what suggestion? Suan Tong glanced at Luo Ren and then said, my suggestion is that the Xianxing army is divided into 3 camps and barracks are set up in 3 city gate areas. In this way, when facing siege attacks, they can defend in the first time instead of mobilizing troops from far away. Luo Ren nodded in agreement and said affirmatively, this suggestion is good and can be implemented. Suan Tong smiled slightly, then frowned again. Luo Ren glanced at it and asked in confusion, what's wrong, Su? And Tong pursed her lips and said, it's not difficult to set up a central area, and it's not difficult to move the barracks, but how to move the military zone in the mobile base. The military zone has arsenals and tank factories, and there is also a mobile base as big as an iron lump. Do you have to tear it down and rebuild it? After hearing this, Luo Ren laughed, and was not worried at all. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, these 3 things are easier to move than the barracks." Suan Tang was very puzzled and asked in confusion, "Why? The mountain man has his own ingenious plan." Luo Ren kept it a secret. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Zombies Attack the City, 10. Luo Ren and Suan Tang talked all the way, and finally arrived at the barracks. The vehicle stopped slowly, and the two got out of the car one after another. Although it is approaching noon, there are still many guardsmen training on the training ground of the barracks, and Luo Shan is guiding and supervising Point. In fact, there is no need for supervision. These guard soldiers are not lazy. When Luo Shan saw Luo Ren coming, he immediately ran up to Luo Ren, saluted with a military salute and said, "Sir." Luo Ren nodded and ordered, "Go and call Luo Hei, Luo Ji, Luo Li and other squadron leaders to the conference hall. I have something to announce." There are 2 conference halls in the base. One is a general conference hall, which can hold simple military meetings and civil meetings. The other is a military conference hall, located in the guard barracks, which can only be used to hold military meetings at this time. The conference hall Luo Ren mentioned was the military conference hall. "Yes, sir." Luo Shan saluted again, responded solemnly, and then went to carry out the order. Luo Ren and Suan Tang came to the military conference hall. First point, the space of the military conference hall is smaller than that of ordinary conference halls, but the sound insulation effect is better. In fact, sound insulation is almost useless in the escort barracks, and there is no need to worry about the escort soldiers eavesdropping. Luo Ren sat down at the main seat, and Suan Tang quickly found a place to sit down. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, the door of the conference hall finally opened again. Luo Shan, Luo Hei and others walked in one after another, and then each found a seat to sit down. Luo Ren looked around and saw that everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, so he said, "There may be level 3 zombies among the zombies now, and it is speculated that level 3 zombies have extremely high intelligence, and they will choose humans with weak military strength to live in groups, attack on the ground, thereby increasing the overall strength of the zombies. This is extremely detrimental to us humans. Once these small settlements are all captured by zombies, the overall strength of the zombie population will inevitably increase significantly. Then it will be the turn of Sanctuary City number 1, Sanctuary City number 2, and even us base. Therefore, we must not sit still and wait for death. We must take action." Luo Ren paused for a moment to let everyone absorb it, and then continued, "I already have a response plan, and now I just need to execute it. For such a long time, we have also mastered the specific locations of many large and small forces, and what we have to do now is to let them join the base before they are overrun by zombies. As for how to get them to join, the first way is to lobby. Let them realize the danger of level 3 zombies through language, and then join the base on their own initiative. Of course, the lobbying may fail. At this time, we will use the second method, and the second method is..." Luo Ren's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his tone was much more solemn, and he said, "Conquer by force. I would rather sacrifice a small number of people than let everyone become nourishment for zombie evolution." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone below suddenly became solemn. Although Suan Tang did not like to conquer by force, he also agreed very much at this time, because Luo Ren was right. Some stubborn people in power would lead to the settlement to be buried with him. Only such people can. Only when you die can you be considered as making a contribution to human civilization. 3,000 guards are divided into 3 teams, each with 1,000 people, namely Lobbying Team 1, Lobbying Team 2, and Lobbying Team 3. Team 1 is led by me personally, Team 2 is led by Luo Shan and Luo Hei, and Team 3 is led by Luo Shan and Luo Hei. The team is jointly led by Roger Ali. Team 3 does not have level 2 evolvers. so I will ask Liu Liangxin to assist you to avoid unnecessary losses from encountering level 2 speed zombies. With the weapons and equipment of the escort, even if you encounter level 2 strength zombies, you can survive. But speed zombies are very difficult to deal with, and will inevitably cause a lot of losses to the team. Therefore, you still need a level 2 evolver, just in case. There are exactly 3 level 2 evolvers in the base, Luo Ren, Luo Shan, and Liu Liangxin, which is enough to support 3 lobbying teams. The meeting lasted until the afternoon point. In addition to team allocation, there were also some lobbying target allocations, etc. After the meeting, Luo Ren had lunch directly in the cafeteria point. After lunch, Luo Ren and Suan Tang came to the nunnery point, since the small villa designed for Liu Liangxin had not yet been built, and Luo Ren had the intention to plan the central area. The original site of the villa would be abandoned and needed to be built after replanning, and now the base construction team is fully committed to the construction of the new city. It may not be possible to complete the villa construction in 3 or 4 months. Therefore, Liu Liangxin estimates that she will have to use the nunnery for a few months with Suan Tang following her, and they met the old nun. When they entered the door, the little nun Jinghu naturally did not dare to be presumptuous. Under the leadership of the old nun, the 2 of them came to the backyard. In addition to the wing room and the backyard of the nunnery, there is also a vegetable patch. These nuns usually grow some vegetables for their own consumption, or for the pilgrims who come to burn incense and worship Buddha. When I entered the backyard, I saw Liu Liangxin squatting on the vegetable patch, seemingly planting something. When she heard someone coming, she subconsciously checked and saw that it was Luo Ren. That was a surprise. She quickly put down her work and shouted happily, "Brother Ren." Then, he greeted Suan Tang and Tong. Luo Ren looked at Liu Liangxin carefully and saw that her hands were covered with mud, and the tip of her nose was also stained with a little yellow mud, not to mention her clothes. Luo Ren couldn't help but asked curiously, "Liangxin, what are you doing? Why are you covered in mud?" Liu Liangxin smiled and habitually wiped her cheek with her hand, leaving a mud mark immediately. She didn't care and replied, "I'm growing vegetables." Growing vegetables? Luo Ren was a little curious. Suan Tang also showed a curious expression and asked, "Liangxin, what kind of vegetables are you growing?" Su and Tang and Liu Liangxin are now good friends and will not confront each other because of Luo Ren. "Come with me." Liu Liangxin seemed to forget that her hands were full of yellow mud. She held Suan Tang and Luo Ren with both hands and walked towards the vegetable field. Luo Ren and Suan Tang didn't mind getting their hands full of mud. Arriving at the vegetable planting area, Liu Liangxin squatted down, and Suan Tang also squatted down curiously, looking at the green plants in front of them, and asked curiously, "What kind of vegetable is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Luo Ren squatted down and looked at the small seeding, 2 leaves, and a broken seed on 1 leaf. Seeing the seed, Luo Ren's expression immediately became strange. He pointed at the small seedling and asked, "Is this a vegetable?" Liu Liangxin nodded heavily and said seriously, "I heard Jinghu say that this is a pumpkin seedling. It won't take long for it to grow into a pile of pumpkin vines and then produce big pumpkins. I especially like to eat food made from pumpkin." Jinghu, who came with the old nun, heard Liu Liangxin talking about herself and came over curiously. When Luo Ren saw Jinghu coming over, he pointed at the young seedling and asked, "You told her that this is a pumpkin?" Jinghu glanced at the young seedling, scratched her bald head, and then pointed to the seedlings next to it that had grown obvious pumpkin leaves and said, "I said that was a pumpkin seedling. This." She covered her mouth and muttered, "I didn't say that." Liu Liangxin frowned when she heard the young nun's words and asked in confusion, "Isn't this a pumpkin seedling?" Luo Ren looked at the young nun Jinghu, and his eyes seemed to say, "You explain it." The young nun Jinghu turned her head away and pretended not to see it. Luo Ren smiled helplessly and explained, "This is not a pumpkin seedling, but a watermelon seedling." Watermelon seedling? Liu Liangxin observed carefully and then looked at the pumpkin seedling next to it. puzzled. They look almost the same. Both have 2 leaves, but the one over there is a little bigger. I thought it was because of malnutrition, and then I watered it every day, but it didn't grow as big as the one over there. I didn't expect it to be a watermelon seedling. Su and Tang had never seen watermelon seedlings and pumpkin seedlings, and asked curiously, then, Teacher Luo, how do you distinguish pumpkin seedlings from watermelon seedlings? At this moment, Teacher Luo's class started. Luo Ren pretended to tie, then cleared his throat, pointed to the watermelon seedlings and explained, in fact, pumpkin seedlings and watermelon seedlings are very easy to distinguish. First of all, watermelon seedlings are obviously smaller, and the leaves are smoother. See, the pumpkin seedlings are obviously rougher. Oh, Liu Liangxin and Suan Tang suddenly realized. Luo Ren turned around and said, in fact, there is a simple way to identify whether it is a watermelon seedling or a pumpkin seedling. Liu Liangxin and Suan Tang stared at the watermelon seedlings intently, while the little Nanjing snorted with disdain and whispered, who doesn't know this? Luo Ren ignored the little Nanjing, glanced at Suan Tang and Liu Liangxin, and then pointed at the seed shell on the leaves of the watermelon seedlings and said, hey, see, this is obviously a watermelon seed shell. Liu Liangxin and Suan Tang looked at Luo Ren with admiration like 2 elementary school students. Suan Tang said, Brother Ren, you are so amazing. You know this. Did you study agronomy in college? What? Luo Ren was confused. He knew that he was an agronomy major. Just by knowing watermelon and pumpkin seedlings he knew everything. After living in the countryside for a year or 2, alas, I'm here to popularize agricultural knowledge. Luo Ren looked at the 2 people's eyes full of curiosity and suddenly remembered the business. He stood up and said, let's not talk about agronomy, let's talk about business first. Luo Ren walked to the pool, washed the mud on his hands, and then looked for a towel for a long time, but couldn't find it, so he could only wipe it on his clothes. Suan Tang also remembered the purpose of coming here, and immediately put away her curiosity and said, yes, let's talk about business first, and ask about agriculture later. Liu Liangxin blinked her bright eyes, and asked in confusion, what's the matter? Faced with the inquiry, Luo Ren told Liu Liangxin the content of the meeting just now, but he didn't avoid the little Nanjing, and there was no need to avoid this matter. It is better to conquer and sacrifice a small number of people by force than to let everyone become the nutrients for the evolution of zombies. After listening to it, Liu Liangxin repeated Luo Ren's words, and couldn't help showing approval on her face. She immediately agreed to assist Luo Jialuoli in leading the lobbying team 3. Liu Liangxin has already been dealt with, so the next step is to wait for Saudi Arabia to select eloquent talents. It was getting darker, and the time came to more than 7 o'clock in the evening. Bang bang bang. In the conference room, Luo Ren was leaning on a chair and looking at the information, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. In the afternoon, he had watched the talent selection organized by Saudi Arabia. There were nearly 100 people, and each of them was very eloquent. He stayed there for a while and told Saudi Arabia, after the people are selected, come to the conference room to find me. Then he left. It is now past 7 o'clock in the evening, and he has not organized a meeting. Therefore, the people who can come here at this time must be Saudi Arabia and the talented people with golden tongues selected by him. Come in. Luo Ren put down the information at hand, sat upright, and said calmly, click. The door of the conference hall was pushed open. Saudi Arabia walked in, then stopped at the door, waved towards the door, and urged, come in quickly. Under his urging, and Luo Ren's gaze, 3 men and 2 women walked in one after another. When these 5 people saw Luo Ren, they were both excited and very reserved. Luo Ren said, everyone, please sit down. After hearing Luo Ren's words, the 2 men immediately sat down, while 1 man and 2 women were very nervous and stood blankly. Luo Ren smiled slightly and said, don't be afraid, just sit down quickly. This time the remaining 1 man and 2 women also sat down. Luo Ren looked at Saudi Arabia and asked, is this the most eloquent person you selected? Sword replied, yes, sir. Luo Ren looked over the 5 people and said calmly, you all introduce yourselves. Who comes first? After hesitating for a long time, a fat man with around Face stood up first, mustered up the courage to introduce himself. My name is Chen Ying. I'm 26 years old. Okay. Luo Ren nodded, pressed his hand towards Chen Ying, and said, sit down. With the leader in charge, the other 4 people were still nervous, but they could muster up the courage. After Chen Ying sat down, a tall and thin man stood up and said, my name is Chen Dong. I'm 28 years old. Then, a woman who was also slightly chubby, and had a round face, and who looked like a married couple to Chen Ying, stood up and introduced herself. My name is Wu Yuan. I'm 25 years old. My name is Liu Mang. I'm 25 years old. This is a man. His face is flushed, and his eyebrows are a little anxious. I don't know if it is because of nervousness or something else. My name is Lizzie. I'm 24 years old. The last person also introduced himself. After these people were introduced, Luo Ren cleared his throat and said, I ordered Saudi Arabia to come to you, because I have a task for you. Luo Ren told everything about the lobbying, and then said, this matter is dangerous. If you are afraid, you can withdraw now. I will not blame you. After listening to Luo Ren's words, the expressions of the 5 people all changed a little, among which Lizzie was the most obvious. Luo Ren smiled softly and said, of course, if you do things for the base, you are also doing things for me. After the work is completed, I will not treat you badly. After that, he remained silent and waited for the 5 people to make their own choices. Lizzie said cautiously, sir, I will withdraw. Okay, then you can go. Luo Ren's expression didn't waver at all. He just said calmly. After Lizzie left, Liu Mang suddenly raised his hand. Luo Ren looked at him and saw that he was sweating profusely, his face was red, and his eyebrows were even more anxious. He couldn't help but feel strange, and thought to himself, if you don't want to do it, just quit. Do you need to look like this? He shook his head slightly, his tone still calm, and said, go ahead. Chapter 157 Zombies attack the city. 11th. Under everyone's gaze, Liu Mang's face turned red, and big beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. When Luo Ren asked him to speak, he hurriedly said, sir, I are willing. Are you willing? Luo Ren was a little surprised. Looking at his appearance, he thought he was going to refuse, but he didn't expect that he was actually willing. He couldn't help but curiously asked, then why do you look like you're going to die? Sir, I ate the wrong thing today, and now I'm going to explode. Liu Mang gritted his teeth and finished this sentence with veins already prominent on his forehead. Puff. At the same time, the dull sound of a leakage spread from Liu Mang and echoed in the conference hall, followed by a smell that spread. The 3 people closest to him, especially the round-faced girl Wu Yuan, all rolled their eyes. Luo Ren was stunned for a moment, and then said anxiously, hurry up, open the windows. And you, go and solve it quickly. Saudi Arabia and several others immediately went to open the windows. The wind came in, and the air suddenly became much fresher. Wu Yuan, who rolled her eyes, also recovered, gasped, and said to herself, I thought I was going to die. Okay, there are 3 of you. Quit or stay, make your choice quickly. Luo Ren breathed a long sigh of relief and asked. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time, seeming to have made up their minds, only to hear the 3 of them answer in unison, we are all willing. As the saying goes, wealth can be found in danger, so take action when it's time to take action. Luo Ren was very satisfied with this and said happily, okay, in that case, it's up to you. When the job is done, you will be rewarded. All 3 of them looked happy and said, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. At this time, Liu Mang rushed over from the toilet. The escort team was divided into 3 lobby teams, each with 1,000 men. Team 1 and Team 2 with 3 tanks, and Team 3 with 4 tanks under the leadership of Luo Ren, Luoshan Luo He, and Luo Jaluoli. They set off in different directions. The first team came out from the south gate and headed south. The second team came out from the east gate and headed east. Go. Team 3 started from the west and headed west. Why there is no lobbying team sent to the north is not because there is a lack of manpower, but because the north is an urban area, almost completely occupied by zombies, and it is difficult for humans to live there. It is dangerous to go there, and it may be useless. Therefore, Luo Ren did not set up to go to the north team point. The temperature has already returned to normal, otherwise even if you plant seeds in the Nanaris vegetable plot, you won't be able to grow seedlings. Luo Ren likes to sit on the roof of the vehicle because 12 people are squeezed into the small space of the armored vehicle, and the air is not circulated, making it uncomfortable at all. After the Battle of Hu City, Luo Ren ordered to collect intelligence on the surrounding human forces, large and small, and mark their specific locations. The idea at that time was not to be ignorant when encountering forces like Hu Cheng. Of course, there was another reason, that is, a large number of people were needed to upgrade the base. These forces, large and small, were all fat. There was no such thing before. There is no reason to take care of these small and medium-sized forces, so now we will take advantage of this opportunity to annex them all. Not only to expand the population of the base and improve the strength of the base, but also to save them from fire and water, so that they will not become food in the mouths of zombies. The sky was covered with dark clouds, threatening to rain. Point under the dark clouds, a walled city stands impressively. The wall of this walled city is entirely made of rammed earth. It is not high, only about 3 meters, and its thickness is also about 3 meters. It is not a big problem to defend against ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies, but if you are facing level 2 power zombies, or even quasi level 2 power zombies, they are of little use. After all, just in terms of height, level 2 zombies are close to 3 meters, and quasi level 2 zombies are also 2.56 meters tall. In addition, they are all muscular, and their climbing ability is much stronger than the level 1 strength zombies that are full of fat and have difficulty turning. They can easily climb over a city wall that is only 3 meters high. On the rammed earth city wall, soldiers came and went. These soldiers were not wearing uniform clothes or ordinary clothes. They also had different firearms. The most common ones were homemade simple single-shot rifles and even muskets. The weapons and equipment could be described as very crude. In the urban area, protected by the city wall, there are buildings of different heights, made of concrete, wood, or yellow mud. There are very few pedestrians on the streets, and you can occasionally see a few. They are all sallow, thin, and malnourished appearance. There are very few officers and soldiers on patrol, and they usually train in pairs. The mental state of the patrol soldiers is not much better than that of civilians, and their attitude towards patrol is not very serious, and they look lazy. Dang dang dang. Suddenly, the crisp sound of metal collision instantly spread throughout the city, echoing in people's ears for a long time. The laziness of the patrolling soldiers instantly disappeared when they heard this sound, replaced by horror. Immediately afterwards, many soldiers poured into the city gate from all over the city, numbering in the thousands. These soldiers all looked horrified, but there was a trace of determination between their brows. Ordinary civilians who had not gone out to hunt looked through the window and saw groups of soldiers passing by. They had become accustomed to it with indifferent expressions. Listening to the sound of metal, they muttered to themselves, "Why are zombies always attacking the city recently?" Many soldiers ran up the city wall, raising their guns and looking ahead. When they saw the enemies outside the city clearly, the horror on their faces disappeared and turned into surprise. They couldn't help but talk with their comrades beside them. "Am I seeing right? It's human forces, not zombies?" It's indeed human. Their weapons and equipment are so sophisticated. What are they doing here? Of course they are here to attack the city. Are they here to chat with us? What these soldiers saw was an army of 1,000 people with uniform guns and combat uniforms, 3 tanks and dozens of armored vehicles, as well as the heroic young man standing on the top of the tank, all telling of the strength of this army. This army is the lobbying team 1 led by Luo Ren. Luo Ren looked at the rammed earth city in front of him, took out a map, looked down at the map, which was marked with many red circles and names, and then took out a pen and crossed out a red circle marked Ruai City. Ruai City, let's start with you first. Luo Ren put away the pen and map, raised his eyes, and continued to look at the rammed earth city in front, muttering to himself. As soon as he extended his hand, a guard soldier immediately handed over a loudspeaker. Luo Ren cleared his throat, then put the loudspeaker to his mouth and shouted, "Listen, people in the city, I'm Luo Ren from the base. Among the current zombies, level 3 zombies have evolved. These level 3 zombies will command low level zombies to attack human shelters with weak military strength, which is very dangerous. So, for your safety, I came to take you to join the base and provide you with shelter. Don't think I'm exaggerating. Many small shelters have been captured by zombies. There are very few people who can escape. Most of them have become food for zombies. Luo Ren talked a lot. After a few minutes, his mouth was dry, and he quickly called Liu Mang, a talented person who was good at speaking. You speak. Luo Ren handed the loudspeaker to Liu Mang and ordered. Liu Mang was not vague. He directly put the horn to his mouth and started to fire. Sir, this move is entirely for your consideration and for the consideration of human civilization. The level 3 zombies are very scary. Their teeth are as long as a palm and their nails are as sharp as daggers. They love to eat human brains, and they must be the brains of living people. Use its dagger-like claws to shine on the top of the head. Alas, draw a circle, and you can open it, and then eat the brain inside in front of you. Luo Ren frowned slightly, and thought to himself, why is this guy talking so disgusting? Ruai City. The soldiers on the city wall heard Luo Ren's words, and then heard Liu Mang's description, and they couldn't help showing a scared expression. Russ. At this time, a slightly fat man with a height of 1.85 meters walked up to the city wall. The soldiers saw this man and immediately called out, City Lord. The City Lord of Ruai City was shocked when he saw the army outside the city. Such a powerful Linup was far beyond his ability to resist with such a small force. The base commander Luo Ren. City Lord Ruai stroked his stubbled chin, thought for a while, and thought to himself, it turns out to be the highest commander of the base Luo Ren. The team behind him must be the guards. Chapter 158 Zombies attack the city. 12. Tanks, armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, unified rifles. This must be a professional force. Ruai City Lord looked at the weapons and equipment of the escort carefully and was even more shocked and guessed to himself, is it possible? Are the rumors true? The guards are a professional army before the end of the world. Hey, those idiots in the city, please tell me whether you agree or not. Don't you see that the voices here are hoarse? As for the escort, Liu Mang kept shouting, and his voice was much hoarse at this time, but there was still no reply from Ruai Cheng. Luo Ren thought to himself, this is not possible, there are other shelters, and shouting here has made his voice hoarse. Isn't that nonsense? So he asked Liu Mang to give him the trumpet, and then shouted this sentence. With the help of the loudspeaker, Luo Ren's words reached the ears of everyone in Ruai City smoothly and clearly. The Lord of Ruai City was slightly startled, then his expression condensed, and he nodded heavily, as if he had made a major decision. He jumped from the 3-meter high city wall, and landed smoothly without any signs of fractures. From this, Luo Ren immediately knew in Luo Ren's eyes that this person was an evolver, and among such small forces, humans who have the opportunity to become evolvers must have a high status. He saw the man running towards him, very fast, faster than the top sprinters before the end of the world. Luo Ren was slightly startled, thinking, this man is doing it alone, with no trace of emotion on his face. Malice, it seems there is no need to take action. Luo Ren nodded happily. As the old saying goes, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. The distance between the escort and Ruai City is only 1 kilometer. With the speed that Ruai City Lord can run in 10 seconds in a 100-meter race, it only takes less than 2 minutes to cover this kilometer distance. It's not that he is not afraid of death, but he knows that Luo Ren will not kill him because he sees the strength of the guards. If the city is attacked by force, the city will be destroyed, and people will be killed in a matter of minutes. At most, there will be no more than one person. When he was young, he tried to persuade them without shouting, and combined with the words in his mouth, it was clear that his intention was not to kill, but to lure people. Luo Ren looked at the man in front of him. He was wide and fat, about 1.85 meters tall. Although he looked like a reckless man, a hint of shrewdness could be seen in his eyes. Sir Luo Ren of the base, I have long admired your name. I'm the Lord of Ruai City, Wanru. Wanru, the Lord of Ruai City, cupped his fists, and cupped his hands, and said with a smile, Lord of the city, Luo Ren was immediately happy. The lord of a city came in person, and there was no need to use weapons. He jumped off the tank, landed in front of Wang Ru, and said with a smile, "It turns out to be the king of city lord." With a faint smile on his face, before Wang Ru asked, he raised his hand to stop him and said directly, "The meaning of what I said just now is very clear. You don't need to ask anymore." Wang Ru held back the words that were on his lips. After hesitating for a while, he still asked, "What is a level 3 zombie, Luo?" Ren frowned immediately, glanced at Wang Ru up and down, and asked tentatively, "Then do you know about level 2 zombies and level 1 zombies?" Wang Ru shook his head and said he didn't know. Luo Ren pondered for a moment and said to himself, "Yes, not everyone has a system, and not everyone can classify different zombies when they encounter them." Thinking of this, Luo Ren pondered for a moment and then asked, "Then have you ever seen a zombie? A huge zombie with a height of generally over 2 meters and 4, or a skinny and extremely fast zombie?" Luo Ren asked knowingly. How could Wang Ru not see these zombies as an evolver? However, he wanted to ask knowingly so that Wang Ru could more easily understand what level 1, 2, and 3 zombies were. "Oh." As expected, Wang Ru nodded and said with sudden realization, repeatedly, "I know. These zombies are much more difficult to deal with than ordinary zombies. They are tall and full of fat. If you use a kitchen knife to play CS like before, the butcher in the movie is exactly the same, and he is extremely powerful. The small and thin zombies are even scarier, and their speed is so damn fast. In the last few zombie attacks, there was one of these. It was so terrifying that several of us died before we killed it. This is a level 1 zombie." Seeing that his goal was achieved, Luo Ren immediately explained, "The level 2 zombie is a more powerful existence than the level 1 zombie, with greater power and faster speed. As for level 3 zombies, they are much more powerful than level 2 zombies, and level 3 zombies not only have self-awareness, but also have certain intelligence. By analogy, zombies will evolve to higher levels." Is that what you shouted just now? Level 3 zombies have certain intelligence, and will choose shelters with weak defenses, and then command low-level zombies to attack. Wang Ru was extremely shocked. Luo Ren's words overturned his understanding of zombies. Understand, he originally thought that the powerful and fast zombies were just genetic mutations, as rare as a feather, but Luo Ren said that this was just the normal evolution of zombies. He suddenly remembered that Ruai City had suffered 2 zombie sieges in the past half month, and these 2 zombie sieges were very much like organized actions, with measured advances and retreats. It seemed that they deliberately consumed their ammunition, but in fact, the ammunition reserves are running low and will be exhausted if there is another zombie siege. However, it was unbelievable that zombies deliberately consumed enemy ammunition in a planned way, so he didn't think much about it. However, after listening to what Luo Ren said, he understood that the first 2 zombie sieges were really planned to consume their ammunition reserves. In this way, the next zombie siege was bound to happen. Wang Ru was silent for a while, and finally took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Please save Ruai City." Luo Ren raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile, "Of course, I'm here to save you. As long as you join the base, the guards and the base's walls can ensure your safety." Wang Ru hesitated, obviously unable to let go of the power and wealth in his hands. "Life or death. You choose for yourself." Luo Ren smiled slightly and said calmly, "And I don't mind sacrificing you and your subordinates to save most of the people in Ruai City." Wang Ru was suddenly startled. Although Luo Ren was smiling, the look in his eyes was more intimidating than the angry glare. He no longer hesitated and made up his mind. However, he still mustered up the courage and planned to get some benefits for yourself. He gritted his teeth and plucked up the courage to say, "I can agree to Ruai City joining the base, but Chief Luo Ren, you must give me some benefits. After all, what I give up is the power of the lord of a city." Luo Ren kept a smile on his face and was silent for a long time. Then he said, "It's okay to give you some benefits. After joining the base, I will grant you no need to work and give you a supervisor level salary. Of course, you are willing to do it yourself. I won't take care of your work, and the salary you earn from your work will not affect your supervisor's salary. and your ladies, as long as they are willing to follow you, I won't care. So, what do you think? This? Wang Ru touched his chin and pondered for a while. Finally, he seemed to make a very difficult decision and agreed. Okay. After that, he was about to kneel down, but was supported by Luo Ren, who said, "This kind of thing is not." Wang Ru was slightly surprised. Then he clasped his fists and raised his hands, saying respectfully, "Ruai City is willing to return to the base. From now on, there will be no Ruai City, and there will be no city owner Wang Ru, only base resident Wang Ru. Wang Ru, I have met the chief." Luo Ren showed a satisfied smile, waved his hand, and said, "Hurry up and let your subordinates open the city gate." "Yes." Wang Ru responded, then turned around and ran back to Ruai City. When the soldiers in Ruai City saw the city lord nodding and bowing from a distance, they were full of doubts. When they saw the city lord return, they immediately put away the expressions on their faces. Wang Ru approached the city and shouted loudly to the soldiers on the city, "Open the city gate and welcome the escort into the city." The soldiers in Ruai City were extremely shocked and even wondered if they had heard wrongly. The city lord said that he was opening the city gate to welcome the escort into the city. The escort must be the team outside the city. "Why are you standing there? Open the city gate quickly." Wang Ru shouted again when no one responded. At this time, the Ruai City soldiers were sure that they heard correctly. The city lord said that he really meant to open the city gate. Everyone looked at each other, and finally one person said, "What are you looking at? Didn't you hear the city lord's order? Hurry up and open the city gate." Oh, the soldiers in Ruai City reacted immediately. They just had to obey the order. As for why, it was none of their business. Under the gaze of Luo Ren and the guards, the gate of Ruai City gradually opened, and then they saw Wang Ru waving towards them. Luo Ren jumped on the tank, cleared his throat, and ordered, "Enter the city." When the escort entered the city, the Ruai City soldiers were dazzled by what they saw. Before, the distance was too far, and only a few people with binoculars could see clearly. Most people could only see roughly. Now that the distance was close, automatic rifles, heavy weapons, etc., machine guns, rocket launchers, armored vehicles, tanks. Which man wouldn't get excited after seeing this? After entering the city, Luo Ren ordered Wang Ru, "You ask your soldiers to hand over their guns, and the defense of Ruai City will be taken over by the guards. Then count the number of residents in the city and report it to me." "Yes." Wang Ru responded. Luo Ren then said to Luo Qi, the guard soldier beside him, "Take 50 people and collect their firearms." Luo Qi saluted and responded, "Yes." Wang Ru immediately summoned all the soldiers in Ruai City, a total of 1,200 people, and then announced loudly, "Everyone must hand over the guns in their hands to the guards. They cannot hide them secretly. If they are found secretly, they will be severely punished." Punishment? What? Hand over the gun. If we hand over our guns, we will be defenseless. Yes, after handing over the gun, we have no ability to resist at all. After hearing the words of handing over their guns, the soldiers in Ruai City suddenly became uproar. Wang Ru frowned slightly when he heard these voices and immediately shouted sharply, "Shut up." Seeing their city lord angry, the soldiers immediately shut up. Wang Ru took a deep breath, calmed down, and his tone became much calmer, and said, "The guards are here to save us, not to harm us. Just a few crooked melons and cracked dates in your hands are better than have you ever seen an automatic rifle in someone else's hand? I have agreed that Ruai City will join the base. From now on, you and I will be residents of the base. When we hand over our guns, we also hand over the defense of Ruai City to the guards. Do you think your combat effectiveness is better than that of the guards?" Hearing that the city lord has agreed to Ruai City joining the base, the soldiers were in disbelief at first, and then they were relieved. Ruai City is not far from the base, so they have also heard rumors about the base. The people inside are rich and happy, which is what they yearn for. But while they are yearning for it, they are also very worried, because the rumors are always rumors, and they have never seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, even if they had the opportunity to leave Ruai City and go to the base, most of them still chose to give up. This is how humans face the unknown. Instinct fear now. Passively joining the base makes them yearn for the rumored rich and happy base even more. Most people have tacitly accepted that there is no other way to choose, and can only accept this result point, and a small number of people who like to think too much are wavering between running away and accepting. But when these few people see that most people have taken the initiative to surrender their guns and show their acceptance with their actions, they naturally follow suit and surrender their guns without weapons in their hands. They have no confidence in escaping, because even if they are allowed to leave, the zombies all over the world cannot survive without a gun in their hands. So at this time they naturally accept the fact of joining the base. After Wang Ru finished the matter of surrendering his guns, he immediately started the census. He found his subordinates and a group of unarmed soldiers to start counting the number of people. After all, they have just joined the base, and his prestige as the city lord is still there, so these people naturally dare not disobey. The people in the city didn't feel much about the guards entering the city. What they cared about most was not who would rule them, but how to get enough to eat and how to survive. The guards had taken over the defense of Ruai City, and heavy and light machine guns had been set up on the city walls. Luo Ren's plan was very clear, that is, after the population was counted, he would arrange for the corresponding guards to return to the base, and then drive medium-sized trucks to relocate these people. Before relocating these people back to the base, their lives must be guaranteed, because he wanted living people, not dead ghosts. Ruai City was not big, and the population in the city was not large. About 3 or 4 hours later, Wang Ru brought a statistical report, which read: point men, 6093 people women, 3302 people children under 15 years old, 409 people elderly people over 70 years old, 44 people among them, men with a majority, followed by women, and children accounted for a small proportion, and the elderly were even fewer. This is also easy to explain. In such a world, the productivity and survival ability of the elderly must be much weaker than that of young people. Most forces simply abandon the elderly. It can be said that Ruai City is very kind to accept people over 70 years old. There are nearly 10,000 people, and the division is quite detailed. No wonder it took more than 3 hours. Luo Ren looked at Wang Ru and asked, "Are the original soldiers included in it?" Wang Ru replied, "Yes." Chapter 159 Zombies Attack the City, 13. Luo Ren nodded slightly, put down the information in his hand, and said, "Okay, you go down." Read. After Wang Ru left, Luo Ren immediately called Luo Qi, pointed to the information on the table, and said, "This is the population statistics of Ruai City. Go and arrange it. Go back to the base to get some trucks, and move all these people back to the base as soon as possible, so that we can continue to the next goal." Luo Qi picked up the information, glanced at it, and said seriously, "Yes." After sending Luo Qi away, Luo Ren came outside. The drizzle that had been falling for almost a whole day finally stopped. It was already afternoon. If you want to move all the people in the city tonight back to the base, it should not be done today. Point ding ding ding. Suddenly, the crisp sound of metal collision spread and quickly spread throughout Ruai City. Luo Ren naturally heard it. Attack the city? Luo Ren knew that such a metal collision sound had been heard when they were at the gates of the city just now. You can guess with your toes that this is the alarm of Ruai City. After all, not every force has enough fuel to run generators and use electronic alarms. Report. When Luo Ren was about to go to command the defense of the city, Luo Qi, who was dispatching personnel, ran over. The speed of a level 1 peak evolver was extremely explosive, and it took only more than 10 seconds to cover a distance of hundreds of meters. Report to the commander that the zombies are attacking the city, and the number is estimated to be 7 or 8,000. Luo Qi said hurriedly. Well. Luo Ren nodded, without any nonsense, just said one sentence, "Let's go." Then he walked towards the city gate. Point da 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 da. The guards have opened fire, and the rain of bullets successfully blocked the footsteps of thousands of zombies. The corpses of the killed zombies were piled into a wall of flesh. The guards looked relaxed. Obviously, this zombie siege was almost stressless. Damn, look at their fighting power. Compared with us, they are simply in the sky and on the ground. Don't you even look at what kind of equipment they have. Wow, did you see that heavy machine gun? The bullets are free. Inside the city, the Ruai city soldiers who had handed in their guns were all standing with their hands on their waists, hugging their chests, commenting and watching with relish. Suddenly, roar. The roar was deafening, and then, boom, boom, boom. It was like huge rocks were constantly falling, and the ground was shaking. Boom. The next moment, a loud noise came from the front, and then the solid rammed earth walls were seen shaking, and dirt was constantly falling, as if they were hit by something. It was at this time that Luo Ren rushed over and saw this scene, and secretly said, "Level 2 power zombie." He did not stop, and exerted force on his legs, flying out at such a fast speed that, if he had 2 wings, he could take off. Passing by the onlookers of the Ruai city soldiers, those soldiers felt a gust of wind blowing past. The 3-meter high wall was a piece of cake for Luo Ren, who jumped up with a light jump. With Luo Ren's presence, the morale of the guards was even higher. Luo Ren looked up and saw a nearly 3-meter tall level 2 power zombie retreating, trying to hit the rammed earth wall again. The section of the wall it hit was already full of cracks, and it would be knocked open in 3 hits at most. Rocket launcher, armor-piercing shells, shoot this beast. Luo Ren pointed at the level 2 power zombie and shouted sternly. In fact, there was no need for his reminder. When the level 2 zombie hit the rammed earth, several guards came up with rocket launchers, which were already loaded with armor-piercing shells, aimed at the level 2 power zombie, and then fired. Whoosh! An armor-piercing shell hit the level 2 power zombie directly, and it looked like it was heading for its head. If this hit was implemented, it would directly take the beast away. Roar. The roar of the evolved zombie sounded, but it was not from the level 2 strength zombie, and this time the roar was obviously much smaller. Luo Ren was surprised and said, "Level 2 speed zombie." Swish. As soon as the voice fell, a figure rushed out from the zombie group, and the speed was much faster than the ordinary level 2 speed zombie. It knocked down the level 2 strength zombie in one fell swoop, and narrowly avoided the armor-piercing bullet fired by the rocket launcher. Luo Ren looked closely, and saw that the figure was thin, and had bloodshot eyes. What was strange was that it did not have the iconic nails of the speed zombie on its hands. And its posture, whether it was a level 1 speed zombie or a level 2 speed zombie, was on all fours. But after this zombie knocked down the level 2 strength zombie, it half crouched on the ground and looked directly at the guard soldier who fired the armor-piercing bullet. Level 3 zombie? At this moment, Luo Ren had such a guess in his mind, and immediately asked the system, saying, "System, is that a level 3 zombie?" It is not a level 3 zombie, but a quasi-level 3 zombie. The moment the voice fell, the system gave an answer. Quasi-level 3 zombie. Luo Ren locked his eyes on this quasi-level 3 speed zombie. The quasi-level 3 zombie noticed Luo Ren's gaze, and turned his head to look over. What Luo Ren didn't expect was that the quasi-level 3 zombie actually grinned at him. That smile was really too scary. Whoosh! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the other guards carrying rocket launchers came to their senses and immediately fired the rocket launchers on their shoulders. 2 armor-piercing shells instantly shot at the quasi-level 3 zombie. Bang bang. The armor-piercing shells did not have a gorgeous explosion scene like grenades, but their powerful kinetic energy splashed several feet of mud at the moment of impact. Many guards looked over nervously, only to see 2 large pits on the ground and a thick arm. Roar. The deafening roar was heard from the level 2 strength zombie. Everyone looked up and saw that the level 2 strength zombie only had 1 arm left. On top of its huge head, the scalded eyes of the quasi-level 3 zombie were fixed directly on the 2 guards who fired armor-piercing bullets with a fierce killing intent. Its throat rolled and it roared softly. It moved and turned into a shadow and pounced on the 2 guards carrying rocket launchers. It was so fast that Luo Ki, a level 1 peak evolver, couldn't see its figure clearly. However, Luo Ren was not a vegetarian after eating so many level 2 evolution crystals. His eyes condensed, his legs exerted force, and with a whoosh, he shot out like a cannonball. His speed was only a little slower than that of the quasi-level 3 speed zombie, but he was closer and took a step ahead to block the 2 guards. The quasi-level 3 speed zombie obviously didn't expect that there was such a person among these humans. It didn't dare to underestimate it, because it had self-awareness and a certain amount of wisdom. Its sharp claws protruded from its flesh, which were 10 centimeters long. Luo Ren saw this scene and felt very familiar. He was surprised and said, "Damn, imitating Uncle Wolf." Unfortunately, they look so different and their figures are completely incomparable. Complaints aside, he didn't dare to take it lightly when facing a quasi level 3 zombie. He had already held the saber tightly in his hand, and his palms were even sweating because he was holding it too hard. Swish, the quasi level 3 zombie came over, waving its claws and grabbing from top to bottom. Luo Ren raised his knife to block it. Clang. Fuck. Luo Ren was shocked because the saber in his hand touched the claws of the quasi level 3 zombie, and it was like chopping wood with an iron knife, and it sank 1/3 directly. He decisively gave up the saber, kicked the ground with his feet, and pulled the 2 guards back. The claws of this quasi level 3 zombie were much sharper than expected. The saber made of high quality steel penetrated 1/3 of the way into it, but its claws were completely intact. This thing is so fast, and its claws are so sharp. How can I deal with it? Luo Ren landed on the ground, his mind spinning rapidly. Countless coping methods flashed through his mind, and then he rejected them in an instant. At the moment when the quasi level 3 zombie fell on the wall, many guards turned their guns and shot at it. Because they were afraid of hurting their own people, they tried to lower the muzzle as much as possible. In this way, the area covered by the bullets was much smaller. Moreover, the reaction speed of the quasi level 3 zombie was so fast that it jumped to the side and knocked down a guard soldier. The 10 centimeter long claws pierced the soldier's head. At this time, the guard soldiers on the other side were anxious, but could not shoot because it was too easy to accidentally hurt them. Puff. 2 more guards died. Luo Ren didn't care about any foolproof plan. He immediately rushed to the quasi level 3 zombie. In midair, he took out his pistol and shot at the quasi level 3 zombie. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were fired, but they all missed. For such a long time, Luo Ren practiced shooting almost every day, especially under the guidance of Suan Tang. His shooting skills improved by leaps and bounds, and his accuracy was not worse than Luo Shan and others. But there were too many people on the city wall at this time, and he was afraid of accidental injuries. At the moment he fired, the quasi level 3 zombie killed 4 more guards. The most important thing was that the defense formation was disrupted. The zombies outside the city had broken through the safety line under the command of the level 2 power zombies and were about to attack the city wall. Luo Ren gnashed his teeth and shouted, "You beast, come and fight me." The quasi level 3 zombie was obviously not affected by Luo Ren's words and continued to slaughter ordinary guards. Although Luo Ren stopped it, it still disrupted the normal defense of the guards. The zombies outside the city were getting closer and closer and were about to attack the city. Luo Ren was extremely anxious, but he couldn't think of any way to deal with this beast. Roar. The level 2 power zombies outside the city made a deafening roar. A large number of zombies had already reached the foot of the city. They became more agitated after hearing the roar of the level 2 power zombies and kept attacking the city walls. Luo Ren, who noticed the level 2 power zombies again, suddenly brightened up and had a bold guess in his mind. Just when the armor-piercing bullet was about to kill the level 2 strength zombie, the roar of the quasi level 3 speed zombie was obviously anxious. When the arm of the level 2 strength zombie was broken by the armor-piercing bullet, the quasi level 3 zombie stared at the 2 guards who fired the armor-piercing bullet with hatred. Thinking of this, Luo Ren had an idea and gritted his teeth and made up his mind to take a gamble. He no longer stopped the quasi level 3 zombie, but jumped and flew towards the level 2 strength zombie, anxiously saying in his heart, "It must be true. The level 2 strength zombie also has self-awareness, but it has almost no wisdom and does not know what fear is." When he saw a small human coming towards him, he roared and rotated his huge fist to fight back. Luo Ren was so fast that he was only slightly slower when facing the quasi level 3 speed zombie, and he was even more comfortable when facing the level 2 strength zombie. He easily dodged its sandbag-sized fist, and then whipped its cart with a whip kick, pouring out violent power, immediately making it fly into the air, and then fell to the ground sideways, splashing mud and water. The surrounding ordinary zombies rushed towards Luo Ren, but their heads were smashed in a single encounter, and they died as dead as could be. Luo Ren's guess was indeed correct. After seeing the level 2 strength zombie being knocked down, the quasi level 3 speed zombie that killed the guards immediately gave up killing the guards and rushed towards Luo Ren. Although Luo Ren was fighting a level 2 power zombie, most of his attention was on the quasi level 3 speed zombie. When he saw it rushing over, he was not afraid at all and shouted, "If you come here again, I will crush its head." As if it could understand people's words or understood Luo Ren's gestures, the quasi level 3 zombie immediately stopped. HMPH. Luo Ren snorted and said coldly, "If you don't want it to die, let all the zombies retreat." Roar. The level 3 zombie didn't hesitate at all and let out a roar. The other zombies retreated after hearing this roar. At this time, the level 2 zombie whose head was trampled by Luo Ren suddenly rioted and struck with his remaining arm, but was easily blocked by Luo Ren. "Let it stop moving," Luo Ren shouted. The quasi level 3 zombie's Adam's apple rolled and let out a low roar, and the level 2 power zombie immediately fell silent. After thousands of ordinary zombies retreated, Luo Ren stared at the nearly level 3 speed zombies, pointed behind him, and shouted, "You, stay away from the city wall." The level 3 speed zombie blinked and then followed suit. "Should I kill this level 2 power zombie or let it go? If I kill it, only a near level 3 zombie will be left. If I hold him back, I'm not afraid of those ordinary zombies breaking through the city wall. But this beast has a certain amount of wisdom. If it chooses to attack me on the way to move the population of Ruai City, it will be a big trouble." Luo Ren stared closely at the nearly level 3 speed zombies. Various methods flashed through his mind. Finally, he came up with a primitive method, which was to sacrifice one person in exchange for the life of the nearly level 3 speed zombies. However, ordinary people would definitely not be able to do this. Must be an evolver, and at least a level 1 peak evolver. Now he and Luoki are the only ones with this strength here. He definitely can't die, but he is not willing to sacrifice Luoki, and letting Luoki trap the quasi level 3 speed zombies by hugging him tightly is not 100%. There is a 100% chance of success, even less than 60%, because the speed of the quasi level 3 zombies is too fast. From this point of view, this plan will not work, because if Luoki is sacrificed and fails to kill the quasi level 3 speed zombie, he will definitely suffer crazy revenge from it, and even take advantage of the migration population to retaliate. As just thought. Then he meditated, and about a minute passed. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his face. Luo Ren raised the corner of his mouth and thought of a good idea. Chapter 160 Zombies Attack the City, 14th. Luo Ren thought of a good idea. In fact, it was also a kind of guessing and gambling. However, for this gamble, he thought he had an 80% winning rate. In front of the quasi level 3 zombies, Luo Ren pointed at the quasi level 2 zombies at his feet, then pointed at himself, then pointed at the quasi level 3 zombies, and waved his hand. Luo Ren was gesticulating, and his mouth was not idle. He explained, "I will detain this guy temporarily. Don't act rashly. If it dares to make any small moves, I will kill it immediately. When I move the population of this city, I will let go." Under such explanations and gestures, the quasi level 3 zombie seemed to understand. With red light flashing in its eyes, it glanced at the level 2 power zombie at Luo Ren's feet, growled in a low voice, and then nodded. Agreeing, he turned and left. However, when it took a few steps, it turned back, took a deep look at Luo Ren, and then left. Search TWKAN on Google. Quasi level 3 speed zombie quickly disappeared from Luo Ren's sight, which made him sigh in relief. At the same time, he looked at the level 2 power zombie at his feet. His heart was filled with questions, and he secretly thought, why would a quasi level 3 zombie care so much about this? A beast, looking carefully, although this level 2 power zombie is covered with muscles. From the physical point of view, it can be vaguely recognized as a female when it is a human. Looking back at the quasi level 3 zombie, although it is thin and small, it can also be seen that it is a female. Human beings are male. This made Luo Ren couldn't help but speculate that these two people were lovers or husbands and wives in life, and they were very affectionate. Even after becoming zombies, they can remember each other, so only level 3 zombies can. However, he quickly rejected this idea. After humans became zombies, they had completely lost their original self-awareness and only had an instinctive desire for flesh and blood. When you become a level 2 evolved zombie, a new self-awareness is born. This is a new individual and a new race. Logically speaking, the memories of the past will not exist. Of course, there are some special cases. After all, there are some people among humans who can remember the memories of their previous lives. Even if they were a pig in their previous life, they can still remember them clearly. This is very metaphysical. Whether it is true or not, Luo Ren has no way of knowing. No point. He rubbed his brows, cleared his thoughts, and stopped thinking about it. The plan was still in progress, so the first priority was to get down to business. He called people over and tied up the level 2 power zombies. These level 2 power zombies were surprisingly honest and did not resist at all. Luo Ren knew that this was definitely not because he was afraid of himself, but was probably caused by the low roar of the quasi level 3 speed zombie. Before it left point, the level 2 power zombie was tied up by Wuhuoda, but Luo Ren did not dare to drag it into the city. After all, this thing was too dangerous for ordinary people. Moreover, if you don't make sure there are no naughty children in the city, you will die after pretending to be dead. Place the level 2 strength zombies under the city wall and guard them personally. During this time, he called Luo Qi and ordered, take the people back to the base quickly, drive the medium-sized trucks over, and transport the people of Ruai City back to the base as soon as possible. Luo Qi said seriously, yes. As night fell, the sky and the earth seemed to be covered with a black cloth, blocking all light. Fortunately, the two headlights of the armored vehicle were very bright. Under the night, among the lights, several guardsmen and engineers were seen. Using shovels and other tools, he braved the drizzle and dug the soil around the level 2 power zombies. Although the level 2 power zombies are self-aware, they are obviously not smart enough. When they saw these extremely busy humans throwing out small pits and placing some tightly wrapped objects into the pits and burying them, they did not care or become restless. Time passes like this every second. The next day, morning, nearly 200 medium-sized trucks rolled into the city. Under the organization of the escort, nearly 10,000 people boarded the trucks. They squeezed as many people as they could into the trucks. They tried to bring these people back to the base in one go. Soon, nearly 200 medium-sized trucks, escorted by armored vehicles and tanks, all turned around and returned to the base. When they left the city, the people on board were shocked to see the level 2 zombies. At the same time, they were also worried about the escorts and Luo Ren. Some fear and reverence. Watching the convoy go away, only Luo Ren and the level 2 power zombies were left in Ruai City at this time. This was part of the plan. Only when everyone returned to the base safely could he let it go. The sky was terrifyingly gloomy, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed likely to fall at any time. While waiting like this, Luo Ren closed his eyes slightly and secretly counted the time in his heart. In this way, about 3 hours passed. Luo Ren suddenly opened his eyes and muttered silently, "It's almost done." After that, he stood up, stared ahead, and stood blankly for a few seconds. Then he moved and turned into a shadow and left quickly. After Luo Ren left, the entire Ruai City was deserted except for the level 2 power zombies. After waiting for a moment, the level 2 power zombies' eyes glowed red, and they immediately became restless. All the muscles in their bodies tightened, and they were tied up. The rope was as thick as an arm. It creaked under its struggle, but it never broke. Roar. Level 2 power zombies roar up to the sky. The sound is loud enough to travel 3 to 4 kilometers. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a figure came galloping over and stopped in front of it. It was a nearly level 3 speed zombie. Roar. The quasi level 3 speed zombie roared lowly, and the voice of the level 2 power zombie stopped abruptly. The nearly level 3 speed zombie jumped onto the city wall and carefully observed Ruai City. No humans were found, so he jumped off the city wall and came to the level 2 zombie. Roar at. This moment, there was another long roar, dong dong dong, like huge rocks rolling down from the top of the mountain. The ground was shaking. A 3-meter tall giant-like zombie with scalloped eyes and iron black skin appeared, dragging at the wild boar is bigger than a cow, but compared with its 3-meter tall strong body, the wild boar's size can be considered normal, even a little petite. It walked towards the quasi level 3 speed zombie with big steps. Woo-woo. The quasi level 3 speed zombie looked at the iron black giant zombie. Its Adam's apple rolled, and it made a sound that humans could not understand at all. Woo-woo. The iron black giant zombie also made such a sound, seemingly in response. After an exchange of woo-woo-woo, the iron black giant zombie threw the giant wild boar in front of the level 2 power zombie and let out a low roar. Immediately afterwards, the sharp nails of the nearly level 3 speed zombie stretched out and were about to cut through the rope tied to the level 2 strength zombie. Boom. Suddenly, a huge explosion of fire burst out at the feet of these 3 zombies, and the shockwave radiated visibly to the naked eye. The rammed earth wall that the level 2 power zombies were leaning on collapsed directly, and the giant iron black zombie was blown away 2 or 3 meters. Far away, the wild boar carcass as big as a buffalo was directly blown into countless pieces. As for the quasi level 3 speed zombies, they were submerged in the flames and did not know whether they were alive or dead. Aha. At the moment the explosion ended, a figure came galloping from a distance, very fast, and arrived at the scene in just 10 seconds. Small, the wisdom of thousands of years of human beings is not something you can compare to. The person who came was none other than Luo Ren. He did not leave. Instead, he had been hiding in the dark, holding the detonator in his hand and quietly observing the situation here. Those busy guardsmen were burying explosives last night, just for today. This is a quasi level 3 zombie. Not only is it extremely harmful, but the quasi level 3 evolutionary crystal in its head is an absolute good thing. Based on these 2 items, it was impossible for Luo Ren to let go of this quasi level 3 speed zombie. However, what is surprising is that today there are not only quasi level 3 speed zombies, but also a giant iron black zombie. Based on its characteristics, it is easy to guess that this is a quasi level 3 power zombie. Killing 3 bads with 1 stone is really not that satisfying. However, the quasi level 3 zombie did not die in the explosion. It struggled to get up from the ground and roared angrily at Luo Ren, its scalded eyes filled with murderous intent. It moved its huge iron black fist to smash the human in front of it into pulp. Luo Ren was not afraid at all. His strength may not be as powerful as this beast, but his speed was much faster. He easily dodged the iron fist that contained violent and powerful power. Then he used all his strength, jumped up, and kicked the zombie with a level 3 power in the abdomen. With a bang, powerful power poured out, making the zombie with a height of 3 meters high and the level 3 power unable to stop. Take several steps back. Roar. The quasi level 3 power zombie roared wildly and hit Luo Ren with its fists again, but Luo Ren easily dodged them. On the contrary, he was not fast enough, so he was hit several times. As a quasi level 3 zombie, it has complete self-awareness, and its body is alive, so it can feel pain, and its combat effectiveness will also be affected due to injuries. At the same time, it also possesses the same judgment ability as a quasi level 2 or above speed evolved zombie. It fought dozens of humans in front of it and settled down. It didn't even touch the corner of this human's clothes, but it was hit hard several times. 10 times, which aggravated the damage it had sustained in the previous explosion. Roar. It roared angrily. It no longer moved its fists, but took the initiative to distance itself from Luo Ren. It glanced deeply at Luo Ren, as if to remember Luo Ren's appearance, and then turned around and fled. Can zombies with quasi level 3 strength also escape? This discovery surprised Luo Ren, and at the same time, made him feel even more critical. The quasi level 3 power zombie was not very fast. He could catch up if he wanted to, but he did not chase because he could not kill the quasi level 3 power zombie. He looked at the explosion area where there was a huge explosion crater and scattered corpses. After some searching, he found the head of a nearly level 3 speed zombie that was relatively easy to play with. At this time, the eyes of the quasi level 3 speed zombie were no longer scarlet, but pale, and he looked extremely dead. After splitting his head, a green evolutionary crystal fell out. It was exactly the same as the level 2 evolution crystal. Luo Ren frowned and said in surprise, "Level 2 evolution crystal." He found the level 2 evolution crystals dropped by level 2 power zombies and breathed a sigh of relief in comparison. Although it was not obvious, the quasi level 3 evolution crystals were darker in color than the level 2 evolution crystals. Holding the quasi level 3 evolutionary crystal, Luo Ren's eyes sparkled. After coming back to his senses, he continued to search. He could see the wild boar as big as a cow very clearly. It must be an evolved animal that could grow so big, and there must be evolutionary crystals in its brain. After a thorough search, Luo Ren found a level 2 evolutionary crystal under a piece of minced pork. It seemed that the wild boar was a level 2 evolutionary animal. Looking at the minced pork on the floor, Luo Ren was a little confused. Why did that beast bring a level 2 wild boar over? Touching his chin and thinking for a while, Luo Ren exclaimed, "Could it be to give level 2 strength?" Zombie food. Chapter 161 Zombies attack the city. 15th. Is it for the level 2 zombies? Luo Ren showed a surprised look on his face, and he gathered and sorted out the scattered guesses in his mind. He muttered to himself, "The flesh and blood of level 2 evolutionary animals are a great benefit to level 2 power zombies, and that beast brought the level 2 evolutionary wild boar and threw it in front of the level 2 power zombie, just to let the level 2 power zombie eat it, which can not only replenish the blood and energy lost by its broken arm, but also may make it evolve again and reach the level of quasi level 3 zombies. If this is the case, then the quasi level 3 zombies care about the life and death of the level 2 zombies, and the previous life lovers are nonsense. Instead, they care about the younger talented generations and the tribe as elders, from ensuring the improvement of the strength of the entire race. Thinking of this, Luo Ren couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head, thinking, "I thought that the level 2 zombies would fight each other, and the higher level zombies would naturally fight each other, but who would have thought that after the quasi level 3 zombies had complete self-awareness and a certain amount of wisdom, they would actually support each other. Point in comparison. The current human beings are very unbearable." After a moment, Luo Ren came back to his senses, looked at the 3 evolution crystals in his hand, and considered, should I return to the base or evolve first? After thinking for a long time, he decided to take 2 level 2 evolution crystals first to improve his strength. He was not in a hurry to take the quasi level 3 evolution crystals, because he had not yet reached the peak of the level 2 evolver. However, he certainly could not evolve in Ruai City, because it was possible that the quasi level 3 power zombie would come back with a group of younger brothers to cause trouble, so it was better to stay away. Looking at Ruai City, I saw that a large part of the Ramdeath wall had been destroyed by the explosion. Fortunately, all the residents had moved away, and no one would be worried about it. Looking back, Luo Ren put the 3 evolution crystals into his pocket, and then burst out at a very fast speed to leave this place. Half an hour later, Luo Ren entered a dense forest, which was full of towering trees, as if these trees were evolving. Aiming at a tree more than 20 meters high, Luo Ren jumped onto the branch. When he stood firm, he suddenly heard, hiss, the sound of a snake spitting out its tongue, and at the same time, he heard a rustling sound. Luo Ren heard the sound and looked over, but saw a nearly 2-meter long, green bamboo leaf green staring at him, and the black eyeball in the middle of the red was extremely cold. The man and the snake looked at each other, and Luo Ren felt a little cold. With a swish, the bamboo leaf green attacked. The snake's attack speed was fast, and it could grow to 2 meters long, which was obviously an evolved animal, and its attack speed was even faster. However, Luo Ren is a level 2 evolver. Although his physical speed is not as fast as that of the bamboo leaf green, his reaction speed is definitely much faster than that of the bamboo leaf green. Just like a cat's speed is not as fast as a snake's attack speed, but it can dodge the snake's attack. This is because the cat's reaction speed is faster than that of the snake. In layman's terms, the cat predicts the snake's prediction point, and now, Luo Ren also predicted the prediction of the bamboo leaf green. At the moment, when it launched the attack, Luo Ren took the lead in retreating, and easily avoided this fatal attack. Hiss. The bamboo leaf green obviously did not expect that the creature in front of him could dodge his attack. He immediately raised his head, locked his eyes on the creature in front of him, and moved forward. Luo Ren would not foolishly wait for it to get close and launch a second attack. His hand touched his waist. In a flash, he took out a pistol. Why use a knife to solve something that can be solved with a gun? When the trigger was half pulled, his mind suddenly turned, and he immediately took back the gun and replaced it with a sharp saber. The gunshot was too loud, and it was easy to attract surrounding creatures or zombies, so it was better to use a knife to solve the problem quietly. Sure, the cold blade cut through the moist air, cut off the drizzle, and cut the bamboo leaf green in two before it launched its second attack. The upper half of the bamboo leaf green fell directly off the tree without clinging, and the latter half was wriggling around the branches. The scene was very creepy. If a girl saw it, she would definitely scream. Alas. How did you fall down again? Luo Ren said with a helpless look on his face. Sure. Jumping under the tree, he chopped off the head of the bamboo leaf green that was still spitting out its tongue and staring at him with vicious eyes, causing it to die completely. At the same time, he also got a quasi level 2 evolution crystal with a light green color, which surprised Luo Ren very much. This was also an unexpected gain. Jumping back to the tree, Luo Ren swallowed the quasi level 2 evolution crystal without hesitation. The life energy spread in his body and strengthened every cell of his body. Unfortunately, the life energy contained in the quasi level 2 evolution crystal was too little and not pure enough, so it only lasted less than half a minute point. Then he took out 2 level 2 evolution crystals, which were tender green. Unfortunately, the originally very beautiful and vibrant color was given a bad meaning by humans. It was really a waste of time. He picked a few large leaves with raindrops hanging on them and wiped the 2 level 2 evolution crystals carefully. Luo Ren didn't want to eat the zombie brain, which had zombie viruses. After several careful scrubbings, the 2 level 2 evolution crystals finally reached the edible standard. Luo Ren took a deep breath and put the 2 level 2 evolution crystals into his mouth at the same time. The 2 evolution crystals immediately turned into fluid into his stomach after entering his mouth, and then the majestic life energy burst out, filling his entire body in just a few seconds, strengthening every cell of his body. The drizzle continued, but time was passing by. In the blink of an eye, half a minute had passed. 31, 32, 33, 39, 40. At the 40th second, Luo Ren suddenly felt that the comfort of his enhanced body came to an abrupt end, and the remaining life force in his limbs and bones was rapidly recovered. The physical strength he had just consumed in running for half an hour was recovering at a very fast speed. 58, 59, 60, exactly 1 minute, not a second more, not a second less. The feeling of physical recovery also disappeared at this moment, and the life energy of the 2 level 2 evolution crystals had been exhausted. Luo Ren slowly opened his eyes. The light blue light lasted for more than 50 seconds in his eyes, and he exhaled a long breath. When the light blue light disappeared, he said to himself, level 2 evolution peak. At this point, he couldn't help but press his chest pocket, and he could clearly feel the temperature of the quasi level 3 evolution crystal. At this moment, Luo Ren was extremely excited, and the excitement on his face was not concealed. If he was not afraid of falling from the tree, he would have danced with joy. After a moment, he suppressed his excitement and asked, System, I have reached the peak of level 2 evolver. How many quasi level 3 evolution crystals should I take to reach level 3 evolver? After he asked the question, the system immediately gave an answer. To become a level 3 evolver by taking evolution crystals, the host needs to reach the peak of level 2 evolver and then take 4 quasi level 3 evolution crystals or 1 level 3 evolution crystal to succeed. Fuck. Hearing the system's answer, Luo Ren couldn't help but burst out with uncultured words. It takes 4 quasi level 3 evolution crystals to become a level 3 evolver, which is twice as much as evolving from level 1 to level 2. 4 quasi level 3 evolution crystals. Leaving this one aside, that is to say, you have to get 3 more. This difficulty is not just ordinary, it is quite great. However, no matter how difficult it is, Luo Ren can only accept it obediently. After all, this is a hard condition. The goal has been achieved, and Luo Ren does not intend to stay. He jumps down from the tree, faces the direction of the base, and then gallops away at a very fast speed. Luo Ren didn't know what different feelings he would have after taking the Quasi level 3 evolution crystal, so for safety reasons, he returned to the base before taking it. As night fell, the world was shrouded in darkness. At this time, Ruai City had lost its form of vitality, and there was only silence. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the sound of a huge rock falling echoed, and at the same time, there were dense footsteps echoing. Iron black skin, scarlet eyes, 3 meters tall. It was the Quasi level 3 zombie that escaped during the day and returned, and it also brought many younger brothers. To level 2 power zombies that were slightly shorter than it stood on both sides of it, and on the shoulders of these 2 level 2 power zombies stood 2 level 2 speed zombies. Looking back, there were 9 Quasi level 2 zombies, dozens of level 1 zombies, and countless ordinary zombies. Such a Linoop could even destroy a shelter with an army of 10,000 people and a population of 100,000. Swoosh. A level 2 speed zombie suddenly leaped out, landed at the explosion pit, sniffed, and then let out a low roar. The iron black Quasi level 3 power zombie heard the roar, clenched its 2 huge iron fists suddenly, and let the drizzle wet its cheeks, opened its mouth and let out a sad roar. At this moment, it actually showed a sense of sadness because of the death of its companion. At the moment when its roar sounded, whether it was a level 2 zombie, a level 1 zombie, or an ordinary zombie, they all roared, as if they were bidding farewell to their dead fellows. This scene lasted for about 3 minutes. The Quasi level 3 power zombie turned his head to look at the level 2 speed zombie who was still on top of the level 2 power zombie, and his Adam's apple rolled, and he said, "Woo woo woo, the level 2 speed zombie also has complete self-awareness and can communicate to a certain extent." Facing the Quasi level 3 power zombie, it also shouted, "Woo woo woo." At the same time, it raised its hand and pointed to the north. The Quasi level 3 zombie looked in the direction it pointed. Its eyes became even more scarlet, and a terrifying aura burst out. Ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies fell to their knees, while the Quasi level 2 zombies took a few back, hunched over. Only the level 2 zombies did not react much. Roar. Looking north, the Quasi level 3 zombie suddenly roared to the sky. This roar was different from the previous roar. This roar was full of steps, anger, hatred, and murderous intent. It seemed that there was an irreconcilable enemy in the north. Chapter 162 Zombies Attack the City. 16. It was late at night, and the base was quiet. Reading most people had fallen asleep, leaving only the Xiangxingjin soldiers on duty at night, and Suan Tong, who was full of worry. Under the city tower, Suan Tong was looking forward to seeing the familiar person in the drizzle, but it was dark outside the city and she couldn't see anything. During the day, Luo came back with several cars of people, but she didn't see Luo Ren, so she asked Luo and learned that Luo Ren stayed alone in Ruai City to deal with the Quasi level 3 zombies. Although the trap was set, it was a Quasi level 3 zombie after all. This made her very worried. If it weren't for Liu Liangxin's persuasion, she would definitely go to Ruai City. Rustling, there was a sound of footsteps behind her, and Suan Tong was surprised. Looking back, she was disappointed when she saw who was coming, because the person coming was not Luo Ren, but Liu Liangxin. Liu Liangxin also returned to the base today. The small forces she had persuaded before were not many in number, with only more than 4,000 soldiers included, and they were relatively close to the base, so she did not use vehicles, and walked back to the base directly. At that time, she happened to meet Luo returning to the city. When she learned about Luo Ren, she was also very worried, but thinking of Luo Ren's strength and the fact that Luo Ren always did things that he was sure of, she persuaded Suan Tong not to go to Ruai City. "Why are you here?" Suan Tong retracted her gaze and asked calmly. "I'm worried about him too." Liu Liangxin walked forward and looked at the darkness outside the city. Although her tone was calm, it could be seen from her eyes that she was very worried about Luo Ren. Suan Tong stared at Liu Liangxin for a while, then retracted her gaze and said, "When you persuaded me, you were very confident. I thought you were not worried." Liu Liangxin smiled bitterly and shook her head and did not continue to answer. Suddenly, her face was full of surprise and the worry in her eyes instantly dissipated into nothingness. She smiled and said, "He's back." Huh. Suan Tong was very surprised to hear that, but she looked around and didn't see Luo Ren's figure. She immediately shouted angrily, "Why did you lie to me? I didn't lie to you, look." Liu Liangxin raised her hand and pointed to the darkness outside the city. About 5 seconds later, a figure broke through the darkness and rushed over. Suan Tong was immediately surprised. Although the figure was very fast and she couldn't see his face clearly, her intuition told her that it was Luo Ren. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother Ren." Swoosh. The figure outside the city approached the city and jumped up. The 8 or 9 meter high wall seemed to be nothing. He jumped up easily and landed softly in front of Suan Tong and Liu Liangxin. The soldiers of the Xiangxing army on duty felt a gust of wind blowing past, turned around, and saw Luo Ren appearing out of thin air. They were all shocked. When they came to their senses, they immediately saluted and said, "Sir." Luo Ren waved his hand, then looked at Suan Tong and Liu Liangxin and smiled. "It's so late. Why don't you two go to bed? What are you doing here?" "Humph." Suan Tong snorted, crossed his arms, and said angrily, "Who told you to be so arrogant? You stayed in Ruai City alone to deal with the quasi level 3 zombies, which made me worry so much." Such angry words seemed to be a rebuke, but anyone who was not stupid could hear the deep concern in them, which made Luo Ren's heart very warm. Liu Liangxin put away the superficial surprise and looked at Luo Ren with tenderness in her eyes. Without words, Luo Ren could know that Liu Liangxin cared about him just like Suan Tong. The three left the tower and got on an off-road vehicle. For a city of 225 square kilometers, vehicles were very necessary. Luo Ren was driving, and the two women were sitting in the back seat. Luo Ren glanced at the rear view mirror and suddenly asked, "Liangxin, didn't you set out to lobby? Why are you in the city now?" Liu Liangxin replied, "I just returned to the base today. The small force we lobbied yesterday had a small population, only more than 4,000 people including soldiers, and it was relatively close to the base, so we walked all the way back to the base." Luo Ren nodded and then asked, "By the way, did you encounter any trouble when you were lobbying?" Liu Liangxin said, "No trouble. This trip was quite smooth, and we didn't encounter any zombies." The ruler of the small force saw the strength of the guards and had no courage to resist. In addition, the chubby girl Chen Yuan was eloquent and said a lot of nonsense, so they surrendered directly. It would be great if it was like this. Luo Ren sighed while looking ahead. There were 2 headlights of the car, and the road was very clear. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "I wonder how Luo Shan and Luo He are doing." Liu Liangxin just returned to the base today. She was as unclear about the situation in Luo Shan and Luo He as Luo Ren. Only Suan Tong had a say in the car. Suan Tong shook her head and said, "I don't know either. No one from the lobbying team 2 has returned to the base so far. I hope everything goes well for them." Luo Ren prayed silently. After the Battle of Ruai City, Luo Ren learned that there were not only level 2 zombies attacking the city, but also quasi level 3 zombies, which made he was very worried about the other 2 lobbying teams. Although Luo Shan and Liu Liangxin were also level 2 evolvers, their real strength was not as strong as his. He was a little overwhelmed to deal with quasi level 3 zombies, let alone Liu Liangxin and Luo Shan. As a result, the risk factor soared. About 20 minutes later, the car drove into the inner city and stopped in front of the nunnery. The 3 got off the car, and Luo Ren said to Liu Liangxin, "Liangxin, tomorrow morning you will inform Luo Jaluoli that the lobbying plan will be temporarily suspended." Liu Liangxin nodded slightly and replied, "Okay." After watching Liu Liangxin walk into the nunnery and then disappear from sight, Luo Ren and Suan Tong returned to the car and continued driving towards the mobile base. There is not much space in the inner city, so the mobile base arrived quickly. When the soldiers on guard saw Luo Ren, they immediately saluted and said, "Sir." Luo Ren nodded and took Suan Tong into the mobile base. In the mobile base, Suan Tong went to take a shower immediately. Her clothes were soaked by the drizzle on the city wall just now, and she was really uncomfortable. Luo Ren was not so particular. He sat down and took out the quasi level 3 evolutionary crystal from his chest pocket. Now, my speed is no less than that of a quasi level 3 speed zombie. I will definitely be able to surpass it if I take this evolution crystal. It will definitely be much easier to deal with quasi level 3 zombies by then. I don't know what will happen to this quasi level 3 evolution crystal after eating it. Luo Ren played with the quasi level 3 evolutionary crystal, his eyes filled with desire for power. After a moment, his eyes fixed, he shut up, took a deep breath, and then exhaled a long breath. No matter what happens, you won't know until you eat it. After that, Luo Ren swallowed the quasi level 3 evolutionary crystal in one gulp. The previous steps were the same. After the evolutionary crystal entered the entrance, it turned into fluid and flowed into his abdomen. His abdomen suddenly felt warm and hot. 3, 2, 1. In 3 seconds, majestic and pure life energy exploded, filling his limbs and bones in an instant. Different from the comfort of taking level 2 evolutionary crystals and the pain of taking level 1 evolutionary crystals, taking this quasi level 3 the evolutionary crystal felt as if countless ants were chewing every inch of his skin. Although it didn't hurt, it was extremely itchy. At the same time, Luo Ren also felt that his whole body was swollen, as if every cell was bulging. This feeling is actually more unbearable than painful. Oh shit. Luo Ren gritted his teeth and persisted, but in the end he couldn't help but scream. Suan Tong, who was in the bathroom, was so shocked that something happened to Luo Ren. She hurried out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. When she saw Luo Ren, she was startled and said anxiously, "Brother Ren, what's wrong with you?" In her eyes, Luo Ren was like an inflated balloon at this time. His whole body expanded in a circle, and his skin was still squirming. He looked both festive and scary. Hearing Suan Tong's cry, Luo Ren made a silent gesture toward Suan Tong and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Suan Tong hurriedly ran to Luo Ren with anxious eyes and said with a cry, "You said it was okay, but look at you. You have become like this. Could it be that you were infected by the virus that is a quasi level 3 zombie? Now you are going to look like that. It's a very ugly power zombie." And Tong, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just eating." Brother Ren, don't worry, even if you turn into an ugly power zombie, I will still love you and won't let anyone hurt you. Before Luo Ren finished speaking, he was hugged by Suan Tong, and she cried in his arms. The look of pear blossoms with rain was really heartbreaking. Patting Suan Tong's back, Luo Ren comforted, "Silly girl, I'm fine. I just ate a quasi level 3 evolutionary crystal." Ah. Suan Tong raised her head, stared into Luo Ren's eyes, and asked, "Are you really not infected with the zombie virus?" "That's not true. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at me to see if there are any wounds caused by zombies." Luo Ren shrugged and said with a wry smile, "I didn't know that I would become such a thing when I evolve." After taking the quasi level 3 evolution crystal, Suan Tong quickly checked Luo Ren's whole body, even the most private places, which made Luo Ren helplessly say, "I can't let him get hurt in that place. It's not guaranteed that there are female gangsters among the zombies." Suan Tong said seriously with a serious face. Luo Ren was suddenly speechless, and these words left him speechless. "Okay, there is indeed no injury." Suan Tong carefully checked Luo Ren's whole body and found no wounds caused by zombies. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Luo Ren again, and couldn't help laughing. After a minute or so, Luo Ren became more swollen, like an inflatable doll. Luo Ren's face was full of helplessness. This change was too fast. Just now, it was like pear blossoms and rain, but now he is smiling like flowers. At the same time, the itching sensation had weakened a lot, but with this body shape, Luo Ren walked to the mirror and saw himself in the mirror. He suddenly collapsed. It had been more than a minute. Why was he still so expanded? I can't take it back. If this was the case, he would rather not evolve. With this appearance, how could he go out to meet people and maintain the majesty of the top commander of the base? If he walked out on the street, others would probably think that he was handing out leaflets. "Don't worry, Brother Ren. Even if you can't change back, I won't dislike you." Ha ha ha. Suan Tong laughed loudly, completely nakedly gloating about his misfortune. Luo Ren sighed with a sad face, walked to the chair, and was about to sit down, but his legs cold and TB bent. System, please explain to me, what's going on? Luo Ren asked anxiously, annoyed. Bite. Remind the host that food is the most important thing for the people, and food safety depends on everyone. The host just did not clean it when he took the quasi level 3 evolutionary crystal, resulting in taking a trace amount of zombie genes. However, the host has a strong physique, and the zombies on the evolutionary crystal viruses that stay in the air for a long time are no longer active, so there is no need to worry about turning into zombies. Hearing what the system said, Luo Ren remembered that he had indeed not cleaned himself up when he took the quasi level 3 evolutionary crystal. At this time, if he hadn't been afraid that he couldn't control the strength and beat himself to death, he really wanted to give himself a big slap. Damn it, how could you neglect such a small thing? Fortunately, he won't turn into a zombie, but it's not good to continue like this. He asked again, system, will I stay like this forever? No, but when it will be restored. This system does not want to tell the host. Hiss, Luo Ren was stunned. Listen to this. Is this what the system should say to the host? I'm almost dying of anxiety, this thing is so willful. This system is for the benefit of the host, allowing the host to improve its memory. In the future, whether eating or taking evolutionary crystals, wash them clean before putting them in your mouth. Oh haha. Good guy, that makes sense. In this situation, what else could Luo Ren say, except that he would not go out or see any guests until he recovered. When Suan Tong saw Luo Ren standing blankly and not speaking, she thought he was unhappy, so she put away her gloating expression and comforted, Brother Ren, don't worry, he will definitely recover. Even if you can't recover, I will follow you. Luo Ren came back to his senses from the conversation with the system. When he heard Suan Tong's words, he was immediately moved like a bastard. His lips trembled, as if he was about to cry. After trying hard for a while, he said seriously, and Tong, from now on you must wash yourself before eating. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was dawn. Because Luo Ren couldn't sit down, and it was easy to roll out of bed when lying down, he could only stand. It must be said that he was too worried, and he even fell asleep. Giggle. The crowding of the rooster wakes up everyone who is immersed in sleep, including Luo Ren. He is very nervous at this time, because he is standing in front of the mirror, and can see his own appearance. As soon as he opens his eyes, we must recover. We must recover, he thought silently in his mind, slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw himself in the mirror, he immediately danced in surprise and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Suan Tong, who was woken up by him, came out of the bedroom, and saw that Luo Ren, who had returned to her normal shape, as if there was an air leak, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it would be very uncomfortable for her if she really turned into a rubber ball. Looking up and down, nodding slightly, Suan Tong said with mixed feelings, it still looks better last night, so round and cute. Luo Ren glanced at Suan Tong helplessly, wondering why she hadn't noticed that she was so naughty before. Report. Captain Luo wants to see you. At this moment, the sound of soldiers standing guard came from outside the house. Luo Ren and Suan Tong looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Luo Shan was back. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Zombies Attack the City. 17. Luo Shan is back. At this moment, Luo Ren was very surprised. Since Luo Shan was back, it seemed that the 1,000-man guards who went out with him should be fine. Luo Ren walked out of the bedroom, came to the first floor, opened the door of the mobile base, and the familiar figure of Luo Shan came into view. When he saw Luo Shan, his expression froze. Luo Shan in front of him looked very embarrassed, with mud all over his body and face point. There were also several scratches on the combat uniform, which almost cut into the flesh. Judging from these scratches, they should be caused by speed zombies. Luo Ren couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Luo Shan saluted and replied, "Report to the commander. We lobbied the human settlement Mapo village yesterday and successfully got its ruler to agree to join the base. But soon after we entered the city, we encountered zombie attacks one after another. We repelled them once and then another, and those zombies advanced and retreated in a measured manner, as if they were deliberately consuming our bullets. After repelling the third attack of the zombies, less than an hour later, the zombies launched the fourth attack, and among the zombies in the fourth attack, there appeared a 3-meter tall, iron black zombie, whose strength was stronger than the level 2 strength zombie point, and it can also with a command of level 2 zombies. We barely managed to survive the fourth zombie siege. And our ammunition was almost exhausted. After the fourth siege, I discussed with Luo Hei and rushed back to the base to seek support at night. Because we were afraid that the vehicles would make too much noise and disturb the zombies, we could only walk. I was the fastest, so the task of seeking help fell on me. Sir, please send troops to support Mapo village as soon as possible. 3 meters tall, iron black, quasi level 3 power zombie? Luo Ren exclaimed. He didn't expect Luo Shan and his team to encounter a quasi level 3 zombie. Fortunately, it was a quasi level 3 power zombie. If it was a speed zombie, Mapo village would have been captured. I don't know if the quasi level 3 power zombie that Luo Shan encountered is the same as the level 3 power zombie he encountered in Ruai City. Then he denied this idea because the time didn't match. Luo Shan encountered the quasi level 3 power zombie yesterday, and he encountered the quasi level 3 power zombie yesterday at noon. Ruai City is in the south, and Mapo village is in the east. With the speed of the power zombies, it is impossible for them to fight with him at noon and then summon a large group of zombies to attack Mapo village. Therefore, the quasi level 3 power zombie that Luo Shan encountered should not be the same as the one he encountered. However, he hoped that it was the same one, because if it was not the same one, it could only mean that the number of quasi level 3 zombies was far more than he imagined. However, the most urgent task is to send troops to support Mapo village, where there are still 1,000 guards and a population of the village. Luo Ren's face was serious, and he said solemnly, "Go and summon all the guards in the city to support Mapo village immediately." Yes. Luo Shan did not dare to delay, responded, and immediately went to summon the guards. Suan Tong heard the conversation between Luo Ren and Luo Shan, walked to the door, hugged Luo Ren from behind, and said with concern, "Be careful." Luo Ren held her hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm confident that I can deal with the quasi level 3 zombies now. You lead the Xiangxing army to protect the base." "Well, don't worry, as long as I'm here, the base will definitely be fine." Suan Tong let go of Luo Ren, took a few steps back, and said reluctantly, "Go. Wait for me to come back." Luo Ren said, and then left without looking back. It seemed that there was no dawn on the rainy day, and the continuous drizzle seemed to never stop. About half an hour later, the remaining 2,000 guards of the base were all assembled. 7 tanks led the way in front, and the armored vehicles behind were all out from the east gate, with the goal of supporting Mapo village. Number 1 Sanctuary City. Under the towers Chuan's eyes were sharp, like 2 sharp blades shooting out of the city, wanting to kill all the dense zombies. This was the 3rd time that zombies attacked the city, and there were many level 2 zombies among them. The first 2 zombie attacks had already caused more than half of the ammunition reserves of Sanctuary City number 1 to be consumed. After this time, it was afraid that it would be less than 1/3. If there were 2 more zombie attacks in the future, the ammunition would really be exhausted. Zhaochuan even suspected that these zombies were deliberately consuming their ammunition, because the zombies that attacked the city these times were not as random as before. As long as they were not dead, they would continue to charge. Instead, they advanced and retreated in moderation, and stopped at the right time. In the first 2 attacks, the number of dead zombies was not much compared to the zombies that attacked the city. On the contrary, although no one died, they consumed a lot of ammunition. Although there was a bullet production line in Sanctuary City number 1, the production efficiency was low, and it needed to be supported by a generator, which in turn needed fuel support, and the fuel reserves were not much. Of course, he had thought of other ways, that is, asking for help After the 2 zombies attacks, he wrote a letter and sent it to the Wasteland Military District, but he has not received a response so far. The military district may have encountered trouble, or the messenger was killed by zombies on the way, or this is too abnormal. He recalled that Luo Ren said that there were already level 3 zombies among the zombies. After analyzing the zombie attacks, he was frightened and sweated. He said in surprise, could it be that these zombie attacks were all commanded by level 3 zombies in person, in order to consume our ammunition and finally capture it in one fell swoop? If this is true, then level 3 zombies are too terrifying. While he was horrified, his mind quickly turned, thinking about how to solve this situation. Yuhu City Lord's mansion. Zhu Liang sat in a high position and listened to the reports of the people below. His always calm face also fluctuated at this moment. Just listen to the officer below saying, reporting to the Lord, our ammunition has been consumed by nearly half. If we follow the scale of the zombies from the previous 3 times, we can survive up to 4 more games, and the ammunition will be exhausted. Damn, what are these zombies doing? Didn't they always rush forward, as long as they didn't die before? Why are they retreating now? Chen Yun slapped the table and stood up, cursing angrily. Yes, City Lord, the zombies that have attacked the city these few times seem to be very orderly, and the main purpose is not to attack the city. It seems that they are deliberately harassing us. Xiao Zhenghang touched his chin and analyzed. Zhu Liang's mind was racing, and he inadvertently picked up the wine glass and took a sip, savoring the bitter and spicy taste of the wine. Retreat, harass. Zhu Liang muttered to himself, words popping out of his mouth one by one. Suddenly, he was stunned, his eyes were full of horror, and he said word by word, wisdom. Hui. Chen Yun was not in the mood to think about it, and said impatiently, aren't they just zombies? Next time they retreat in the middle of the fight, we will just rush out of the city and kill them. Wisdom. Xiao Zhenghang repeated these 2 words, pondering secretly. Chen Yun became even more impatient when she saw this, and said, speaking to Deputy City Master Xiao, why do you keep repeating the word wisdom? Do those zombies still have wisdom? Ah. Xiao Zhenghang suddenly exclaimed, looking at Chen Yun with wide eyes, and said to himself, impossible. Impossible. Yes, how can zombies have wisdom? This is absolutely impossible. Everything is possible. Judging from these zombie sieges, they have advanced and retreated at a certain level. It seems that there are higher level zombies secretly controlling and commanding them. If you can command level 2 zombies, then the level of the zombies in the dark is self-evident. Zhu Liang sighed, turned to look at Xiao Zhenghang, and said calmly. Zhu Liang's words immediately caused an uproar. The meaning of these words was already very clear. These military officers and ministers were not fools. They could naturally hear it and couldn't help but show horrified expressions. Although Chen Yun was too lazy to use her brain, it didn't mean that she had no brains. She understood Zhu Liang's words after just a little thought. If she could command level 2 zombies, she would definitely be higher than level 2 zombies. In this way, there are only level 3 zombies. City Lord, you mean that level 3 zombies already exist, and judging from the performance of these zombie sieges, level 3 zombies may already have a certain amount of wisdom, and know certain tactics. Chen Yun said in surprise. Zhu Liang nodded, affirming Chen Yun's statement, and said at the same time, judging from the performance of these zombie sieges, the secret level 3 zombies should be deliberately consuming our ammunition. At this time, Xiao Zhenghang had also accepted the fact that there were level 3 zombies. He came back to his senses and asked, in this case, how can we break this situation? Zhu Liang fell into deep thought. But Chen Yun immediately expressed his thoughts and said, as I said just now, since these beasts want to consume my ammunition, next time they attack the city and they retreat, we will go directly out of the city to fight with the level 3 zombies. Fight to the death. This method won't work. Zhu Liang shook his head, directly denying Chen Yun's attention, and explained, let's not talk about how powerful the level 3 zombies are individually, let's just say that they can use methods to consume our ammunition. Don't you know how to use ambush? If we chase out of the city, we may face more than just the zombies attacking the city on the surface. Then what should we do? Just wait until the ammunition is used up, and then we will be captured. No, we should be waiting for food. After all, those zombies will not stop eating us just because we surrender. Chen Yun sat back on the chair and spoke, with a hint of ridicule. Of course we don't want to let it develop. Since we already know that those zombies are just pretending to attack the city, just to consume our ammunition, then we will set up a safety line. Once we cross the line, we will shoot. If the line is crossed, we will not shoot. Zhu Liang, after thinking again and again, he said. But this only slows down the consumption of ammunition. Although we have a bullet production line, the production efficiency is too low, and it requires the support of a diesel generator to operate. Our fuel consumption will not last long. Xiao Zhenqing said. Yes, it is exactly as you said. What we are doing is just to slow down the consumption of ammunition. We must think of other ways. Zhu Liang rubbed his temples, looked at the ceiling, and then lowered his gaze. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he said, yes. The two words yes immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the lobby, especially Xiao Zhenghang, who was simply looking forward to it. The way to break this situation right now is to find helpers. After Zhu Liang finished speaking, he felt the doubtful eyes of everyone, and immediately explained, I know, you are wondering where we can get the helpers, but as long as you pay enough, the enemy it will also become a helper. You mean? Xiao Zhenghang vaguely guessed who Zhu Liang wanted to ask for help, which surprised him. That's right, the helpers I'm looking for are Liu Yangnian and Luo Ren, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Zhenghang and everyone. Zhu Liang did not show off and directly stated the person he wanted to be his helper. Liu Yangnian and Luo Ren are our enemies. City Lord, think twice. They came to the city a few days ago and wanted to attack our Yuhu city. As expected, this caused an uproar again. Those military officers and ministers immediately talked about it. They seemed to only gossip and then find beautiful women to warm their beds, which was almost useless. Chen Yun was also very puzzled, asking about Liu Yangnian and Luo Ren to help. They were their enemies. She immediately expressed her opinion and said, City Lord, I don't think it's appropriate. They are both our enemies. If we ask them for help, it means giving them our resources to make them stronger. Then they will attack us. Isn't this helping someone else to do evil? Zhu Liang smiled and shook his head. He pressed his palm down. The hall immediately became quiet. He asked back, then do you think that besides the wasteland military region and the base, which forces can help us out? This question made everyone silent at once. Even if these military officers and ministers racked their brains, they couldn't think of any military strength stronger or equivalent to their Yuhu city except for the base and the wasteland military region. Chen Yun wanted to refute, but her face turned red, and she couldn't open her mouth, because she couldn't think of any other forces besides the base and the wasteland military district that could help Yuhu city get out of the current siege point. After looking through the people in the lobby, and seeing that no one was talking, Zhu Liang stopped talking nonsense and immediately issued an order, saying, since you can't think of it, then it's decided. Seek help from the wasteland military district and the base. I will immediately send 2 letters to the base and the wasteland military district respectively. Not to mention that you don't want to ask them. They may not agree to our help. It's up to people to act, and it's up to God to make things happen. Whether we live or die, it depends on whether Luo Ren and Liu Yangnian agree. Chapter 164 Zombies attack the city. 18th. The gloomy sky was covered with dark clouds, and the drizzle was like silk threads. Read in such a scene, the long convoy, with rolling wheels, pressed forward in the mud. In the armored vehicle, Luo Ren, Liu Liangxin and other guards were shaking left and right and forward and backward with the bumps. If they were weaker, they would definitely get car sick. Fortunately, the people in the car were all very strong. Zizzy. Suddenly, the intercom in the car made an electric sound, followed by Luo Shan's voice, saying, I'm Luo Shan, reporting to the commander. There are still 5 kilometers to Mapo village. Should we send a vanguard to explore? Over. No, just go ahead. Luo Ren answered without thinking. The convoy continued to drive, and about 10 minutes later, suddenly a forward inertia made the people in the car rush forward, but fortunately they had seat belts, so they did not rush out. Luo Ren was a little confused. He didn't know why the car suddenly braked. Just as he was about to ask, Luo Shan's voice came from the intercom again, and this time his tone was very anxious. I'm Luo Shan. I'm Luo Shan. Report to the commander. We are still 3 kilometers away from Mapo village, but I can hear the roar of the evolved zombies now. I guess the zombies have already launched an attack. Luo Ren unbuckled his seatbelt and got off the armored vehicle. Sure enough, the space in the car was closed just now, isolating most of the sounds. Now as soon as he came out, he could hear the roar of the evolved zombies in front, and he also heard a dull collision rumble. Above the sky, in the rolling dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared. At this moment, the drizzle had the momentum of a downpour. The big raindrops hit Luo Ren. Although there was no pain, it made him feel worried. With his eyes fixed, he hurriedly shouted to the armored vehicle, "Pass the order, full speed." Yes. After the driver of the armored vehicle that Luo Ren was riding in response, he shouted into the intercom, "I'm Luo Jiabeki. The commander has ordered, full speed. The commander has ordered, full speed." After repeating it twice, the convoy started immediately, and the speed was slightly higher than before, which was already the fastest speed point. Luo Ren jumped on the armored vehicle and faced the wind and rain point. Mapo village, as the name suggests, is not a city, but only a village. Its defense facilities are rammed earth walls less than 3 meters high, and the rammed earth walls are not thick, only 2 meters, and the defense is very weak. At this time, the walls were full of guards, and everyone looked determined to be ready to sacrifice, because their ammunition was about to run out. Whether it was light machine guns or heavy machine gun bullets, they had already been used up, and the rocket launcher shells they carried were also very few. Some people had already used up all the bullets in their standard automatic rifles, so they pulled out their pistols and shot. Some people were holding sabers in their hands, with a determined look on their faces, ready to make the final resistance. All the civilians in the village came out of their houses, and they were all extremely nervous. Many people prayed silently for a miracle to happen. Many people picked up sticks or farm tools, and also collected sharp weapons. When the city was broken, they rushed up to fight the zombies to the death. Killing 1 would make a profit, and killing 2 would make a profit. Dong 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 roar. It was like a huge rock rolling down from the top of the mountain and hitting the ground. The ground trembled, and a huge sound sounded. This sound seemed to resonate with everyone's heartbeat, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. At the same time as this huge sound, there was another roar, as deafening as thunder on the city wall. A giant zombie with iron black skin, 3 meters tall, appeared in the sight of all the guards. They had seen this zombie yesterday afternoon. It was extremely powerful and had strong defense, but they still repelled it. Because yesterday afternoon, they still had sufficient ammunition and tanks loaded with shells, so they could repel this giant zombie and the zombies it led. But now, the tank shells have been used up, and there are few shells left for the rocket launcher. They no longer have the capital to repel this zombie. Whoosh! The rocket launcher fired, and the shells cut through the air and shot at the giant zombie. Even if the ammunition was about to be exhausted, knowing that it was just a useless effort, they had to make the last effort. Facing the shells that broke through the air, the giant zombie swung his palm and slapped it hard. Although its movements were not as fast as those of the speed zombies, it was faster than ordinary people, and it seemed to be able to predict the location of the shells in advance, and directly and accurately slap the shells that broke through the air. The shell flew hundreds of meters and exploded on the ground. Unfortunately, there were no zombies in the explosion range, so the shell did not kill even one ordinary zombie, and was wasted. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shells cut through the air at the same time and hit the giant zombie directly. These were the last 3 shells, one of which was an armor-piercing shell. The guards almost pinned all their hopes on that armor-piercing shell. The iron black giant zombie still slapped the 3 shells flying directly, and the other hand was raised. The remaining shell hit the arm that blocked its head. Boom. The explosion was deafening, and a huge flame burst out. Shrapnel shot several nearby zombies, which was the best effort of this shell. However, facing this scene, the guards were very disappointed, because it was not an armor-piercing shell that hit, but a grenade. Although the violent explosion could stop the giant zombie for a while, it did not cause much damage to it. Roar. The flames of the explosion dissipated, revealing the giant zombie. Its left forearm was charred black, with a few small wounds, just like a broken skin. For it, which does not rely on its face to make a living, it does not need to go to the hospital at all. The wound healed automatically in just a few seconds, and there was no trace of scar. With a roar, the giant zombie took a huge step and rushed towards the wall of Mapo Village. At this time, the gate of Mapo Village opened, and 4 tanks rushed out and crashed into the giant zombie fearlessly. The shells were gone, so they had to fight in this most primitive way. Facing the tanks that were rushing in, the giant zombie was not afraid at all, and did not dodge or evade, but directly crashed into it. Bang! The steel beast collided with the giant zombie. The kinetic energy of the tank was very strong. After all, the tonnage was there. The giant zombie was directly knocked out more than 10 meters of course. The tank also suffered a huge impact. The barrel of the gun that was poking straight became bent, and the armor in the front was also dented. In addition to the strong impact, the tank could withstand it, but the tank driver could not. At this time, the tank had stopped moving. The tank driver should have fainted. On the other hand, the giant zombie patted the dust on his body and stood up intact. What's worse is that all the bullets of the guards have been used up. Even if there are still 3 tanks left to delay the giant zombies for a while, there are still so many ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies that have begun to attack the city point at this time. More than a dozen figures rushed from the zombies to the guards on the city wall. They were thin and had long fingernails on both hands. They were all speed zombies. Among them, 3 heads had light red eyes and their nails were as sharp as knives. They were quasi level 2 speed zombies. There was also a level 2 speed zombie with deep red eyes and longer and sharper nails. Facing these speed zombies, the guards rushed forward without hesitation. On the narrow wall, after killing 2 or 3 people, the level 1 speed zombie was pinned down by many guards, and then the red-eyed guards tore off its limbs and split its head. The quasi level 2 speed zombies were obviously not that easy to deal with. They were much faster than ordinary people, and only suffered some injuries after killing dozens of guards. As for the level 2 speed zombies, Luo Hei, Luo Wu, and Luo Lu, 3 level 1 peak evolvers, plus many ordinary guards, could only slow down its killing speed. Bang bang bang. The wall trembled, but it was the power zombies that launched the attack. They hit the wall one after another, and the rammed earth wall shook visibly, and cracks spread. Chapter 165 Zombies Attack the City. 19th. Boom boom. Above the sky, in the dark clouds, a blue light flashed, and then a dull thunder was heard. At the same time, the drizzle that had lasted for several days turned into a downpour at this moment. In Mapo Village, people looked up at the sky and let the big raindrops fall on their cheeks. Boom. Suddenly, a huge sound attracted their attention. This time it was not the thunder from the sky, but the sound of impact from the front. In their sight, the rammed earth wall in front was full of cracks and was already very fragile. The guards on the wall had been withdrawn and fought with the speed zombies on the ground. All the level 1 speed zombies had been killed, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Their limbs were torn off, and their heads were smashed. 3 quasi level 2 speed zombies killed nearly 200 guards. At this moment, they were not much better. 1 had died, and the remaining 2 had 1 hand and 1 leg broken respectively, and their combat effectiveness was greatly weakened. There are also level 2 speed zombies, and the number of guards killed by them is no less than 3 quasi level 2 speed zombies. This won't work. Luo Wu and Luo Lu, I'll hold this beast tightly in a moment, and you guys take this opportunity to kill it. Luo Hei panted and said to Luo Wu and Luo Lu. No. Luo Wu refused decisively, and then said, if I have to die, I'll die first. I'll lock the level 2 speed zombie, and you guys find a chance to kill it. What nonsense, you have to live well. Luo Lu roared, and while Luo Hei and Luo Wu were not paying attention, he directly pounced on the level 2 speed zombie. Boom. At the same time, the power zombies outside the city launched another impact. The lowest splashed, and the cracked rammed earth wall exploded, and this barrier had been completely disintegrated. In the village, whether it was the guards, the ordinary people, or the management and soldiers of Mapo Village before, they were all exposed to the zombies at this moment. Everyone saw those dull thin ordinary zombies, ugly fat covered level 1 power zombies. 2.56 meters tall, muscular quasi level 2 power zombies, and the 3-meter tall, iron black giant quasi level 3 zombies. Such a scene was like the end of the world, making people extremely afraid, but at this moment, they had to face their fear, because everyone knew that these zombies would not let them go, as long as they surrendered. Like humans, if they chose to surrender, there would be only one result, that is, they would become food for these beasts. Kill. Ordinary people holding sticks, hoes, and hatchets raised weapons that could not be considered weapons, roared, and rushed towards the zombies fearlessly. Since they were all going to die, it would be better to die heroically. Roar. The quasi level 3 power zombie also roared. To represent the attack point during this period, Luo pounced on the level 2 speed zombie and was pierced by its claws. At the same time, he successfully locked it, making it unable to escape. At the last moment of his life, Luo shouted to Luo Wu and Luo Hei, "Hurry up, Luo." Wu, injured the grief, tightly grasped the saber in his hand and used all his strength to split the head of the level 2 speed zombie in half. The war continued. Humans could generally fight 3 ordinary zombies at once, but there were also evolved zombies among them. The power type evolved zombies had extremely high defense and great strength. Without the support of modern weapons, they were more difficult to deal with than speed zombies. The hatchet, hoe, and stick hitting these power zombies was just tickling them and could not cause substantial damage. Only Luo Wu and Luo Hei could kill these level 1 power zombies, but they were now targeted by the quasi level 3 power zombies. Facing the quasi level 3 power zombies, the strength of the 2 level 1 peak evolver seemed so weak. The saber chopped on its body, leaving only thin white marks, and even the skin could not be broken. Therefore, Luo Hei and Luo Wu could only rely on their speed to move around and look for opportunities to help others deal with the level 1 power zombies. Humans were dying, and zombies were dying, but the number of zombies was far greater than that of humans in Mapo Village. If this continued, humans would definitely lose the battle with zombies. Boom. Thunder flashed and thunder roared. In the battle with the level 2 speed zombies, Luo Hei and Luo Wu had already consumed a lot of their physical strength, and the battle with the quasi level 3 power zombies caused their remaining physical strength to be rapidly consumed. Now they were already at the end of their strength, and it was already a little difficult to dodge the attacks of the quasi level 3 power zombies. Moreover, this quasi level 3 power zombie seemed to be able to predict the dodging direction of the 2 of them in advance, and they were almost hit several times. Bang! The huge fist almost brushed Luo Wu's body and fell to the ground. The cracks on the ground that were hit spread, and the powerful shockwave was visible to the naked eye. Luo Wu, who was already at the end of his strength, was directly shaken away. Falling heavily to the ground, Luo Wu struggled, but he had no strength to get up and continue fighting. He could only watch the quasi level 3 zombie raise his huge iron fist and try to chop him into a meat pie. Seeing this, Luo Hei roared and used his whole body to hit the quasi level 3 power zombie, but his physical strength was severely depleted, and his strength was completely inferior to that of the quasi level 3 power zombie. Such a collision could not shake the quasi level 3 power zombie at all. The quasi level 3 power zombie did not pay attention to Luo Hei's collision, and the raised fist smashed towards Luo Wu. Swish. The breath of death was blowing in his face. Luo Wu closed his eyes in despair, and suddenly, the sound of breaking air came into his ears, a dull low sound, and the fierce fist wind blew his cheek stingingly. But the expected iron fist did not fall. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a familiar figure came into viewpoint compared with the quasi level 3 power zombie. This figure looked very thin, and his thighs were not as thick as the forearms of the quasi level 3 power zombie, but he blocked the huge iron fist of the quasi level 3 zombie. Sir, Luo Wu was immediately excited and burst into tears. At this moment of life and death, it was Luo Ren who arrived. Luo Hei and the remaining guards were also very excited to see Luo Ren, and their morale suddenly rose several times. Swish swish swish. At the same time, several figures flew in from outside the city, aiming directly at those power-evolved zombies. They were not only fast, but also surprisingly powerful. They were not afraid of the level 1 power zombies. Except for a woman, the others directly faced them head on, and gained an overwhelming advantage. It's the squadron leaders Luo Shan, Luog, Luoli, and the soldier Liu Liangxin. The remaining guards exclaimed with excitement on their faces. Although the people of Mapo village didn't know who the people were, they were also very excited to see their powerful strength point da da da, bang bang. At the same time, the sound of gunfire rang out. Everyone looked around and saw 7 tanks leading the way, followed by hundreds of armored vehicles. The heavy machine guns, or light machine gun bullets on them poured out, just like this torrential rain, leaving the zombies nowhere to hide, and causing them to fall one after another. In this case, ordinary zombies were like seedlings waiting to be harvested in the face of these powerful firepower equipment, and they were shot dead one after another. The quasi level 3 power zombie was very shocked when a small human blocked the iron fist, but it recovered quickly. It roared angrily and slapped Luo Ren with its palms. Luo Ren's strength increased greatly. His strength was not weaker than that of the quasi level 3 power zombie, and his speed was not slower than that of the quasi level 3 speed zombie. In his eyes, such a slap was powerful enough, but too slow. He bent his legs slightly, his muscles tightened, and then exploded. The whole person shot at the quasi level 3 zombie like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that, even if the quasi level 3 zombie could predict it in advance, it could not defend at such a close distance. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Luo Ren had rushed into the arms of the quasi level 3 power zombie in a savage way, and the huge power poured out like a tide point. The quasi level 3 power zombie retreated deng deng deng, and stopped when it hit the rammed earth wall that had not collapsed yet, and this section of the intact rammed earth wall was covered with cracks. Swish. Luo Ren then launched a second attack. Still in the same way, turning his body into a cannonball and crashing straight into the quasi level 3 power zombie point, because, without a magic weapon that can cut iron like mud, fighting with the quasi level 3 power zombie in close combat is the most effective way of attack. Point bang. The next moment, Luo Ren crashed into the chest of the quasi level 3 power zombie point. The rammed earth wall behind the quasi level 3 power zombie collapsed instantly, and he fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Roar. The quasi level 3 power zombie roared angrily, and the other zombies switched their targets to Luo Ren and rushed from all directions. The other zombies were no threat to Luo Ren at all, but they could use their lives to hold him back for a while. The quasi level 3 power zombie took this opportunity to get up and did not launch an attack, but turned around and ran. How could Luo Ren let it escape? He immediately shouted, "Tank siege, can't let this beast run away." Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the words fell, 7 tanks turned their guns and fired armor-piercing shells at the fleeing quasi level 3 zombies. Facing the flying shells, the quasi level 3 power zombie successfully avoided the first shelling with its super predictive ability. The second shelling followed, and it slapped several shells with its palms, but after all, it only had 2 hands, and was still hit in the abdomen by an armor-piercing shell. The shell of the armor-piercing shell exploded, and the core with strong penetrating power directly penetrated the abdomen of the quasi level 3 zombie, leaving a hole the size of a human fist. However, such injuries had little effect on the quasi level 3 zombies, at least temporarily. Roar. It glared at the tank, let out a deafening roar, squatted suddenly, and then jumped up. The huge body actually jumped up 5 or 6 meters high and hit a tank with great oppression. Obviously, the quasi level 3 zombie jumped to attack, which was something no one expected. Luo Ren had seen quasi level 2 zombies use jumping to attack tanks, but only once. After that, he had never seen a nearly 3-meter tall level 2 zombie use jumping to attack. He thought that the larger quasi level 3 power zombies would not attack by jumping either, but the facts were always different from imagination. The huge body of the quasi level 3 zombie was like a mountain pressing down on the top of the tank. The tank sank down immediately and sank more than a foot into the ground. The turret on it instantly sank 2 footprints. The strong impact stunned the guards in the tank. Bang bang bang. The other tanks quickly turned their turrets, and the black muzzles pointed directly at the quasi level 3 power zombies, and then burst out huge flames. The high temperature of the shells, when they left the barrel, evaporated the raindrops dripping on them. Faced with so many artillery shells, the quasi level 3 zombie was no match for the 4 hands. Another armor-piercing bullet pierced his shoulder, and dark red blood gushed out from the 2 wounds. Roar. The quasi level 3 zombie roared angrily, jumped off the roof of the tank, and held the gun barrel with his huge hands. His muscles were tense, and veins crawled all over his upper body. Under the gaze of everyone, he actually broke off the tank turret. Waving the tank turret like a giant hammer, he rushed to the nearest tank with huge steps and smashed it down with it raised high. The moment the turret hammer fell, a boom sounded, but it was the tank that was hit that fired. Bang bang. 2 loud noises. One was the turret hammer hitting the tank, steel fragments flew, and the huge force smashed the tank as a whole. The other sound was a shell hitting the chest of the quasi level 3 power zombie, and the broken meat and bones splashed. The tank could not move, and the quasi level 3 zombie was also seriously injured by this blow. Roar. The quasi level 3 power zombie roared angrily, and his eyes became even more scarlet. The 3 wounds stopped bleeding instantly. He locked his eyes on another tank, holding the turret hammer, and rushed up. At this moment, his speed increased a lot, reaching the level of a level 1 speed zombie. Point bang bang bang. The sound of artillery sounded one after another, and several shells were fired. Point the quasi level 3 zombie wielded the turret hammer, just like the generals who used hammers in ancient times, and successfully blocked 4 shells. Only one hit his waist and abdomen and pierced through. And in these few seconds, the quasi level 3 zombie had come to another tank, jumped up, raised the turret hammer high above his head, and then smashed it hard. Point boom. The shock wave radiated visibly, showing the power of this attack. Point bang, bang, bang. The other tanks fired again. This time, the quasi level 3 power zombie did not dodge or make any defensive moves. The skeleton in its eyes quickly dimmed, and dark red blood flowed out of several wounds again. Several armor-piercing shells hit its body in succession, leaving several new wounds. The huge body staggered, and finally fell to the ground with a bang, splashing mud and water more than 10 meters high. Swish. Luo Ren flew over, and saw the huge quasi level 3 zombie. When he saw the 3 motionless and damaged tanks, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Facing the siege of 7 tanks, it was able to achieve such a record. The quasi level 3 power zombie was really terrifying. Chapter 166 Zombies attack the city. 20. The quasi level 3 zombie, lying face up, stared at Luo Ren with its eyes as big as half a fist, full of hatred and unwillingness. Dark red blood gushed out from the wound, dyeing the muddy water on the ground dark red, and the light in the quasi level 3 zombie's eyes finally went out. The quasi level 3 power zombie died, which surprised Luo Ren. In his impression, zombies must be smashed to die, but the head of this quasi level 3 power zombie was intact. How could it die? Looking at the blood holes all over its body, it seems that it died because of excessive blood loss or insufficient blood supply to the brain. It really looks less and less like a zombie, but more like a living life. The quasi level 3 zombie is dead, and other low level evolved zombies have also been dealt with by Liu Liangxin and others. The remaining ordinary zombies suddenly lost their command and became chaotic. They followed their instinctive desire for flesh and blood, and continued to fight with the guards. After about 15 minutes, the remaining zombies were all killed. All the survivors in Mapo village breathed a sigh of relief, with expressions of happiness of survival on their faces. Luo Ren saw Luo still holding the level 2 speed zombie tightly, and a sense of sadness surged in his heart. Luo was his first batch of soldiers. They had lived and died together for such a long time. He no longer regarded him as just a subordinate, but a brother. He bowed to Luo, sighed, and ordered, Luo's body has been infected with the zombie virus. Luo, give him a quick death. It can be seen that the blood flowing from Luo's wound has turned dark red. If he was not a level 1 peak evolver, he would have turned into a zombie long ago. Yes, Luo's voice was trembling, and his hands were trembling. He took the pistol handed over by Luo Ren, pointed the muzzle at Luo's head, clenched his teeth, and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, brother. Bang. The bullet instantly penetrated Luo's head. At this moment, boom, thunder was deafening, and the rain was getting heavier, as if God was crying for Luo and the dead. Thousands of people in Mapo village braved the pouring rain to welcome the generals, kneeling and kowtowing, not caring about getting their clothes dirty because of the mud and water. Thank you. These civilians thanked the guards from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for the guards, they would have become food for zombies long ago. Luo Ren waved his hand, without saying any other nonsense, and ordered, "Return to the base." In the heavy rain, the guards turned around, and returned to the base with thousands of people from Mapo village. Along the way, the whole army was very dull. They were not happy, because they won the battle, and killed so many zombies. There was no relaxed chatting, only silence, not enough space in the armored vehicles, and the civilians in Mapo village could only walk, so the marching speed was much slower. It took more than 3 hours to complete the short distance, and at this time, the rain also became lighter. The base was in sight. The city's Xianxing army saw the return of the guards and immediately opened the city gate. After entering the base, Luo Ren went directly back to the mobile base. He called up the system panel and saw that the number of guards was only 2,329, with a loss of 671 people, including a squadron leader Luo, which can be said to be a heavy loss. The quasi level 3 zombie group is indeed powerful, and the lobbying plan needs to be suspended and adjusted. Luo Ren took out a few evolution crystals, 3 quasi level 2 evolution crystals, and 1 level 2 evolution crystal, and a slightly darker quasi level 3 evolution crystal. Point as for those level 1 evolution crystals, Luo Ren gave them to Luo Shan on the way, and asked him to select the guards, to take them to improve the overall strength. Point the quasi level 3 evolution crystals must be taken by himself, and the quasi level 2 evolution crystals and level 2 evolution crystals have no evolution effect on him. He is considering who to give them to. Point after much consideration, Luo Ren finally decided to give both the quasi level 2 evolution crystal and the level 2 evolution crystal to Suantang. It was not because of emotional factors, but because the Xianxing army needed to garrison the base when the guard army went out, and Suantang, as the leader of the Xianxing army, must have the strength of a level 2 evolver. After considering these things, Luo Ren took a shower, changed into clean clothes, sat on a chair, and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, the door of the mobile base was pushed open. Luo Ren instinctively opened his eyes to check and saw Suantang walking in. Suantang was slightly startled when she saw Luo Ren. She had just inspected the training in the Xianxing army barracks. When she heard that the guard army had returned to the city, she hurried to greet them, but she did not see Luo Ren. After asking, she learned that Luo Ren had returned to the mobile base, so she rushed over. "What's wrong? You look very upset." Suantang took a few steps and asked. Alas. Luo Ren sighed, waved his hand, and did not answer. Suantang could tell that Luo Ren didn't want to talk, so she didn't ask any more questions. In fact, she could probably guess something, because she saw that the number of guards coming back was much less, and everyone looked sad. Point and those civilians, many of them were stained with zombie blood, which was almost unheard of in the past. From this, it can be inferred that this battle was very tragic. That, by the way, the two spoke at the same time and bumped into each other. Luo Ren waved his hand and said, "My business is not important, you go first." Suantang was stunned for a while, then nodded and said, "It's like this. An hour ago, someone came to the base for help." Luo Ren sat up straight and asked in confusion, "Ask for help, Su?" And Tang nodded slightly, lifted her hips, and sat down next to the table, and said, "That's right. And speaking of this force asking for help, we have dealt with it before. Have you dealt with us?" Luo Ren stroked his chin and recalled, "Could it be the Wasteland Military District?" Suantang shook his head and said, "No. If it's not the Wasteland Military District, then where would it be?" Luo Ren closed his eyes slightly, and fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he asked in surprise, "Could it be Sanctuary City number 2? Suantang's feet landed on the ground, pursed her lips, and answered calmly, "Yes, it is Sanctuary City number 2. But now they have changed their name to Yuhu City." Luo Ren was extremely surprised to get the affirmation. Although the base did not attack Sanctuary City number 2, it had also been at the gates of the city, and it was considered an enemy. Now Sanctuary City number 2 actually sent people to ask for help from the base. This is really a bit unbelievable. He even suspected that there was some conspiracy. Luo Ren calmed down and regained his composure and asked, "Why did they ask for help?" Suan Tong shook her head, looking a little helpless, and said, I asked someone who had been there, and she said she would only tell you when she saw you. Oh. Luo Ren immediately became interested, and she had to see me before she would tell me, so he immediately asked, where is that person now? Suan Tong replied, I asked Shad to arrange that person, and I don't know where she is now. It doesn't matter, you go find Shad, and ask him to bring that person to the conference room. Luo Ren waved his hand, with a suspicious expression on his face, and muttered to himself, I want to see what this number 2. No, changed its name. It should be called Yuhu City. What's the medicine sold in the good? Chapter 167 Zombies attack the city. 21. The conference room and the general conference hall are in the same building. The conference hall is usually used to hold large meetings, to determine the development direction of the base, while the conference room is used for small meetings between departments. Moreover, the layout inside the conference room is more like a reception room, so it has a second function, which is to receive guests from outside the base. In the conference room, Luo Ren sat in the main seat, his eyes slightly closed, waiting. Click. About half an hour later, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and 2 women and 1 man walked in. The man was Shacho, and one of the 2 women was Suan Tong. As for the other one, Luo Ren also knew her. She turned out to be the original lord of number 4 Sanctuary City, Chen Yun. Luo Ren was a little surprised when he saw Chen Yun. He sat up straight, made a gesture of invitation, and said, please sit down. As Chen Yun sat down, Suan Tong sat down on Luo Ren's right, and Shacho was still standing, not knowing whether to sit or what to do. Luo Ren glanced at Shat, waved his hand, and said calmly, Shat, there is nothing for you to do here. Go and get busy. Yes, I'll take my leave. Shat bowed and replied, then turned and left the meeting room. That. Chen Yun was really impatient. Luo Ren was about to speak when she interrupted him. She said with displeasure in her tone, Luo Ren, you are too rude. I've been here for so long, and you just showed up. Seeing Chen Yun's look, Luo Ren had already thought about it, and the words on his lips were swallowed back by him. He smiled coldly, without explaining why, but said in a calm tone and indifferent tone, if you don't want to wait, you can leave. You. Chen Yun stood up in an instant, staring at Luo Ren with a pair of big eyes. To be honest, she really wanted to leave, but thinking of Yuhu City, which was about to run out of ammunition and food, she could only suppress the anger in her heart and calm herself down. HMPH. Chen Yun snorted coldly and sat down again, trying to make her expression look natural and calm. Unfortunately, she was not good at pretending. At this time, anyone with a discerning eye could see her emotions. Suan Tong glanced at Luo Ren, then at Chen Yun, and couldn't help shaking her head secretly. Luo Ren was a very easygoing person, and Chen Yun would not be scolded if she spoke nicely. After a while, Chen Yun saw that Luo Ren had no intention of speaking first, so she could only suppress her dissatisfaction in her heart, and at the same time, lowered her posture and said, Commander Luo, I came here to ask for your help this time. Yuhu City was attacked by zombies. I hope you can raise your hands and send troops to help. After saying that, Chen Yun felt incredible that she could say such a thing. Luo Ren glanced at her sideways, smiled lightly, and asked back, I remember that we seem to be enemies, right? Although the words were short and few, they pointed out the key. However, Chen Yun did not react much and acted very calmly. She said, as the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies besides you. Commander Luo, didn't you say that the common enemies of mankind are zombies and evolved animals? Now we are besieged by zombies, and we come to ask for help from the base. You are certainly an enemy of us. When it comes to the word us, Chen Yun emphasized her tone, paused for a while, and then said, but the more than 100,000 people in Yuhu City are not your enemies. If the zombies break through Yuhu City, the more than 100,000 people will all become food for the zombies themselves. I don't think you want to see such a scene. Chen Yun obviously couldn't think of these words, and it sounded like Zhu Liang and Xiao Zhenghang's work. Luo Ren had already guessed some of the clues about the zombie siege mentioned by Chen Yun. It is very likely that it is a quasi level 3 zombie group siege. Now, I'm afraid that they are using fishing to consume their ammunition reserves, so Chen Yun came to ask for help. Indeed, he cares a lot about the lives of ordinary people. Yuhu City has more than 100,000 civilians. This is a piece of good pork belly. If they are included in the base, the population of the base will directly reach more than 400,000. It will be a big step forward from upgrading to a level 4 base, which is very tempting. However, after all, now, these more than 100,000 civilians still belong to Yuhu City, and Zhu Liang will not give them away. As for sending troops to help, it can certainly be agreed, but it cannot be agreed in vain. Luo Ren looked calm and said indifferently, I really don't want to see such a scene. Besides, I really can't see it. Yuhu City is dozens of kilometers away from the base, and there are obstacles in the middle. I can't see the scene of zombies breaking through Yuhu City with an astronomical telescope. Chen Yun was stunned. What's the connection? Did he mean to see it or not? This Luo Ren was obviously playing dumb. However, people have to bow their heads under the eaves, and the same is true when asking for help. She could only suppress her anger and maintain the smile that anyone with a discerning eye could see. She did not answer the question, but instead said what Zhu Liang and Xiao Zhenghang had prepared for her. As long as Commander Luo is willing to send troops to rescue, you can ask for any conditions. The other party did not answer, and Luo Ren felt bored. After hearing ask for any conditions, he narrowed his eyes slightly and joked, ask for any conditions? Can you make a decision? Whether you can make a decision depends on the conditions themselves. Commander Luo, tell me the conditions first, and then I can give an accurate answer. Chen Yun said, okay. Luo Ren smiled lightly, sat up straight, and was about to speak, but suddenly bang bang bang. The rapid knock on the door interrupted him. He had no choice but to swallow back the words that were just on his lips and shouted, come in. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and a Xiangxing army soldier with a height of 1.75 meters and a strong build walked in. His face was full of anxiety. When he saw Luo Ren and Su Antong, he immediately said, report to the chief, sir. Captain Su, a large number of zombies are attacking the south gate. What? Luo Ren and Su Antong stood up at the same time and said in surprise. Luo Ren was the first to come back to his senses, looked at Su Antong, and said, Antong, hurry up and command the other Xiangxing troops to support the south gate. I will mobilize the escort troops. Yes. Su Antong nodded solemnly, and then said to the Xian march soldier, let's go, Su. Antong left, and Luo Ren turned to look at Chen Yun, only to see her face full of surprise. She obviously didn't expect that. By coincidence, the base was attacked by zombies at this time. I can wait until I finish dealing with these zombies for support. After that, Luo Ren left the conference room without looking back. Chen Yun looked at the open door and lost some confidence in Luo Ren's dispatch of troops to rescue. If there were still 6 points left just now, then there are only 3 points left now. Zombies that dare to attack a large human force like the base must be of higher level. Even if the base's troops can break the situation, it will definitely consume a lot of ammunition. In this way, the base's combat effectiveness will be affected. Based on this consideration, Luo Ren has a high probability no troops will be sent to rescue the Hot Isle after Glow City. I wonder if that guy Xiao Zhenghang tried to persuade Liu Yanyan. Chen Yun withdrew her gaze, walked to the window, looked at the armored vehicles driving neatly to the south gate below, and murmured to herself, base, south gate. A row of 3 or 4 sky marching soldiers climbed up the city wall along the stairs, then quickly found the corresponding position and fired. At this time, the outside of the city was completely dark, filled with zombies. Most of them were emaciated, mindless ordinary zombies, as well as tall level 1 zombies who were also mindless. As for the quasi level 2 and above zombies, we did not see them. Such a scene is extremely oppressive. It is the first time for the Xian March soldiers to face such a large-scale zombie siege. They will inevitably be nervous. However, months of training is not nonsense. 90% of them can suppress their instinctive nervousness. A swarm of zombies in the front. The sound of gunfire was endless, and although the city was completely dark with zombies, these zombies did not swarm forward, but were separated by a certain distance, as if a red line had been set. After crossing the red line, they attracted a burst of shooting from the Sky March soldiers, and they immediately retreated in an orderly manner. They did not have the indomitable spirit of zombies at all. Instead, they were very afraid of death, for fear that the guns would hurt themselves. The Sky March soldiers defending the city could only fire when the zombies entered the shooting range, and then stopped shooting when they exited the shooting range. Rapid footsteps sounded, and Suan Tong trotted to the city wall. She was still a little surprised to see the zombies' fishing tactics with her own eyes. However, she quickly recovered and began to direct Xiangxing's army to shoot defense regularly to reduce the ammunition consumption to the lowest point. The troops were marching to defend the city wall. At the same time, trucks were constantly coming and going in the city, all transporting ammunition. Compared with other forces, the base did not have to worry about. At the same time, residents in the city had to work, rest, and eat as close to the south gate as possible. Residents in the new urban area who were building the new city heard the gunshots and chatted with the people around them, so they didn't pay much attention. Because that tall city wall gives people a great sense of security. Buzz buzz, the engine roared deafeningly, and 10 tanks and hundreds of armored vehicles rushed from the old city. The scene was majestic and shocking point in the Battle of Mapos Hay. 4 tanks were damaged, but the guard soldiers who controlled the tanks only withstood the strong impact and fainted without being injured. As long as there are people, the number of tanks is enough. Luo Ren stood on top of a tank. When he was near the city wall, he jumped up. The 8 or 9 meter high city wall easily jumped up. At this time, he also saw the dense zombies outside the city and said with a disdainful smile, "These beasts dare to come to attack the base. This is my territory, and you will definitely be left with nothing to eat." Brother Ren. Suan Tong saw Luo Ren and immediately came up to him. "How's the war going?" Luo Ren turned his head, looked at Suan Tong, and asked. Suan Tong looked at the zombies outside the city and said, "They are not a threat, but they are extremely annoying." HMPH. Luo Ren snorted and said disdainfully, "This is my home court. Since they are here, I want them to never come back. Wisdom and tactics, humans are their ancestors. Don't they want to consume our ammunition?" The order was given. In the first 2 games, the zombies attacked the city. They fired with all their strength, without caring about the bullets. After the 2 games, they deliberately showed their weakness. But in the next 2 games, the zombies still attacked the city, and the Xiangxing army was not allowed to shoot in defense. Luo Ren's order was immediately spread throughout the army. The soldiers of the Xiangxing army no longer restrained themselves, but opened fire with all their strength, without caring about the bullets. The escorts were lined up at the city gate, with their guns and cannon muzzles pointed in the direction of the city gate. The first battle lasted for an hour. Countless bullets were fired, killing more than 1,000 zombies, including evolved zombies. About 2 hours later, the second zombie siege began. Xiangxing still fired without sparing any effort. This battle also lasted for an hour. Countless bullets were fired, and an estimated 2,000 zombies were killed. At this time, it was already evening and the sky was getting dark. Many soldiers from the Sky March were stationed on the city wall, and did not dare to relax. They had to finish their dinner on the spot and eat compressed dry food, raw. The third zombie attack came earlier than expected. With the roar of an evolved zombie, a dark mass of zombies attacked. In this third battle, the firepower of the Xiangxing army dropped significantly. After an hour and a half of fighting, they only killed a few hundred zombies, which was not as good as the first 2 battles. Chen Yun had been observing the situation at the south gate. Seeing the way the Xiangxing army did not cherish bullets in the first 2 battles and the decline in firepower in the third battle, she couldn't help but show a mocking expression. This made her look down on Luo Ren, thinking that Luo Ren didn't understand tactics and couldn't guess the zombies' intentions in 3 consecutive battles. It can only be said that he was strong in limbs, but simple in mind. The ability to destroy the number 1 sanctuary city was probably due to Zhao Chuan's help. His greatest contribution should be to provide troops. She even felt that she was greatly insulted when she asked for help from such a person. Therefore, she secretly made up her mind that when the city was broken, she would run away directly. With her strength as a level 1 peak evolver, it would not be a problem to get away. After the third battle, Luo Ren climbed up the south gate wall and saw that the soldiers of the Xianxing army who had fought 3 battles were in high spirits and their morale was as high as at the beginning. At the same time, the tension on their faces disappeared completely, and some of them even had time to chat with their comrades. It seems that these people have gotten used to it. As expected, actual combat is the best training. I believe that after this battle, all the soldiers of the Xianxing army who participated in this battle will have their combat experience greatly improved. Luo Ren turned his eyes and looked outside the city. At this time, the sky had darkened, were vehicle lights in the city, and they were not afraid of the darkness. But outside the city, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. He didn't want the zombies to launch the 4th siege in the dark, because it would be somewhat disadvantageous for the guards to fight outside the city. Luo Ren stood with his hands behind his back, looking straight out of the city, thinking to himself, with the IQ of the quasi level 3 zombies, they should not be able to see the flaws in my misleading plan in the first 3 rounds. In Luo Ren's expectation, since the quasi level 3 zombies wanted to consume their ammunition in a fishing-like way, then as it wished, the first 2 rounds were full of firepower, and the 3rd round turned the tide, creating the illusion that the base was out of ammunition and food, thereby attracting the quasi level 3 zombies in the dark, or even level 3 zombies. At that time, in the 4th round of siege, the base was completely full of firepower, rocket launchers, anti-equipment snipers, etc. If they retreat, the 10 tanks and hundreds of armored vehicles that have been lined up at the city gate will chase them out of the city, and they will definitely not return. Chapter 168 Zombies Attack the City, 22. Brother Ren. Read Suan Tong's voice came from behind. Luo Ren looked back and smiled slightly. He suddenly remembered something, and took out 3 evolutionary crystals from his pocket. When Suan Tong came closer, he took her hand, and handed the 4 evolutionary crystals to her and said, "Find a place to take these evolutionary crystals." Suan Tong was shocked when she saw that it was a quasi level 2 evolutionary crystal and a level 2 evolutionary crystal. She immediately withdrew her hand, shook her head repeatedly, and refused. The level 2 evolutionary crystal is too precious. I can't take it. You should take it yourself. Luo Ren took her hand again, forced 4 evolutionary crystals into her hand, and explained, "Level 2 evolutionary crystals have no effect on me, and as the supreme commander of Xianxing army, your own strength is definitely don't be too low. Be obedient and quickly find a place to eat these evolution crystals." Suan Tong suddenly remembered that Luo Ren had already taken quasi level 3 evolutionary crystals, and these quasi level 2 and level 2 evolutionary crystals were naturally useless to him. After thinking for a while, Suan Tong finally chose to accept the 4 evolutionary crystals and said sweetly, "Thank you." Luo Ren laughed and said, "The relationship between you and me still deserves thank you, Su." And Tong smiled and said, "This is polite." After accepting the 4 evolution crystals, Suan Tong went to find a place to take them. "There is danger ahead. Don't come near. You guys let me go. I have something to say to Luo Ren." Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Luo Ren followed the voice and looked. It was Chen Yun, and thought to himself, what is Chen Yun doing here at this time? Without thinking much, he jumped off the city wall and walked towards Chen Yun. Luo Hei, who was stopping Chen Yun, saw Luo Ren approaching, saluted and said, "Sir, this woman said she wants to talk to you and has something to say. The war is urgent now. We will discuss the matter of asking for help later." Luo Ren habitually looked Chen Yun up and down and said calmly, "I'm not here to say this. I just want to warn you. Those zombies are deliberately consuming your ammunition. Judging from your performance just now, you don't have much ammunition left in the city. Use it sparingly. You can still hold on for a while time." Luo Ren suddenly chuckled. From what Chen Yun said just now, Luo Ren was completely sure that Sunset City was besieged by quasi level 3 zombies. After a moment, he put away his smile and said, "You should worry more about Sunset City. You don't have to worry about the base when the ammunition is used up." "I don't know what's wrong." Chen Yun was angry, cursed in a low voice, turned around and left. "Wait a moment." Seeing that Chen Yun was about to leave, Luo Ren called out to stop. Chen Yun stopped, turned around with a trace of anger on her face, and said coldly, "What's the matter? This is the first time I have seen someone asking for help with this kind of attitude. I have a good temper. If others had driven them away, they would have been chased away." Luo Ren was speechless in his heart, but his face was always calm, and he said calmly, "After sending troops to assist, I can agree to it, but I have conditions." "What conditions?" Chen Yun asked immediately after hearing this. The corners of Luo Ren's mouth curved slightly, and a faint smile crept onto his face. He looked directly into Chen Yun's eyes, and said word by word, "My conditions are not difficult, that is, surrender. Return." Chen Yun couldn't wrap his mind around it for the first time. He repeated it several times before he understood the meaning of the word submit. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in shock, "You want our Afterglow City to become part of the base?" The smile on Luo Ren's face remained unchanged and he said, "That's right. Ha ha ha." Chen Yun laughed loudly, as if herself had heard the funniest joke. Half a minute later, she burst into tears from laughter, and then she restrained. Her tone was slightly sarcastic, and she said, "You really want to laugh me to death? In the current situation, you are almost out of ammunition and food. It is hard to say whether you can withstand the fourth wave of zombies attacking the city, let alone send troops to assist our Yuhu city. Moreover, it is a foolish dream to think that we, Sunset City, will surrender to the base." In response to such words, Luo Ren was not angry, but shook his head slightly and said, "You will know if you can resist it. It's not up to you whether I speak loudly or not. I remember that the city lord of Yuhu city is Zhu Liang. He is a smart man and should know that it is a better choice to join the base than to destroy the city and kill people." Chen Yun sneered and said, "It is true that I'm not the city lord, and I really cannot be the lord, but based on my knowledge, Zhu Liang should not agree with your lion's mouth. Moreover, it depends on whether you can survive this zombie siege, otherwise you are not qualified." Luo Ren smiled and shook his head. When he argued with Chen Yun, he really realized a truth deeply: never argue with an idiot, or you will become an idiot yourself. Woo. At this moment, the piercing sirens pierced the night sky, and the fourth zombie siege came. Luo Ren no longer paid attention to Chen Yun, but looked at Luo Shan and others, and ordered, "The whole army is ready, and waiting for my order." "Yes." Luo Shan, Luo He and others responded. Roar. The roar of the evolved zombies was deafening. Luo Ren jumped onto the city wall. Following him, a sky marching soldier handed over a night vision goggle. With the night vision goggle on, he could clearly see the zombies outside the city. The number far exceeds the previous 3 games. In addition to level 1 evolved zombies, there are also quasi level 2 evolved zombies, level 2 evolved zombies, and a familiar quasi level 3 evolved zombie. That quasi level 3 power zombie in Ruai City? Luo Ren's lips moved slightly, and a sparkle flashed in his eyes. This was completely unexpected. Although Ruai City is not far from the base, it is still nearly 20 kilometers away. And this zombie with quasi level 3 power actually summoned so many zombies and traveled nearly 20 kilometers to attack the base. If you insist on saying that this is a coincidence, it cannot be justified. Recalling the deep look back at this nearly level 3 zombie when it escaped, Luo Ren couldn't help but think of the word revenge. It's really getting more and more surprising. Luo Ren sighed. Then murderous intent gathered in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Since you want to avenge your people, then I will also avenge mine." In the Battle of Ruai City, dozens of guardsmen died at the hands of quasi level 3 speed zombies. In the Battle of Mapozhe, more than 600 people were lost. Even Aluolu was sacrificed. According to the ethnic group, this can be considered a blood feud. In this fourth battle, the zombies outside the city lost their headlines and swarmed towards the base city. The scene was very terrifying. The quasi level 3 power zombie leader, dozens of level 1 power zombies and 2 level 2 power zombies, ran wildly and collided with each other. The target was obvious, which was the South City Gate. Given the height and thickness of the base city wall, it would definitely not be able to be broken open by just hitting it, so the quasi level 3 zombies set their sights on the relatively weak city gate. It would be easiest to break through from here. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sound of impact reached the ears of every soldier in Cheyenne March, and the city wall trembled slightly, resonating with the heartbeat, causing their breathing rates to slow down, and their nervousness struck again. Luo Ren, Luo Shan, Liu Liangxin, Su Antong, as well as Luo Hei, Luo Jaluoli and other revolvers boarded the city wall, and ordered the nervous Xiangxing soldiers to retreat. They were stationed on the city wall to defend against attacks by speed zombies. Under the city wall, directly opposite the city gate, 10 tanks were lined up, with their muzzles aimed at the tall city gate. There are also dozens of rocket launchers loaded with armor-piercing shells facing the south city gate, as well as dozens of heavy machine guns. This scene made Chen Yun dumbfounded. The ammunition in the base was not exhausted. Why now? Dong dong dong. The city gates were hit one after another and trembled continuously. In fact, the city gates were weaker than the city walls, but their defensive power was still very strong. Even if it was armor-piercing shells, it would only be effective unless 3 armor-piercing shells hit the same position one after another without any bias. Possibly breaking through the city gate point. However, it would take years and months to break open the gate with a nearly level 3 power zombie and some level 1 and 2 power zombies colliding through the primitive body point. Time passed by seconds, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were piles of zombies under the city wall, and the power zombies were still hitting the city gate. Unfortunately, the effect was very insignificant. Luo Ren looked up at the sky. The rain that had been falling for several days miraculously stopped at this moment, and the dark clouds on the sky showed signs of dispersing. The bright moonlight was already visible to the naked eye. Brother Ren, why haven't there been any sneak attacks by speed zombies? After waiting for such a long time, no speed zombies attacked. Su Antong couldn't help but ask. Luo Ren was silent for a moment and glanced at the zombies below, trying to search for any speed zombies. Unfortunately, the light was too dark, and he could only distinguish a few power zombies that were obviously much taller. As for the speed zombies, it is difficult to find the thin speed zombies among such a dense group of corpses, even in broad daylight. No matter what, let's get started. Luo Ren waved his hand, and the retreating Xiangxing army immediately climbed onto the city wall and took a defensive posture. At the same time, Luo Ren shouted, "Open the city gate." These words spread throughout the army, and the guards under the city wall were cheered up. They held the guns in their hands harder, and their sharp eyes were always looking at the direction of the city gate. As soon as the city gate opened, they would hold the gun without hesitation, pull the trigger, and destroy those nasty zombies. When Chen Yun heard the words "open the city gate," she thought she heard it wrong. But when she looked at the south city gate, she saw the city gate rising slowly, first revealing the zombies' souls, then the calves, thighs, waist and abdomen, the chest, and finally the zombie's head point. The moment the zombie's face was revealed, the sound of gunfire rang out, and the gunfire was even more dazzling than the lights of the vehicles. The quasi level 3 power zombie only felt a flash of light in front of its eyes, and then it and its skin were swallowed up by countless hail of bullets at the same time. The Sky March soldiers on the city wall stepped forward again, took out high explosive grenades, and threw them down the city for free. They all transformed into humanoid bombers and carried out carpet bombing. Chapter 169. Dispatching troops to rescue. I only heard a series of explosions, and then saw flames rising into the sky. Redraw. The roar of the evolved zombies was deafening, and the guards who were blocking the city gate saw a huge monster rushing out of the flames. Under the illumination of the light, the monster's true appearance was exposed. It was 3 meters tall, covered with muscles, and there were many blood holes on its muscular body. However, the strange thing was that there was no blood flowing out of those blood holes. Luo Ren noticed the movement under the city and immediately looked over. Seeing the huge monster, he said anxiously, "The last ray of light, the last struggle." The Battle of Mapo Village was still vivid in his mind. Luo Ren naturally recognized such a scene at the first time. He burst out at an extreme speed and blocked the front of the tank in the blink of an eye. Then he used his thighs to shoot himself out as a cannonball and hit the quasi level 3 power zombie heavily, knocking it back several meters away. Luo Ren quickly returned to the army and shouted, "Fire!" Bang! Bang bang. 10 replaced tanks their shells in a very short time and fired again. 10 shells hit the quasi level 3 zombie almost at the same time, shattering its upper body. Let's see how it can make a comeback. Once the quasi level 3 zombie died, the remaining ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies lost their leaders. Their minds were immediately occupied by their instinctive desire for flesh and blood. They rushed into the open city gates, facing the hail of bullets, and offering their bodies raw. Unexpectedly, there were 2 rows of evolved zombies. The ordinary zombies and level 1 zombies that were in disorder immediately retreated in unison and stopped dying. Luo Ren could hear that the roar was sharp and piercing, completely different from the roar of the power zombies. It was a speed zombie. It seemed that there were level 2 speed zombies among these zombies. Facing the zombies retreating, Luo Ren immediately ordered to chase them out of the city, and he was determined to make sure that all these zombies would never return. 10 tanks led the way, followed by hundreds of armored vehicles, rolling up mud and water on the ground. At this moment, the identities of humans and zombies were swapped. Humans became hunters, and zombies became prey. Chen Yun was stunned by this scene. At this moment, she realized that the strength of the base was far superior to his, and Luo Ren was not a reckless person with strong limbs and a simple mind point at the same time. The clouds were cleared and the moonlight was bright. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the bright moonlight fell, bringing a faint light to the dark world. The guards chased all the way, leaving zombie corpses along the way. After an unknown period of time, the zombies disappeared, and Luo Ren ordered to stop the pursuit and turn back to the base. Under the moonlight, on the walls of the base, a whole day of fighting made the soldiers of the Xianxing army exhausted, but they still had firm faces and did not slack off. They held their guns, alert, and waited for the zombies to fight back at any time. However, they did not wait for zombies, but for the guards, which made them cheer and jump for joy. Back to the base, Luo Ren ordered to clean up the zombie bodies. At this time, there were countless zombie bodies outside the city. If they were not cleaned up in time, they would stink after a while. He did not want the base to become Laobei paradise, leaving soldiers to clean up the zombies. Luo Shan, Luo Hei and others were ordered to collect the evolution crystals of quasi level 3 zombies and other evolved zombies, and Luo Ren was about to return to the mobile base. Just as he was about to get on the car, he suddenly saw Chen Yun, who was stunned. Luo Ren raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and walked towards her. Chen Yun saw Luo Ren coming, and immediately put away her surprised expression. How about it? Can my conditions be considered? Luo Ren said with a smile and a calm tone. Chen Yun swallowed nervously and said, I can't decide your conditions, but I will tell you the truth. After I return to the city, whether you can agree or not, we need to discuss it later. No problem. Luo Ren snapped his fingers, then turned and walked towards the car. After a few steps, he turned back and said, by the way, if you agree, for the sake of safety, you need to do something that can make me believe that you will not kill me after you have done your job. Chen Yun nodded heavily and replied, I will convey it truthfully. Luo Ren got on the off-road vehicle, stepped on the accelerator, rolled up the mud and water on the ground, and drove away. Chen Yun looked at the off-road vehicle until it finally disappeared from his sight, and then he retracted his gaze, looking around, taking a good look at the base, and then taking a deep look at the guards. Chen Yun's lips moved and murmured to herself, what a strong Luo Ren, what a strong guards. Let's go back to the city at dawn. Back to the mobile base, Luo Ren first took a shower, and then fell asleep. After a busy day, Commander Luo was finally able to rest. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The rooster that announces the dawn of the base crowded on time, piercing the darkness, and dawn broke. Luo Ren was awakened by the crowing of the rooster, opened his eyes, and then closed them again, because the light coming in from the window was too dazzling, and he needed a few seconds to adapt. After adapting to the light, Luo Ren put on his clothes, and went to the rest and office area downstairs. Seeing the steamed buns and other breakfasts on the table, still steaming, he smiled slightly. It must be Suan Tang's handwriting. Walking to the door, and pushing open the door of the mobile base, a beam of sunlight fell on Luo Ren's face and body. The morning sun was not hot, but warm, making people more comfortable. The red sunlight illuminated every person, and every place in the base. At this moment, Luo Ren's eyes sparkled, and he was excited. At the same time, Luo Ren came towards him and called out, "Brother Ren." Hearing this, Luo Ren hugged Luo Ren's shoulders and laughed, "And Tong, I thought of it. I thought of it, Su." And Tong showed a puzzled expression and couldn't help asking, "What did you think of?" Ha ha ha. Luo Ren laughed for a long time and then said excitedly, "What's the name of the base?" Hearing this, Luo Ren asked in surprise, "What's your name?" Luo Ren let go of Luo Ren, then pointed to the rising sun and said heavily, "Red Sun. Red Sun." Luo Ren repeated in a low voice, then showed an approving look and said, "Okay, this is a good name, Red Sun. The base is the rising sun in this apocalyptic world. It will break through the darkness and dawn will come." That's right. Luo Ren was in such a mood that he met a close friend after drinking 1,000 glasses of wine. Luo Ren was indeed his close friend. Opening his arms, facing up to the sky, and letting the warm sunshine shine on his body, he said loudly, "From now on, the base will be called Red Sun City." One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the renaming of the base to Chiang City instantly set off a frenzy of discussion among the residents of the base, with many people spontaneously interpreting the meaning of the word Chiang Point. Although the explanation words are different, their meanings are all positive. There are also many people who are having a heated debate on whether the escort army should be renamed Chiang Army, since the base has been renamed Chiang City. These people all hold their own opinions, and no one agrees with the other. In the end, Luo Ren ordered Saudi Arabia to come forward and issue a notice, which read, "The guards are still called the guards, to protect and protect." This is also the purpose of the guards, to protect the base and the people in the base. As soon as this notice came out, the debate scenes that could still be seen on the streets, under the city walls, and in the workplace in the morning, disappeared without a trace in the afternoon. It's getting late. Inside the mobile base, two quasi-level 3 evolutionary crystals were placed on the table. They had been cleaned several times with dish soap. Luo Ren did not want to turn into an inflatable doll again. Luo Ren couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh when she thought of Luo Ren's chubby appearance. That day. Luo Ren glared at her upon hearing the sound, causing Luo Ren to stick out her tongue, purse her mouth, and try not to laugh out loud. Focusing again on the two evolution crystals, the quasi-level 3 evolution crystal on the left comes from the quasi-level 3 power zombies in Mapos Hay. The quasi-level 3 evolution crystal on the right comes from the quasi-level 3 power zombies that attacked the city last night. After taking these two evolution crystals, Luo Ren will be a big step closer to being a level 3 evolver. His Luo Ren took a deep breath and grabbed two evolution crystals. He didn't bother to take them one by one, so he put two directly into his mouth. The next second pure life energy burst out, and the feeling like being bitten by billions of ants suddenly hit him. Having experienced this for the first time, Luo Ren was mentally prepared this time, and gritted his teeth and persisted. However, he only persisted for more than 30 seconds, before he couldn't help but scream, "Fuck, it's so fucking itchy." However, it was nothing to cry out. With strong willpower, Luo Ren controlled his hands that had nowhere to go and wanted to scratch the itch. If you scratch your hand, if you don't control the force well, it will cause bloodshed, and it will be ugly. When Luo Ren saw Luo Ren dancing and having a slightly distorted face, it was funny, but also distressed at the same time. Then I thought about whether I would have to take quasi-level 3 evolutionary crystals if I reached the peak of level 2, and then the same thing would happen. It's scary to think about it. Fortunately, this state did not last long. For about 2 minutes, Luo Ren's hands with nowhere to rest slowly lowered, and his distorted face gradually relaxed. Exhaling a breath, Luo Ren slowly opened his eyes. On the surface, he had not changed at all. Only he knew that his strength, speed, and defense had improved greatly. At that time, facing the level 3 speed zombies, Luo Ren was sure to kill them. As for the power zombies, he could not smash them to death with his fists yet, but he could still gain the upper hand. Luo Ren, who had completed his evolution, smiled slightly at Luo Ren, and then opened his arms. The meaning was obvious. Luo Ren stepped forward and passed him under Luo Ren's gaze. Luo Ren couldn't help but put down his arms. Suddenly, warmth came from behind him, and Suan Tong hugged him from behind. This made his somewhat disappointed mood immediately improve. Suan Tong let go of Luo Ren, turned and walked outside the house, saying as she walked, after evolving, the food in the belly is exhausted. I will go to the cafeteria to get you something to eat. Luo Ren turned around and saw Suan Tong's back and felt very warm in his heart. The bright moon in the sky sheds its pure white light, and a very fast figure swept towards the city. The figure stopped and the moonlight fell on her face, allowing the soldiers on the city to see clearly. It's Deputy City Lord Chen Yun. Open the city gate quickly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Dispatching Troops to Rescue, Part 2. The city gate opened a gap that could be entered by one person, and Chen Yun immediately got in through the gap. The soldiers guarding the city came up to him with flattering faces. One of them thought he was a little handsome and even arranged some hairstyles, hoping that Chen Yun would like him and then he could eat well, drink hot food, and say hehehe. However, Chen Yun was obviously not interested and had no intention of staying. He went straight to the city lord's palace, leaving the soldier who thought he was handsome and messy in the wind. The soldier who were with him also laughed and said, "You said that you just have to do your job well day by day, and you just want to do something else. Deputy City Lord Chen can't even look down on me, just you. Besides, even if I fall in love with you, can you handle it with your small body? I have heard that any pretty boy who comes out of Deputy City Master Chen's room is already in great shape, if he can still stand up. Most of them go in vertically and come out horizontally." Huh. The handsome little soldier snorted, twisted his hips, and returned to his post, then rolled his eyes at the person who just talked about him. Chen Yun was very fast and went straight to the city lord's palace, ignoring the greetings of patrolling soldiers along the way. It was night, and there was no one in the lobby of the city lord's mansion. Chen Yun glanced at it, then walked to the backyard, went straight to Zhu Liang's room, and pushed the door open without knocking. Zhu Liang, who was looking at the information in the room, heard the noise, looked up and saw that it was Chen Yun. He looked up and down and saw that she looked dusty, with a lot of mud on her clothes and face. I must have encountered some trouble on my way to seek help this time. However, if you can come back smoothly, some troubles will be nothing. Zhu Liang put down the materials in his hand, made a gesture, and said calmly, "Sit down." After Chen Yun sat down, Zhu Liang asked, "What was the result of this trip to the base to ask for help?" "I met Luo Ren and told him about asking for help. He said that he could agree, but there are conditions." Chen Yun pursed her lips and hesitated for a while. Instead of continuing, she asked, "Let's talk first. Let's talk about Xiao Zhenghang. He went to the wasteland military region to ask for help. Has there been any result?" Zhu Liang shook his head. He who had always been calm actually showed a bitter expression and said with a wry smile, "Zhenghang came back as early as yesterday afternoon. According to him, the wasteland military region, like us, was also besieged by zombies and couldn't escape. Come." Waving his hand, Zhu Liang said, "Only the base can save us right now. You'd better tell Luo Ren what his conditions are." When Chen Yun heard that the wasteland military region was also being besieged by zombies, she couldn't help showing a look of shock. However, she soon regained her composure. When she raised her eyes met Zhu Liang's, and she saw the waiting in his eyes. No longer hesitating, he spoke, "Luo Ren's conditions are a bit harsh, and we in Yuhu City can't even bear them." "Oh." Hearing this, Zhu Liang aroused curiosity. What conditions could make Chen Yun, who was straightforward, go around the bush? He stared at Chen Yun and listened to her next words. Chen Yun glanced at Zhu Liang, then withdrew her gaze and said, "Luo Ren's condition." She bit her lips and was silent for a while. Finally, Chen Yun said decisively, "His condition is that we submit." "Submit?" A trace of surprise flashed in Zhu Liang's eyes, and it was obvious that even he was surprised by such a condition. After a moment of silence, Zhu Liang stared at Chen Yun and said in a solemn tone, Luo Ren dares to speak like a lion, so is he absolutely sure to help us get out of trouble? I definitely have the ability. If she had never seen the base's battle to defend the city, Chen Yun would never be so sure. But now she is very sure that the base has the ability to save Yuhu City, but the price of this rescue is indeed too high. It's so big that I don't know whether it's salvation or destruction. After all, once they submit to the base, Afterglow City will cease to exist. Zhu Liang was slightly surprised when he saw Chen Yun being so sure, and then asked, why? Chen Yun didn't hide anything and told Zhu Liang everything about the base defense battle. The tactics are very good. Zhu Liang couldn't help but praise after hearing this. Then he shook his head and said, unfortunately, it does not apply to us in Afterglow City. Just the first 2 games, each of which took nearly an hour of full-scale shooting, were enough to consume 70% of our ammunition. Yeah, I really don't know where Luo Ren got so much ammunition, as well as tanks and armored vehicles. With that number, no military division before the end of the world had such a strong military strength. Chen Yun said with curiosity on his face. The military division naturally does not have such strong military strength. Otherwise, Liu Yangnian would have been out of trouble long ago. Zhu Liang suddenly stood up and walked out of the room, looking at the long-lost bright moon in the sky, the light of thought flashing in his calm eyes. Chen Yun also walked out of the room, looked at him, and asked, what should we do? Agree or disagree, Zhu? Liang withdrew his gaze, walked back to his room with his hands behind his hands, and said at the same time, tomorrow, you, me, Xiao Zhenghang, managers of various departments, and representative officers at all levels, will discuss this matter together. Turning around, he looked at Chen Yun and said, you've had a hard time traveling all the way. Go back and rest first. Although Chen Yun is impatient, she also understands that this kind of thing cannot be rushed, at least there is no result yet. She can only slightly nodded and said, okay. Then she left the city lord's palace and returned to her residence. Sanctuary City number 1, the ruins of the former city lord's palace. Xia Chuan sat casually on a piece of broken brick and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. He quickly looked back. At this time, his expression could be described as sad. In his hand was a letter with Xia Chuan personally writing on the cover. TSK. Alas. Xia Chuan sighed, then suddenly rubbed his forehead and laughed again. If anyone were here, he would definitely be able to hear the bitterness in this laughter. These zombies will also fight in multiple directions. The military area is besieged, and they are unable to send troops to help, or even provide ammunition support for their own sake. As for my number 1 shelter city, I can save more and more, and I can still last for half a month at most. If the military region is still unable to get out after half a month, I will have no choice but to accompany these more than 100,000 people to death. Xia Chuan's tone was filled with helplessness. At this moment, a royal army officer wearing gold-rimmed glasses came over. He heard what Xia Chuan had just said, looked at Xia Chuan's sad face, hesitated for a while, and finally spoke. Deputy Commander Xia, my subordinates have an idea. Xia Chuan raised his head, saw the officer with gold-rimmed glasses, and said, oh old Song, if you have any idea, just tell me. Old Song, an officer with gold-rimmed glasses, said, we can't count on the military region, but there are still 2 forces that we can ask for help from. Xia Chuan didn't even think about it and said directly, you mean base Luo Ren and Sanctuary City number 2. Xia Chuan was able to think of the 2 major forces he mentioned so quickly, which was beyond Liu Song's expectation. This made him a little surprised. He nodded and replied, that's right. Xia Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head, explaining, it's not that I haven't thought about asking for help from these 2 forces. Needless to say, number 2 Sanctuary City, we are enemies. It's hard to say whether they can agree. As for the base, if we ask them to help, we will definitely bleed. The last time we cooperated, we gave the 2 cities resources and population. Haha. Old Song smiled and asked, if we run out of ammunition and the zombies attack the city, what will happen to us and the people in the city? Old Song, I have already thought about your problem. The result is that we alas. Liu Song clapped his hands and said, that's it. Instead of waiting to become food for zombies, it is better to ask the base to send troops to rescue. If Luo Ren opens his mouth, the lion will open his mouth, and we will satisfy him. To put it bluntly, even if he asks for the population and resources of the entire number 1 sanctuary city, I think he can agree to it. As long as it doesn't become food for zombies, what does it matter? Besides, they are all of the same race. We just ask the people in this city to change their lives, and change their rulers. And I heard that life in the base is quite good, and Luo Ren is also a good character. Otherwise the commander's daughter would be, how could Miss Liu Liangxin join the base willingly? I have thought about what you said, old song, but if we decide in private like this, I'm sorry to the commander. Xia Chuan showed a troubled expression. He is a smart man. Can he not see these pros and cons? He was just worried about Liu Yangnian. After all, he was from the Wasteland military region, and was a soldier brought out by Liu Yangnian. In this apocalyptic world, population is productivity. If we give away this entire city's population, wouldn't it be tantamount to betraying the military region? Therefore, he has been hesitating whether to send a request for assistance to the Wasteland military region by letter, asking Liu Yangnian to make a decision. Deputy Commander Xia, there are more than 100,000 living people. Can you bear to watch the city be destroyed and people die? You have to distinguish between righteousness and personal feelings. Besides, I'm not asking you to betray the commander, and I didn't want to betray the commander. Isn't it better to just let more than 100,000 people live than to let them all become food for zombies? Old Song was serious and thoughtful, with red eyes. Over the past 6 months, he had seen too many people die, and he wanted from the bottom of his heart to keep the more than 100,000 people in Sanctuary City number 1 alive. Xia Chuan also began to waver under Luo Song's persuasion. He looked at Luo Song blankly, took a deep breath, and asked, what do other people think? Hehe. Seeing Xia Chuan's compromising look, Luo Song seemed to see victory in hand, and couldn't help laughing from the bottom of his heart. He turned around and shouted in the direction of the military tent. Deputy Commander Xia wants to know what you think. Come out, everyone. Swish swish. As soon as he finished speaking, dense footsteps sounded, and then, in Xia Chuan's sight, all the officers of the kingdom's army stationed in Sanctuary City number 1 came out. They looked at each other and pushed each other. You said, don't push me. Express your position first. Momojiji, I'll come first. A 1.8 meter tall, well-built royal army officer stood up, saluted Xia Chuan, and said, reporting to the deputy commander, although it is the end of the world, I still remember the training. Before joining the army, our responsibilities it is to protect the people, and now that the lives of people all over the city are in danger, we should not sit back and wait for death. Therefore, I feel that as long as we can save the people in this city, there is no harm in asking for help from other forces. Moreover, I have met the guards of the base. Their military morals are very high. Hundreds of thousands of people go to the base to live, so they should not suffer oppression. Yes, Deputy Commander, we can't sit still and wait for death. Yes, I have also come into contact with the guard soldiers. They have strong discipline and will never do anything to bully civilians. After the officer finished speaking, the others immediately agreed. Seeing so many people express their attitudes, Xia Chuan also made up his mind at this moment. He stood up, glanced at the crowd, and said, okay, since has the same idea, I will immediately send a letter to the military district to seek the commander's opinion. Not appropriate. Old Song retorted, we don't have much time left. I think we should directly arrange people to go to the base or number 2 Sanctuary City for help. Old Song is right. Sending a letter to the commander for decision will waste at least 2 days. Indeed, time is tight, and every second counts. Although our ammunition is expected to last for half a month, it is only an estimate. The actual situation is always much different from the estimate. Listening to such a voice, Xia Chuan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, then how about asking for help and informing the commander at the same time? From requesting a decision to the current notification, the meaning has completely changed. In other words, even if Liu Yangnian disagrees, it is imperative to ask for help. Well, I agree. Old Song was the first to express his opinion. I agree too. I agree. The officers expressed their opinions one after another. Xia Chuan nodded and continued. Well, let's discuss now. Should we ask for help from the base, or from Sanctuary City number 2, or both? Then it must be the base. Sanctuary City number 2 is nothing. Yes, Sanctuary City number 2 is a bunch of rabble. What are they? I choose the base. The opinions of the officers were almost one-sided, which was normal. After all, in their eyes, the impression of the base and Sanctuary City No. 2 was that one was an excellent and respectable powerful force. The other was a gathering place for rebels. In fact, Xia Chuan knew that this would be the result, and the reason he asked the question was just to go through the process. Xia Chuan pressed his hand, and the officers immediately quieted down. He smiled and said, okay, everyone's opinions are clear. Then I will write 2 letters immediately, one to the base, and one to the Wasteland Military District. The moon sets, the sun rises, and the sky and the earth is clear. Early in the morning, after a zombie siege, 2 off-road vehicles sped out of Sanctuary City number 1, and after leaving the city, they went in 2 directions, one to the base and the other to the Wasteland Military District. 3 hours after the 2 vehicles left, there was another zombie siege. After this zombie siege, 2 more off-road vehicles sped out of the city, one to the base and the other to the Wasteland Military District, but the route had changed. In this way, this whole day, after 3 zombie sieges, a total of 6 off-road vehicles left the city, and the routes of the 6 vehicles were also different. Chapter 171, Dispatching Troops to Rescue, Part 3. The next day, early in the morning, Yuhu City, the lobby of the city lord's mansion. So early in the morning, according to the usual habit, there was no one in the lobby, except the servants cleaning, and occasionally seeing Zhu Liang, or the 2 deputy city lords. It would definitely not be like today, except for the frontline officers commanding the battle. The rest of the officers and ministers and the 2 deputy city lords, Chen Yun and Xiao Zhenghang, were all in the lobby. The reason for this situation was that the City Lord Zhu Liang ordered a meeting, and this meeting was related to the life and death of Yuhu City, and the significance was very important. At this time, the City Lord Zhu Liang had not yet appeared, and the officers and ministers were talking about it. I don't know what this major event that concerns the life and death of Yuhu City is. Only Chen Yun sat upright, sipping the white water in the cup, looking at the many officers and ministers, sometimes looking at the other deputy city lord Xiao Zhenghang, and sometimes looking at the main seat of the city lord. Ahem. A few coughs immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zhu Liang appeared in everyone's sight. He smiled and said, everyone has been waiting for a long time. Others greeted him warmly, Lord City Lord. After being polite to each other, Zhu Liang walked straight to the high seat of the city lord and sat down. His eyes, which had always been calm, were now sharp and sharp. Every person was refreshed. The hazy sleepiness, after getting up early, disappeared at this moment, and everyone's mind was unusually clear. Xiao Zhenghang went to the Wasteland Military District for help the day before yesterday, but returned without success. When he saw Chen Yun return, Zhu Liang held an emergency meeting, and guessed in his heart that Luo Ren of the base might have encountered some problems. After completing this problem, he sent troops to help. Of course, there is another guess, that is, Luo Ren of the base refused to ask for help, so Yuhu City has reached a moment of life and death. The zombies' attack on the city has made people restless. In order to break the situation of the zombies besieging the city, I have discussed with you and asked for help from outside. We have 2 targets for help. The first one is the Wasteland Military District. It is also our former boss. Based on the mentality of being a family, I hope Commander Liu of the Wasteland Military District can forgive the villain's mistakes and send troops to help. What a pity. Zhu Liang shook his head and sighed, and then said, the Wasteland Military District has also suffered a zombie disaster like us. It is already too busy to take care of itself, and can't spare time to help us. As soon as these words came out, the officers below were in an uproar and immediately talked about it. Then, what should we do? Such a powerful kingdom army is trapped by zombies. How strong are these zombies? Are we just waiting to die? Yes. What should we do? If You ask me, just open the city gate and use all our resources to fight the zombies. It's still unknown who will win or lose before the end. Yes, instead of hiding in the city and waiting for the ammunition and food to run out, it's better to ignore life and death and just do it. Alas, you are excited and pessimistic. What are you doing? The Wasteland Military District is busy with its own affairs, but there is still a base, right? Can you listen to the Lord of the city before discussing it? Facing the uproar of the crowd, Zhu Liang pressed his hand down, raised his voice, and said loudly, "Quiet." His tone was calm, but very majestic. As soon as he finished speaking, the voices of the crowd's discussion and quarreling stopped abruptly. Point after a pause, Zhu Liang looked at Chen Yun and winked at her. Chen Yun received the look, nodded, and then stood up, facing the officers, and said loudly, "The Wasteland Military District is too busy to send troops to rescue us. It is an established fact and there is no need to discuss it too much. Point however, the target I went to seek help, the base, is powerful and has been besieged by zombies, but it directly wiped out the besieging zombies with its powerful military force. Point moreover, the ruler of the base, Luo Ren, has agreed to send troops to rescue. Point, but, as soon as the word "but" fell, the rest of the words were interrupted by the cheers of the officers. Great. I didn't expect that Luo Ren was so righteous. Yes, I vaguely remember Luo Ren saying that the common enemies of mankind are zombies and evolved animals. Well, very good. It really did it. Yes, yes, yes. I remember that Luo Ren is indeed a character. Chen Yun rolled her eyes helplessly at these officers. They really grabbed the words and rubbed them up. What's more, what's annoying is that she didn't wait for people to finish speaking. She winked at Zhu Liang. "Quiet." Zhu Liang spoke, and the officers immediately quieted down. Zhu Liang said, "Deputy City Lord Chen Yun hasn't finished her words yet. Wait until she finishes her words before you discuss them." Everyone nodded in response, and then cast their eyes on Chen Yun, waiting for her next words. Facing the eyes full of desire for knowledge, Chen Yun was helpless and said to herself, "I haven't even finished junior high school, and you all look at me like that. What's the matter? Do you think I'm a teacher? Besides, this is not the Little Sunflower Mom class. I don't plan to open a class. What's the matter?" After complaining in her heart, Chen Yun's face showed a little unnatural. Fortunately, this was not the focus of the officers, so no one pulled a banner to protest that Deputy City Lord Chen's expression was wrong and discriminated against them. After Chen Yun suppressed the mood of wanting to complain openly, she continued with what she had just said. "It's true that Luo Ren is willing to send troops to help, but this is conditional." "What conditions?" someone asked. Luo Ren's condition was too high. Chen Yun looked back at Zhu Liang and saw Zhu Liang slightly. After getting the affirmation, Chen Yun had nothing to hesitate and said directly, "Luo Ren's condition is that Yu City surrenders to his base." What? When this was said, everyone was shocked. Even Xiao Zhenghang, the deputy city lord, looked at Zhu Liang in shock. Submission, submission, the meaning is nothing more than to merge Yu City into the base. How can this be possible? You are wrong. It is not merger, but annexation. It means that from now on, there will be no Yu City, only the base. This Luo Ren is simply taking advantage of the fire. That's right. This bastard Luo Ren is totally taking advantage of the fire. Amidst the abuse, there was almost no voice of agreement. Xiao Zhenghang opened his mouth, not knowing what to ask or say. Zhu Liang shook his head slightly at him, rejecting his question in advance, and then looked at the people who were discussing. His eyes fixed. Point bang. The sound of slapping the table spread throughout the hall in an instant, startling everyone. Everyone looked up at the high platform, only to see that the calmness on Zhu Liang's face disappeared, replaced by anger. Looking down, I saw that the table had cracked in the middle, obviously cracked by Zhu Liang's palm. At this moment, everyone faced the city lord, lowered their head slightly, and dared not say a word. Okay. Zhu Liang stood up and looked around. The anger on his face had disappeared. He said calmly, "I was also surprised when I first heard Luo Ren's conditions last night. I thought Luo Ren was asking for too much. However, after a night, I thought it through. At present, our only lifeline is the base. If we can't catch it, we will die. Of course, you can also choose to escape, but it is best to escape one by one, so as not to attract the attention of zombies. But if we agree to Luo Ren's conditions, won't our Yuhu city cease to exist? Xiao Zhenghang's face was full of bitterness. He understood what Zhu Liang said, but why was he so unwilling in his heart? Zhenghang, if the zombies break through the city, Sanctuary City number 3 will no longer exist. And if we agree to Luo Ren's conditions, at least we can still live, right? There are more than 100,000 people in the city, so they can all live. You should know how to weigh the pros and cons. I know. Xiao Zhenghang nodded continuously. After a moment, he forced a smile on his face, which was even uglier than crying. He glanced at everyone, and then his eyes fell on Zhu Liang, saying, in that case. Xiao Zhenghang gritted his teeth and said, I agree. Zhu Liang showed a satisfied look, and then looked at Chen Yun. Chen Yun thought for a moment, and said with a firm expression on his face, I agree too. Zhu Liang then looked at the officers. The officers looked at each other, and hesitated for a long time. Finally, someone raised his arm and said, since the 3 cities lords have agreed, I agree too. Weighing the pros and cons, agreeing to the request is indeed the best choice, and I agree. I agree too. Me too. I agree. The officers expressed their opinions one after another. Most of them agreed, and a few were hesitant, but the minority obeyed the majority. Whether they agreed or not had no effect on the final decision. Okay, in this case, then I will announce it. Zhu Liang stood up, faced everyone, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, Yuhu City agrees to the base's request to send troops. The meeting ended, and everyone else left. Zhu Liang left Xiao Zhenghang and Chen Yun alone. Zhu Liang looked at Chen Yun and asked, Chen Yun, I remember you said that Luo Ren was afraid that we would abandon him, and we need to find a way to make him trust us? Chen Yun slightly and said, that's right. Well, Yuhu City is dozens of kilometers away from the base, and we were hostile to him before. What can we do to make Luo Ren trust us? Xiao Zhenghang spread his hands and asked, I have thought of a way to make Luo Ren trust me. Zhu Liang said slowly, what is the way? Chen Yun and Xiao Zhenghang asked in unison. The reason why Luo Ren is afraid of abandoning us is nothing more than not trusting us, or not trusting me, right? Zhu Liang asked back. That's right. Xiao Zhenghang nodded, and then asked, then how can I make Luo Ren trust you? Zhu Liang smiled lightly, shook his head, and said, I don't need him to trust me, I just want him to know that I won't kill the donkey after it has done its work. The method is very simple. This time you will write back to me, and you can temporarily manage the city lord's affairs. You want to go to the base as a hostage? Xiao Zhenghang was a little surprised, but soon calmed down and said calmly, at this point, this is the only way. Zhu Liang stood up, walked out of the lobby of the city lord's mansion, and stood with his hands behind his back. Chen Yun and Xiao Zhenghang followed closely behind him. Xiao Zhenghang looked at Zhu Liang's back, and the corners of his slightly raised a curve, but it disappeared in an instant. Zhu Liang took a deep breath of the morning air, stretched, and said, okay, I will set off immediately after the next zombie attack. Chapter 172, Dispatching Troops to Rescue, 4th. Base in a city canteen. It was already dark, and usually after evening, there would be almost no one here. Even if there were people, it would be Suan Tang who was cooking in person, preparing delicious food for Luo Ren. But today, the cook Li Jiu is still busy, because he got the order from the chief to cook some dishes for these 2 guests who came from afar. Li Jiu looked sideways, and saw 2 people wearing Royal Army uniforms sitting upright, holding rice bowls in one hand and chopsticks in the other. They were eating the food with big mouthfuls and muttering something. They were too far away to hear clearly. We can only guess. It should be, what is this? This is so delicious. Turn off the heat and plate. Li Jiu walked up to the 2 Kingdom Army soldiers with a dish in his hand, and put the dish on the table. Seeing the wolfish look, Li Jiu smiled and said, eat slowly, no one will grab it. By the way, why are you coming to our base? Shifanori. They are here to deliver a message. Our sanctuary city number 1 is mobile. Base. Luo Ren looked at the letter in his hand under the light. It was a letter sent from Sanctuary City number 1. The content was handwritten by Zhaojuan. Luo Ren was very happy. After seeing the content of the letter, snap Suan Tong poured a glass of water over, put it on the table in front of Luo Ren, and asked curiously, "Your mouth is split to the base of your ears when you smile. What's going on? Are you so happy? Now, take a look." Luo Ren handed the letter directly to Suan Tong, then picked up the water on the table and drank more than half of the glass. Suan Tong quickly read the letter and then handed it back to Luo Ren. After thinking for a while, she said, "Yesterday, Sunset City asked for help. Today, Sanctuary City number 1 asked for help. Which one are you going to help?" Luo Ren smiled softly and said, "Children only make choices, and I want them all, yes." Suan Tong nodded slightly and then asked, "The letter says that we can raise the conditions as we wish. So what conditions do you plan to raise? Since I can raise the conditions, I can't be polite anymore." Luo Ren stretched his waist and said, "You're welcome. Do you plan to give Sanctuary City number 1 the same conditions as Yuhu City?" Suan Tong was slightly startled and then asked. Before Luo Ren could answer, Suan Tong saw the decision in his heart and said, "The base and the Wasteland military region are not enemies. We have cooperated with each other before. Moreover, Liu Yangnian of the Wasteland military region is Liu Liangxin's father. Are you sure you don't want to think about it and change the conditions?" "I know." Luo Ren rubbed his brows and said, "But sometimes you have to make a choice. If the Wasteland military region thinks that my conditions are too harsh and feels that I'm taking advantage of others and hates me, then there is nothing I can do about it. And if I send troops to rescue them, then I will leave home to fight. Sacrifice will be inevitable. The lives of the guard soldiers are worthy of these conditions. Besides, I'm not taking advantage of the situation. If they can solve the zombie siege by themselves, they won't have to ask me for help. And if I don't rescue them, they won't be able to solve the siege, and they will become food for the zombies. Of course, I don't want to see the hundreds of thousands of people in the 2 cities reduced to evolutionary nourishment for zombies. However, if I send troops to save them in vain, they will still be them, I will still be me, and there are not only those zombies. What if they are besieged by zombies next time? Should I still send troops to rescue him? Okay, I will send troops to rescue you next time, but what about next time?" Luo Ren's words were concise and to the point. Suan Tong understood it very clearly, and the reason behind it was also very clear. She nodded immediately and said, "Brother Ren, I understand." The next day, afternoon, Luo Ren handed over 2 identical letters to the 2 Royal Army soldiers who came from Sanctuary City number 1, and said, "Everything I want to say to Deputy Commander Zhaojuan is in the letter." The 2 Royal Army soldiers saluted, then got into their cars, exited from the East Gate, and returned to Sanctuary City number 1. And when they just drove out of the city gate, they saw an off-road vehicle approaching from a distance, and its target was the base. 2 cars passed by each other, and the Royal Army soldiers looked at the other car. However, the windows of the other car were covered with privacy film, so they could not see the people in the car clearly. The off-road vehicle stopped in front of the east gate of the base, and a person got out of the vehicle. It was Zhu Liang. He was surprised to see the tall city wall that stretched for several kilometers. However, it took more than half a year to build it with manpower alone. There is no such building. This gave him a new understanding of the base. What's the purpose? When Zhu Liang was looking at the city wall, Xian Xingjin on the city wall asked. Zhu Liang looked up at the soldiers on the march on the city wall, smiled slightly, and said, "Excuse me, I'm the Lord of Yuhu City, Zhu Liang. I'm here to see Chief Luo Ren, because I'm asking for help." "Wait a moment," the sky marching soldier on the city wall said, then turned and left. After seeing off the soldiers of the Royal Army, Luo Ren was having breakfast with Suan Tong when suddenly a report came from outside the door. Sir, there is a man coming from outside the city, claiming to be the Lord of Yuhu City, Zhu Liang. He said he came to see you specifically to ask for help." "Lord of Yuhu City?" Suan Tong just took a bite of the egg. When he heard the report from the soldiers outside the door, he looked at Luo Ren in surprise. Luo Ren was a little surprised at first, but he quickly came to his senses and said with a smile, "It seems they have thought of a way to make me feel at ease and send troops." He quickly stuffed 2 eggs drank a glass of boiled water, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said to Suantong, "I'll go and eat slowly." Although he came here for help, Zhu Liang was the city lord of Yuhu city after all, so he still had to be polite and respectful. Arriving at the east gate in a vehicle, Luo Ren waved his hand and said, "Open the city gate." The city gate rose and Zhu Liang drove in. When he saw Luo Ren, he immediately stopped the car, walked forward with a smile, bowed slightly and said, "Sir Luo." Ren smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and said, "City Lord Zhu Liang, long time no see." The two shook hands, both smiling and having their own thoughts at the same time. The construction of this new city has not been completed yet. Come with me back to the old city to talk about it. Luo Ren said. Zhu Liang smiled and nodded, and responded, "I'm a guest as the host does. We can talk wherever Chief Luo says." Luo Ren knew that Zhu Liang's attitude was most likely fake, but Luo Ren still took advantage of it. He opened the car door, got in first, and then invited Zhu Liang to ride with him. Naturally, Zhu Liang would not refuse, and immediately got into the car from the other side. As for his own car, the soldiers of the Xianxing army drove it away and parked it, and cleaned the stains inside and outside the car. The vehicle started. The road outside the city had not yet been repaired, and was quite bumpy, so the Xian march soldiers who drove the car deliberately slowed down a little, so that they could enjoy the scenery along the waypoint. In fact, the new city is still deserted, with no scenery. There are only many residents under construction. As the cars pass by, they pay attention one after another. There is no fear and hatred in their eyes, nor numbness and silence, but enthusiasm for life. This scene, Zhu Liang saw, brought him a lot of shock. At this time, he felt as if he had returned to the countryside before the end of the world. The residents who were building were the villagers working on the fields, and the warm sunshine was scattered. Underneath, there was a pleasant feeling vehicle drove onto the streets of the inner city. There were houses on both sides, not simple shanties, and children of 4 or 5 years old could be seen in groups, chasing each other and playing. Zhu Liang felt like he had come from the village to the bustling city again. At this moment, Zhu Liang felt comfortable in his heart. Luo Ren looked sideways, noticing the changes in Zhu Liang's expression and eyes, seeing the smile on his lips, and thought to himself, "It seems that this Zhu Liang is a little different from what I imagined." Previously, his impression of Zhu Liang was that he was wily and scheming. After all, he gained the strength of Sanctuary City number 3 and Sanctuary City number 4 without spending a single soldier. He was simply the biggest winner. But now, seeing Zhu Liang's reaction when he saw the harmonious scene in the base, Luo Ren felt that he still yearned for beauty. The car stopped at the conference building, and Luo Ren said, "We're here, let's get off the car." After saying that, Luo Ren opened the door and got out of the car and walked towards the conference building. Zhu Liang got off the car immediately and then followed Luo Ren into the conference building. The two came to the conference room. Luo Ren sat down at the main seat, then made a gesture of invitation and said, "Please sit down." After Zhu Liang sat down, Luo Ren called, "Here comes someone." The receptionist outside the door came in, and Luo Ren ordered, "Go and give City Lord Zhu a glass of water." "Yes." The receptionist responded, and turned around to pour water. Luo Ren then looked at Zhu Liang and smiled slightly, but did not speak. Zhu Liang smiled back, knowing that Luo Ren wanted to speak first, so he stopped keeping silent and said, "Chen Yun once came to the base to ask for help. You should be very clear about the difficulties in coming to Afterglow City, Chief Luo, so I won't go into details." Deputy City Lord Chen Yun returned to the city last night and told me, "Chief Luo, you agree to send troops for rescue, but there is one condition. That is Afterglow City surrenders to the base and becomes part of the base." To be honest, this condition really shocked me. However, after thinking about it carefully all night, I felt that this condition was nothing. If zombies attack the city, all humans in the city will become food for the zombies. Rather than doing this, it is better to join the base. Therefore, I organized a meeting this morning and agreed to this request. I came here now because I want you, Chief Luo, to send troops as soon as possible. We in Yuhu City do not have enough ammunition. Since you agreed to my request, it is natural to send troops, but how can you guarantee that you will not kill the donkey later? Luo Ren asked this question clearly and knowingly. Zhu Liang, the lord of the city, came to the door in person, which already explained everything. However, some things can be seen, but cannot be said by oneself, but need to be said by the other party, which is more reasonable. Zhu Liang chuckled and said, I'm not Yang Ziai, and I won't do anything like killing a donkey. I'm just afraid that you won't trust me, Chief Luo, so I came here to be the hostage of the base. In this way, Chief Luo Ren can send troops with peace of mind. Luo Ren laughed, nodded, and said, now that the words have been spoken, it is natural to send troops. However, there is no rush. Yesterday, the deputy commander of the Wasteland Military Region, Zhao Juan, wrote to me, saying that the number 1 shelter city where he was also besieged by zombies, and asked me to send troops to assist. Just like you, Zhao Juan also said that I will propose the conditions. I won't lie to you. The conditions I propose to Zhao Juan are the same as yours. Therefore, I have to wait for 2 days to see how Sanctuary City number 1 responds. Oh, after Zhu Liang heard Luo Ren's words, he immediately remembered that the 2 vehicles with the Royal Army logo he met were also asking for help. He couldn't help, but felt a little curious, so he asked, I wonder if Deputy Commander Zai will accept such conditions? Luo Ren smiled slightly and said, whether it is possible, we will know in 2 days. After saying that, Luo Ren stood up, stretched out his hand towards Zhu Liang, and said with a smile, now that the matter is settled, I will welcome you to the base in advance. Zhu Liang looked calm, stood up, shook hands with Luo Ren, and said with a smile, thank you. Chapter 173, Dispatching Troops to Rescue, v. In the evening, Yuhu City, the lobby of the City Lord's mansion. The lobby at this time was empty and very quiet. Suddenly, a head popped out of the side door. He looked around and found no one, so he walked out boldly. This man looked at the high position of the City Lord with hot eyes. He stopped for a while, and then walked towards the high position of the City Lord step by step. When he came closer, he stared at the position of the City Lord. His eyes became more and more intense. He hesitated for a while, and then sat down. After sitting firmly, the man let out a comfortable groan. Xiao Zhenghang, why did you ask me to come? At this moment, a person walked in from the door. He had a beautiful face and a slender figure. It was Chen Yun. Chen Yun walked into the lobby and saw Xiao Zhenghang sitting in the City Lord's seat. She couldn't help but frown slightly, but she didn't say much. When Xiao Zhenghang saw Chen Yun, he had no intention of moving away from the City Lord's seat. He smiled and said, Deputy City Lord Chen, you are finally here. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, why did you invite me here? Chen Yun didn't like to beat around the bush, so she went straight to the point and asked. Xiao Zhenghang smiled slightly, but did not mean to get into the topic directly. He stood up, hooked his hand towards Chen Yun, and said, come on, come here quickly. Chen Yun walked up to Xiao Zhenghang and asked in confusion, what do you want to do? Sit down. Xiao Zhenghang pointed to the City Lord's seat and said. Chen Yun stared at Xiao Zhenghang in confusion, and at the same time she was curious about what would happen if she sat on it, so she sat down on the City Lord's seat. It was cold and hard, not as comfortable as the City Lord's chair in her Sanctuary City number 4. After sitting for a while, nothing strange happened. Chen Yun asked doubtfully, what do you mean by asking me to sit here? Sitting here, don't you feel familiar? Xiao Zhenghang asked with a smile on his face. What's that familiar feeling? A feeling of blood sticking? Chen Yun asked with confusion on her face. Xiao Zhenghang was helpless and continued to guide. Is it the familiar feeling you had in Sanctuary City number 4? The familiar feeling in Sanctuary City number 4. Chen Yun heard this and fell into memories, but after thinking for a long time, she didn't think of any familiar feeling. She shook her head and said, no, the chair I sat on in Sanctuary City number 4 was not this broken chair. It was made of fine wood and covered with fine pim. It was a soft and comfortable chair. Unlike this one, it's very cold and hurts your butt. I really don't know how that guy Zhu Liang could sit down, and I don't know how to change to a better chair. Oops. Xiao Zhenghang was completely speechless. He was just playing the piano to a cow. In desperation, he could only make his words more obvious and said, "How come it doesn't feel familiar? This is the position of the city lord." Oh, Chen Yun thought for a moment and suddenly realized it. However, she still shook her head and said, "No, it's just a broken chair. How can it feel like a city lord? It's too hard to talk to you." Xiao Zhenghang rubbed his eyebrows and then said, "Forget it. I'll just tell you point at the moment. Zhu Liang is not in the city, and you and I are the two of us. Don't you think this is an opportunity?" "Opportunity? What opportunity?" Chen Yun asked puzzledly. With his IQ, how can this guy become the city lord? Xiao Zhenghang complained in his heart, feeling very helpless, but Chen Yun was also the deputy city lord. He could only keep a smile on his face and speak more straightforwardly, saying, what I mean is that you and I will take this opportunity to completely take charge of Yuhu City. We will no longer be deputy city lords, but become city lords." At the end of the sentence, Xiao Zhenghang's tone suddenly became heavier and his eyes became hotter. "Do you know what you're talking about?" After hearing what Xiao Zhenghang said, Chen Yun stood up suddenly, stared at Xiao Zhenghang, and asked, "You want to rebel? Do you know what time it is now? The zombies are sieging the city, and we are still waiting for reinforcement from the base. If you want to rebel and seize power at this time, you have chosen the wrong time. Do you want us all to die?" Exclamation mark. Xiao Zhenghang was angry and retorted, "What did I say about letting us all die? Seizing power is true, but I don't agree with the conspiracy point. What is treason? I'm the lord of a city. All I want to do now is to get back my belongings and some benefits. Is this considered treason?" Chen Yun snorted coldly and said without any fear, "Even if what you said makes sense, at this juncture, when we are seizing power and starting civil strife, who will defend the city when zombies attack it? Once the city is destroyed, everyone inside will die. Are you not asking for your own destruction? I, Xiao Zhenghang, will never do anything to bring about self-destruction. To seize power, we don't need to use the city's defense, nor do we need to use force point at present. You, me, and Zhu Liang's armies have merged into the Yuhu army. Our former subordinates also hold official positions in the Yuhu army. After all, it won't be long. As long as we say a word, those people will have to surrender in this way. We only need to use inducement and coercion to get rid of Zhu Liang's subordinate officers. Wouldn't this military power be in our hands? After gaining military power, we maintained normalcy. After the guards repel the zombies outside the city, we refused to let them enter the city. If Luo Ren forcibly attacked the city, we would be defeated. I want to see if he will watch more than 100,000 people die." Xiao Zhenghang told her plan without reservation, then put her hands behind her back and looked at Chen Yun with sharp eyes, waiting for her statement. Chen Yun had no expression on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he clapped his hands and said, "Good idea. I think this plan is feasible. Luo Ren is doing this for the people. He will definitely not watch hundreds of thousands of people die." Seeing Chen Yun agreed, Xiao Zhenghang laughed and said several times, then patted Chen Yun on the shoulder and said, "There is no time to lose. Let's quickly gather our old subordinates." "Okay." Chen Yun agreed happily, and then immediately turned and walked towards the gate. Halfway through, Chen Yun glanced sideways, but did not stop, and walked straight out of the gate. Xiao Zhenghang was full of joy and sat back on the city lord's seat. Looking at Chen Yun's back, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he secretly said, "Fool." When Chen Yun stepped out of the city lord's mansion, Xiao Zhenghang tapped the handrail 3 times with his fingers, and then heard the dense footsteps from loud to soft, until they could not be heard at all. Chen Yun, who walked out of the gate of the city lord's mansion, finally couldn't hold it anymore. The expression on his face changed in an instant, and he looked back at the city lord's mansion deeply. Chen Yun walked on the road, muttering to himself, "I'm straightforward and don't know strategy, but I'm not stupid. I still know basic disguise." Xiao Zhenghang is really incompetent at everything. He is the number one in civil strife. He wants to seize power while Zhu Liang is away. At this juncture, I think he really doesn't know what is important. No, I can't let him do this. But how can I stop him? Chen Yun thought for a long time, but he had no clue at all. He sighed and said to himself, I'd better go find my old subordinates and ask them if they have any good ideas. Chapter 174, Dispatching Troops to Rescue, 6th. Time comes the next day. Reach Chiang City, formerly known as the base, opened the east gate and a car drove into the city point in the city. Directly opposite the door, Luo Ren stood, waiting for the car to enter. This is a military green, modified off-road vehicle with the Royal Army's logo on it. The car stopped in front of Luo Ren, and then the door opened, and a person stepped out. Seeing this person, Luo Ren smiled on his face, went up to him, and said, Brother Zichuan, long time no see. The person who came was none other than the deputy commander of the Wasteland military region, Zichuan. When Zichuan saw Luo Ren, his face was immediately filled with smiles. He also stepped forward and gave Luo Ren a hug, saying, yes, long time no see. The two of them let go at the same time. Zichuan looked back at the tall walls of Chiang City with a shocked look on his face. He couldn't help but exclaimed, this is my first time to come to the base. I was really shocked. Such a strong wall in such an environment. How could it be built in less than a year? Brother Luo Ren, you have to give me a good talk. Luo Ren laughed and said, you will naturally know it later. Luo Ren walked to the backseat of his car, opened the door, and said to Zichuan, let's go to the conference room first, and then talk about business. Okay. Zichuan nodded in agreement, then walked to the door on the other side of the backseat of Luo Ren's car, opened the door, and got in the car. The vehicle started, and drove towards the old city. As expected, the sights along the way shocked Zichuan, and he sighed, Brother Luo Ren, your base is simply beyond my imagination. I have heard all kinds of rumors about wealth, happiness, etc. I thought it was an exaggeration, but unexpectedly, it was not an exaggeration at all. This base of yours is simply the Garden of Eden and the apocalypse. It's really incredible. Zichuan thought hard, and finally thought of a word to describe it, and said, it's really incredible. Zichuan leaned back on the seat, tilting his head, with a relaxed and comfortable look on his face. Luo Ren smiled slightly and said, I said that the common enemies of mankind are zombies and evolved animals. Therefore, my goal is to unite all mankind and become stronger together, rather than to oppress and exploit and satisfy the luxurious life of a very small number of people. Only in this way can human civilization defeat zombies and continue to reproduce and survive. Unite all mankind. Zichuan looked at Luo Ren thoughtfully, shook his head and sighed. Compared with you, my situation is much smaller. After about 20 minutes of driving, the car stopped in front of the conference building. Luo Ren and Zichuan got off the car, walked straight into the conference building, and came to the conference room, where Zhu Liang had been received. The two sat down, and Luo Ren said, since you, Brother Zichuan, are here, I believe you have made your decision, and agreed to my conditions. Just as Zichuan was about to speak, the waiter came in with tea and gently placed a cup of light tea on the table to the right of Zichuan. After several hours of traveling, Zichuan had not had a sip of water, and his mouth was indeed dry. He picked up the teacup, drank all the tea in the cup, breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, yes, we have agreed with you, and are willing to donate all the population and resources of Sanctuary City number 1 to the base. Of course, the prerequisite is that the base can send troops to assist and repel or kill the zombies besieging the city. Of course. Luo Ren said. After a pause, Luo Ren continued, however, I have to tell you in advance that Sunset City has also asked me for help, and I have agreed. After Glow City? Zichuan was a little confused. He had never heard of this force. Brother Zichuan, you don't know yet. After Glow City is Sanctuary City number 2. Upon seeing this, Luo Ren explained immediately, Sanctuary City number 2? Zichuan learned that Yuhu City was Sanctuary City number 2, and became even more confused, and then asked, could it be that they were also besieged by zombies? Luo Ren nodded and replied, that's right, ha. Zichuan sneered and said, these zombies really know how to fight in multiple directions. Zichuan did not ask why Yuhu City found the base to ask for help. It was because he himself also thought about asking Yuhu City for help. After all, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This sentence is applicable, no matter what era. Yes, right now, zombies are becoming more and more active and attacking cities everywhere. Therefore, it is even more necessary to unite all human beings so that we can survive this devastating disaster. After saying that, Luo Ren picked up the tea on the table and took a small sip. When the tea was in my mouth and nose suddenly felt fragrant and my mind was refreshed. Luo Ren continued, "Let's not talk about this first. Let's discuss sending troops." Xia Chuan slightly and said, "You promised me and Juhu City at the same time, so which side do you plan to send troops to first?" Luo Ren put down the teacup and said, "Based on the distance, Afterglow City is closer. It is better to send troops to Afterglow City first. However, I have to confirm with you, how long can the ammunition of Sanctuary City number 1 last?" According to yesterday's calculations, the ammunition in Sanctuary City number 1 can last up to 10 days. Xia Chuan said directly without thinking. 10 days is enough. Luo Ren clapped his hands and said with a smile, "According to Zhu Liang, the ammunition left in Yuhu City the day before yesterday was only 10 days at most. After these 2 days, including today, there are only 8 days left. Therefore, I will send troops to Yuhu City first, and then send troops to your number 1 Sanctuary City." "No problem." Xia Chuan agreed decisively, but his brows were furrowed. He paused for a while and then asked, "How sure are you that, after rescuing Yuhu City, you will still have enough troops to rescue Sanctuary City number 1? Luo Ren smiled faintly and made an 8 gesture with his right hand. 80%? Xia Chuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect Luo Ren to be so confident. The reason why Luo Ren was confident was that he had taken 3 quasi level 3 evolution crystals at this time, and his strength was far superior to that of quasi level 3 zombies. At the same time, his subordinates Liu Liangxin, Su Antong, and Luo Shan were all level 2 evolvers. There were more than a dozen level 1 peak evolvers, and their overall strength was extremely strong. Among the quasi level 3 zombies, the most important combat power was the evolved zombies. In front of an army with professional firearms, ordinary zombies were nothing, and in front of an army, armed to the teeth like the guards, even level 1 evolved zombies were nothing. Only quasi level 2 and above zombies could pose a real threat. So at this time, evolvers were needed to resist these quasi level 2 and above zombies, as long as these zombies are blocked or killed. The remaining zombies will be harvested in front of the tanks and heavy machine guns of the guards. Facing the surprised Xia Chuan, Luo Ren suddenly stood up, put his hands behind his back, walked to the window, and said, "Brother Xia Chuan, don't worry, I won't lie to you." Xia Chuan and Luo Ren have been together for many days, and more or less understand that Luo Ren is not an arrogant person. He will never do anything without confidence. So, after hearing what he said, he felt a little relieved in his heart, nodded heavily, and said, "Okay, I believe you." Luo Ren turned around, looked at Xia Chuan, and said, "Okay, I will send troops tomorrow." After a conversation, it was time for dinner. Luo Ren asked the chef Li Jiu to fry a few dishes, and took out a few cans of precious beer, which was considered a welcome for Xia Chuan. After eating, he called Saudi to arrange accommodation for Xia Chuan, and Luo Ren returned to the mobile base. Tomorrow, the troops will be dispatched, and all 3,000 guards will be mobilized. At that time, Su Antong will be in charge, and lead the Xiangxing army to defend the city. This is the usual arrangement. However, this time it cannot be arranged like this, because there are 2 humans with the strength of level 2 evolvers in the city. Although Xia Chuan is a person, the probability of making trouble is very small, but it is an eternal truth that one must be on guard against others. Therefore, it is necessary to make a better response strategy. Thinking of this, Luo Ren couldn't help but take out 2 level 2 evolution crystals, which were obtained by killing 2 level 2 strength zombies in the battle to defend the city, which just solved the current problem. Should I give these 2 evolution crystals to Antong, or create 2 new level 2 evolvers? Luo Ren touched his chin and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he came up with an idea, that is, to create 2 new level 2 evolvers, and then let Liu Liangxin stay in the city to assist Su Antong this time. This arrangement is because Liu Liang's strength exceeds that of an average level 2 evolver. If divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, Liu Liang's should be at an intermediate level at this time, and is very close to the level of an advanced level 2 evolver. In addition, she has a good relationship with Xia Chuan, so to a certain extent, Xia Chuan can stay in the city more quietly and not make trouble. Therefore, this is the most reasonable arrangement that Luo Ren can think of. After considering these, Luo Ren immediately held a meeting in the military conference hall, in which Su Antang and Liu Liang's also participated. After explaining Su Antang and Liu Liang's stay in Chiang City, Luo He and Luo Ji were selected as the new level 2 evolvers. In this way, the purpose of this meeting was achieved. Chapter 175, Dispatching Troops to Rescue, Part 7. The next day, Chiang City, East Gate. 12 tanks led the way, and hundreds of armored vehicles were in the back row. The scene was very deterrent. After the 2 battles of Mapo Village and the defense of the city, 7 more guards were upgraded to become second level squad leaders, and could operate tanks. Therefore, the available tanks of the guards increased to 12, and the combat effectiveness was greatly improved. The lord of a city, Zhu Liang, saw such a scene. Even though he had been under the guards and witnessed the powerful combat effectiveness of the guards, he was still shocked at this time. What is the steel torrent? This is the steel torrent. While being shocked, he was also very confused. There is only one military sub-district in H City, which is the current Wasteland Military District. Even the Wasteland Military District does not have so many armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers. Where did Luo Ren get them from? And the tall city wall, no matter how you look at it, it is not built by manpower in less than a year. The base, no, now it should be Chiang City and Luo Ren, which is really full of mystery. Xia Chuan was also shocked and confused, but even if he thought about it, he couldn't figure out where Luo Ren got his weapons and equipment. When the two were confused and shocked, Luo Ren came over and said with a smile, "I will leave immediately, so I won't accompany you any longer. I hope you two will stay in the base." For smart people like Xia Chuan and Zhu Liang, the words don't need to be made clear, and they can understand the meaning. Zhu Liang smiled slightly and said, "I have already regarded myself as a resident of Chiang City from the bottom of my heart. I heard that every time the guards return from the battle, the residents will line the streets to welcome them. I'm looking forward to such a scene." Xia Chuan nodded, looked at Liu Liangson not far away, and said, "I came in a hurry yesterday. After talking with you, it was almost dark, and I didn't have time to appreciate the base properly. It's just right to let Liangson take me around these few days." Luo Ren nodded with satisfaction. These two guys are really good at talking. Okay, have fun. If you need any help, go to the resident supervisor, Sort. I've told him. After that, Luo Ren turned to Su Antang and Liu Liangson, told them a few words, and then returned to the army. With a light jump, he jumped onto the tank, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Let's go." With Luo Ren's order, the city gate slowly rose. The Xianxing army soldiers on the city wall looked at and saluted. The wheels rolled, pressing the road forward. The target, Yuhu City. The Xianxing army soldiers guarding the city, Su Antang and Liu Liangson, who climbed the city wall. Under their gaze, the figure of the guards became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. Su Antang turned around, swept his eyes across all the Xianxing army soldiers on the field, and said loudly, "The guards are out on the expedition. We must be 200% spirited and guard the base." Yes. The Xianxing army soldiers on the field said in unison. Zhu Liang and Xia Chuan felt the high morale of the Xianxing army and showed admiration at the same time. Such an army, the combat effectiveness is needless to say. The weather today is very good. The sun is hanging high in the sky. Judging from the position of the sun, it should be noon now. Zizi, I'm Luo Shan, reporting to the commander. We will arrive at Yuhu City in about half an hour. The intercom sounded electric current, followed by Luo Shan's voice. Hearing this, Luo Ren immediately replied, "I'm Luo Ren. All troops listen to orders. Slow down appropriately. If you encounter zombies on the way, if the number is small, you don't need to pay attention to it, just hit it. If the number is large, you can use machine guns to shoot and kill. If there are evolved zombies and a large number of ordinary zombies, then be prepared for a full-scale battle. Yes, the order was passed down, and the speed of the convoy slowed down significantly. Such a huge target will naturally attract the attention of zombies on the way, but they are all ordinary zombies that are free, and the wheels will directly run over them, which is easier than shooting. 10 minutes later, I'm Luo Ren, reporting to the commander. We are about 5 kilometers away from Yuhu City. We can reach our destination within 20 minutes at the current speed. Luo Ren's voice came out of the intercom again. I'm Luo Ren. All soldiers listen to my order. Reduce the vehicle speed to the lowest, and make sure it doesn't stall. After the order was issued, Luo Ren pushed open the round door on the roof, and jumped onto the roof. The closer we are to Yuhu City, the fewer zombies we see. Luo Ren looked around. To his right was a hill with tall trees all over it. To his left was a wasteland with weeds growing all over it. However, the grass was only half a meter high, not high enough to cover the area. The vehicle was moving very slowly on the weed-covered road, so slowly that it was not as fast as walking. Although the temperature is only about 20 degrees in this season, it will be hot if you stay under the sun for a long time. Luo Ren couldn't help sweating on his forehead, but he didn't mean to go back to the car, but continued to stare at the forest. A gust of wind blew, bringing a little coolness. At the same time, the sky suddenly became much darker. Luo Ren looked up, and found that the clouds in the sky covered the sun. Rustle. When Luo Ren looked up, there was a sound of footsteps on leaves in the forest not far away. Luo Ren was immediately alert, and stared at the forest. Rustle. The footsteps sounded again. Luo Ren's muscles were tense and his mouth was slightly open, ready to give orders at any time. Rustle. Footsteps sounded again. Just as Luo Ren was about to order defense, a pet rabbit as big as an orange cat ran out. Its red eyes glanced at the guards, and continued to look for food. Evolved rabbit. Luo Ren smiled calmly, and said to himself, I haven't eaten roasted rabbits for a long time. I'll catch 2 rabbits, when I have time. Roar. Just as he was relaxing, the deafening roar of the evolved zombies suddenly sounded, followed by dense footsteps. Many zombies rushed out of the forest, and their target was clear, the guard convoy. I just felt something was wrong. It's time. Luo Ren reacted immediately and shouted, hit me. Luo Ren heard the roar of the evolved zombies just now very clearly. It was the roar of a quasi level 3 evolved zombie, and it was certain that it was a power zombie. Facing the zombies that were rushing in, the guard soldiers in the armored vehicles leaned out half of their bodies from the round doors on the roofs, controlled the machine guns mounted on the roofs, and started the sweeping mode. Under the hail of bullets, the zombies were knocked down one after another. Roar. There was another roar, the ground shook, and accompanied by the loud sound of heavy objects falling. Luo Ren knew that this was a hidden quasi level 3 power zombie who was going to take action personally. As expected, a huge monster rushed out of the forest, holding a log with a diameter of half a meter. The log had an uneven fracture, and there were branches and leaves on the tip. It should have been broken by this quasi level 3 power zombie. It raised the log above its head, and projected it towards the guards. This huge log must be heavy. If it hits the armored vehicle, although it can definitely withstand it with the solidity of the armored vehicle, the guards on the vehicle may not be able to withstand the violent impact. Luo Ren's eyes suddenly condensed, his legs gathered strength, and then burst out, and he jumped towards the projected log. When he got close, he printed his right hand on the log. Bang! With a dull thud, Luo Ren resisted the strong forward force with one hand, and pushed the log back with a fierce push. At the same time, Luo Ren used the force to flip back to the original place. At this time, the guns of the 12 tanks were uniformly aimed at the quasi level 3 power zombie. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.